Meeting to order.
Recording in progress.
Now we'll call the meeting to order and ask Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
To do a roll call and announce public meeting participation rules.
Okay. Hi. First, I'll do the roll call. Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Good afternoon, here.
and Mayor Williamson. That is a full council present. Thank you. And then for the folks at home, the in-person, actually for the folks in the council chambers, for the safe attendance of our public meeting, wearing a mask is recommended and encouraged. Please keep phones and devices in the city council chamber muted to prevent audio interference. For the folks at home joining through Zoom, there are two ways to join virtually to participate in today's meeting. You may join using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, or you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom or your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter the meeting ID 160-772-9333. Once again, that toll-free number to call is 833-568-8864. Then the webinar ID is 160-772-9333. And if promoted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using Zoom and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you're dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9, then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. I will call on each public speaker in the order of hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting. A countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you are connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with up to a 90-second delay. As always, we look forward to receiving your public comment.
Thanks, Jennifer. And with that, we'll go to public comments for items not on today's agenda. So if you have an item to speak to for items not on today's agenda, please step up to the mic and share your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, nice weather, High Council. I'm the guy with the Who Killed John Lennon story on the yellow van. You probably know about it. And I'm facing some tickets right now, and I'm facing threats of having my landlord on my other van's parking situation cited for me using her private property driveway. So ever since I reported a theft in that area and the cops knew about my van under that tarp, suddenly I'm getting problems. Meanwhile, regarding the noise violations singing downtown, I've rectified one problem. I've got my speakers fixed so that I can turn it down lower and still hear it. Never think I was out of violation or in violation to begin with, but for what it's worth, rather than go through a big Peyton Place showdown, disgrace situation with Monterey and its reputation, I'm willing to plead no contest to the first violation just because, geez, it was louder than I thought. But I don't think I was in violation. But I will give you that if you'll dismiss the other ticket. The other ticket is ridiculous, and it's going to really upend things. Other than that, I have a landlady I rent my other van out to. The van will be worth 1,000 times its retail value now once my story breaks, so I'm keeping it and storing it. I have a right to do that, and she has a right to put it in her driveway and charge me. So the city's trying to come down on me on that. I've got her to clean up her other problems with her plumbing and her storage situation. So she's cleaned up her act. I'm asking for mercy on that. Now, my last minute here, I'm trying to run an ad. My favorite radio station, KSC over there, hemming and hawing over it. So let me just read it to you. Imagine this over the muted background of me singing Revolution. Hi, everybody. Steve Lightfoot here of LennonMurderTruth.com. Still covering up John Lennon's murder, still ducking hard evidence. Can't seem to shake off the Mark Chapman brainwash story your parents were told. Your parents never saw a trial for anybody. So how dare anyone not be interested in the killer's alleged name and letter linking Reagan weeks before the crime? The killer's identical face and true identity, Stephen King, as I allege. The government codes and Time and Newsweek's headlines only surrounding the crime for 5 months, as I allege. Why is Nixon's book, The Real War, that explains why Lennon types need to be assassinated next to Reagan the day of the murder? Why does King write about the fellow who killed John Lennon in 2 of his books, for example? So many reasons to pull our heads out and care, but you seem to be in a trance about the whole subject. I say, come together over John Lennon for real power. Join my protest every Sunday at noon in downtown Monterey on Alvarado Street, people. Please help, please care. The media won't tell us until you protest. I got my magazine to back it up. No one's ever asked for a refund. I've got 12 seconds, so let me say this. We may have to literally put Stephen King before a firing squad and simulcast the event worldwide before we get our senses back. That's justice. That's what's called for. And yes, I am controversial.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Mayor Tyler Williamson. My name is Jenny Katnack. And I'm here before you because I got a worthy call from a friend of mine concerning the Iris Canyon project and concerning the pesticide use there. And what I understood from what she said is there will be about 1.5 acres of soil that will be used to put pesticides on because that's where the invasive plants will be for this particular project. And the concern there is that there is a sprinkling system that will be implanted there to encourage the growth of these invasive plants, to kill them, to put pesticide poisoning on them. And the concern is that since where they're working on Iris Canyon, that it's close to the waterways of El Estero, and that could poison some of the animal life there. And also, I know that we are considering using some of that water as recycling. So anyway, that's my concern. And I was wondering how this can be mitigated. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
We can't respond for general public comment items, but you can give your contact information to staff and they can follow up with you on any specific questions that you have.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
This wouldn't have to be about 4th of July, would it?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. I'm Rick Johnson. I am the former director of the Old Monterey Business Association, although Peter Kafresi called me to ask if I would come today. And he said, say you're the old director, but that should be self-evident. Hans, everybody on the council, for the first time in 23 years, I'm not here asking for money. So relax. But I am here to talk about the 4th of July parade. This year looks like it'll probably be the best one ever. And every year has been incredibly good. I certainly want to invite the council. The fire department is ready for you to be on the old gray mare, the old fire engine, and we look forward to your being there. And also to thank you as the sponsor of the parade. It is a joy in Monterey, as is the barbecue. So please show up. I will be the little old man on the side of the street for the first time in 20 years, being able to watch the parade and wave at all of you. And we have some posters. If you'd each be nice enough to put one out, we'd appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
Are we allowed to ask questions of him?
Only because we have to give them a hard time. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just also, in addition, I know that you'll be on the sidelines still working the crowd in some capacity. Thank you for your many years of service. I know we were able to recognize you several months ago, but thank you for the July 4th efforts to bring that alive and keep it alive. And you are the epitome of hospitality. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those words. We'll see you on the 4th of July. Come early and get a donut. Okay.
Hey,
Thank
See you there.
or pancakes. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on items not on today's agenda? All right, let's take it online, please.
There are currently 2 hands raised online. And I will unmute the first person. Jody, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please state your full name for the record if you feel comfortable doing so.
Yes, absolutely. Hello, Council, Mayor, and City Manager. My name is Jody Emerson, and I am grateful to have 3 minutes to speak. I was here some weeks ago talking about this same subject of Iris Canyon. I too am concerned about the use of an herbicide called glyphosate, also known as Roundup. I admit I have not kept myself up to date as far as what is happening with that project. I have been looking at the agendas. I have not seen it on any agenda since then. I'm concerned because glyphosate has been shown to be problematic. There are several lawsuits that have been filed and won by people who have had cancer and other things like that. I'm also concerned about the wildlife in that area. And I'm just wondering if we are going to go ahead with this project, is there not some other way that we can get rid of the invasive ivy, which is non-native? And I know it's very difficult to eradicate ivy, but there must be a better way than using glyphosate. I suppose it's probably the most cost-effective way, but that is not with great concern for the environment nor the wildlife in the area. Apparently there are red-legged frogs, which I did not know, in that canyon, which are endangered. So can we not please find a better way to get rid of that ivy and other non-native, if indeed we have decided already to go ahead with this project, which I did not know. And with that, I will pass. Thank you.
Jody, I would also offer you the same, reach out to city staff to get an update. And I'll just provide 2 quick clarifications. It's already passed, so staff has the direction to move forward with that project. And it is stipulated that that using the pesticides is the last resort. So there's other measures that are going to be used prior to that. And if those can't be exhausted, that's what would be left. So.
Okay, thank you. I will look into it. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. There is another commenter on the line. Let me just reset the timer. Hold on, sorry, I lost the participant list. The next commenter's name is Greg with 2 G's.
Hi there. Well, thank you to the city council and Mr. Mayor and everybody for allowing this public participation. It's the first time I've ever done this. So bear with me. I'm about a year and a half into living up here in Skyline Forest, and you know, it's lovely, it's gorgeous, and yet I find out that these planned development zones, which is, I understand are fairly common up in the Skyline Forest area, are not subject to the same restriction on gas-powered landscaping equipment, nor are they subject to noise level restrictions. So, you know, I'm baffled by this. The city regulations indicate that for PD zone properties, some sort of further study appears to be called for. So my comment is, hopefully the city is moving forward expeditiously with whatever study is required. I don't know why a study would be required for condos up in Skyline Forest as opposed to anywhere else within the city. But the use of gas-powered equipment for landscaping, not only is it contraindicated by climate action plans at the county level and I assume the city level, but it really is the whole exclusion for PD zones is kind of inexplicable to me. I was on last Friday doing some weed abatement here at Tanglewood, and that's fine. I mean, it needs to be done, but the noise level was 85 decibels outside. Inside with single pane windows, the noise level was 65 decibels, and that's at the limit for outdoor noise everywhere else in the city. So I've reached out via email, have not seen a response. If there are studies that are required, I'd like to know that they're underway and that this is being considered by the city council and sort of out of step and an anomaly in terms of environmental greenhouse gas emissions, climate action plans, as well as just common sense sort of noise and nuisance abatement throughout the city. So I'd like to have a path to find out if this is on track, if anybody's moving this forward. And with that, as they say, I will do the last 25 seconds. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. I see no other hands on raised online.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. And with that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Does anybody on the council wish to pull anything?
I don't necessarily need to pull it, but I think because it's item 5 is recognizing city employees for their milestones, just a quick statement by the city manager.
Okay, so before we go to that, let's just look to see if we need to pull anything else. Anything? All right, let's take it out to the public. Does anybody in the public wish to pull an item or wish to speak on any item on the consent? Anybody in the chamber? All right, let's take it online, please.
I see no hands raised online, but just a quick reminder, if you're already in Zoom, you can raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. That's if you're calling in. If you're joined by a Zoom on the app or web browser, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. And one last time, the phone number to call is 833-568-8864. Then enter the meeting ID 160-772-9333. And I still see no hands going up.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'll pass it to the city manager to speak on item number 5.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for the question. This agenda item mentions 2 different city employees with 20 years or 25 years respectively. The first employee with a 20-year service award or 20 years of employment with the city of Monterey is our Assistant Human Resources Director, Gina Russo. Gina started with the city, actually, I believe, in the recreation department as a part-timer, and then got an employment in the Public Works Department. She actually became executive assistant for us in Public Works, and then was hired into the Human Resources Department and has there steadily advanced her career. She is now our Assistant Human Resources Director. And I think we really enjoy all working with Gina, and you have seen Gina also a couple of times in items in front of you when we discussed personnel issue or labor negotiation. So congratulations to Gina. The other person is Chris Meixelsberger. He has been with the Parks Department for 25 years. He started on an entry-level position. He is now a lead worker and working as the guy that is maintaining all the things in the parks that get broken. So if you call in that there is a barbecue that needs to be fixed. He will come out if there is a broken park bench. He is going to fix that. So he's part of that very specialized small group of folks that are repairing things that are broken somewhere in our parks. There are always things breaking. We have right now a very persistent person in Solicitor Ballpark who breaks off electrical outlets, just to name that. We fix it and it's broken off a couple of days later. So this is the type of work that Chris is doing. He's a highly specialized guy, and also a really good guy to work with. And so we are honored to honor those both employees, Gina Russo and Chris Michael Spiger.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm satisfied. I just
Alrighty.
like to see good work that's buried in the consent agenda.
Yeah,
So
no, absolutely. Appreciate the report out on that, Hans. Anything else is, we can also entertain a motion at this time as well.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda and include item 5.
Second. All right. Any other deliberation? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I remembered. See, I got this. I got it. All right. We're going to adjourn to Ocean View Community Service District. And there are no items known to be pulled. Open it up for public comment. Does anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? All right, let's take it online.
No hands are raised or online.
Okay,
There's no update, so.
perfect. All right. With that, we're just receiving a report, so we're not going to be voting on anything. So we'll adjourn and come back to the council meeting. And we'll move on to the public appearance items. Number 7 is to report on rental inventory town hall meeting. And with that, I will pass it to Hans for a staff presentation.
Yeah, and our Community Development Director, Kim Cole, will provide you with a brief verbal report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just have a few brief comments this afternoon. Just in terms of history, on April 18th, the City Council directed the Housing Office to begin the process of drafting the legal framework for a rental inventory database. We then followed up with a community meeting on May 30th. It was both available online as well as in person. We had a fairly good turnout of about 150 people in total. We widely advertised the event on both social media and as well as sending individual flyers to every household in the city of Monterey. We had a good mix out of the 150 persons. We had 23% renters, 38% rental property owners, 11% property managers, 13 real estate agents, and 15% other. As part of our deliberations that night or information gathering, we asked some key questions to the group. What are your initial thoughts about the rental inventory? What information is most useful to include in the rental inventory? What information would you like to see omitted from the rental inventory? And what questions or concerns still need to be addressed? We summarized, or actually we wrote verbatim every comment received on the boards that we recorded. So those are available in your staff report. As far as the housing office, we are working on the rental inventory ordinance, and we'll be bringing that back to the city council, hopefully for consideration late August, probably most likely early September for consideration. So the public information really helped us or is helping us start to piece together some of the questions we need to answer in the ordinance. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, and with that, I think it might be prudent for those of us that were present to share conversations that were had, things that you heard, maybe some self-reflection on that, and not asking for too much, but just kind of a high-level overview. So who wants to kick us off? The Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim, for the summary there. I thought it was a good event, good turnout, both in person and online. I think it was a good opportunity to really just open the floor to our residents to talk about what they wish to see, what are their concerns, and hopefully hopes in the same room had an opportunity to talk amongst themselves as well, both representing our renters, representing landlords. I think overall was a great opportunity. I had a couple of conversations with folks who might not necessarily agree with the policy aspect of the effort, but I think are keeping an open mind also with what could be accomplished with a rental registry. So I guess to summarize, I think it was a great opportunity. I really enjoyed the turnout and enjoyed seeing everyone just voicing their opinions.
Beautiful.
Yes, I echo my colleague. It was really good to just interact with the public and to be able to not only just listen to the conversations, but to be able to have some conversations with others on the side of questions that they may have had. But I thought it was a great turnout. I noticed that it was almost half of rental property owners to the renters. And so to me, that was heavier in the conversation, which I thought was good because we needed to hear from that approach and that side as well. But I continue to speak and hear from the public on the different things of the description and how everything will look. And I just think it was a good space to be able to have everyone to talk about what their concerns were, what they liked and what they didn't like, so that we can be able to move through this together. But I thought it was a good turnout and a good way for us to continue to interact and to hear from the public.
Thank you, Councilmember Barber. Councilor Smith, were you present?
I was not, but I have
Okay.
some comments.
Okay,
But those that were there might want to speak first.
okay, Councilmember Hoppa.
Sure. I sat at a table and listened to the folks that were there. There was one renter there who expressed concern about maintenance issues he had suffered through in terms of mold, and that had actually led him to leaving one rental, as well as rent increases. I heard from property owners and property managers at the table about privacy. Their concern is, how do we make sure that privacy is maintained in a database, if a database is collecting data? They were unclear about the purpose. They expressed basically that the costs would be passed on to renters, and that their fear of basically what's happening could lead to other rent increases. I just want to say, for me, one of the takeaways is I think we need to have a lot more public engagement on this. And I think we need, I think we need to also discuss all of the various options with the public. I think some kind of a poll would be helpful, similar to what we did with the cannabis. In particular, I like the fact that council has made it clear that we see the rental situation as needing attention and that we allocated funds for that purpose. But I wonder if those funds couldn't be better used, for example, helping renters who are dislocated with renter allocations with the city, perhaps giving grants to help them with their first, last, and deposit and or application fees. I wonder if we could offer help and use some of the money we've allocated for hardship assistance when renters, maybe they've lost a job or they have a medical emergency and they need help, for a limited period of time, let's say 1 to 3 months, making rent, or a legal assistance hotline for times where they may have legal questions, or a renter landlord appeals board that could hear appeals from both parties. So I guess what I'm coming away with is, and I'm hearing not only at the meeting, but from other constituents, a lot of concerns and wondering if there are other actions we could take that would actually have a more beneficial direct impact as opposed to creating a database.
Perfect. And then I'll go next because I was also in attendance there. And I tried to work the room as much as possible and have conversations with different folks that were present. And I think Alan had identified a lot of the comments that were shared from the groups around the space. But as Dr. Barber had indicated, the room was very, and the numbers that Kim provided at the beginning, the numbers were very heavy on landlord, property management, realtor side as opposed to renters. And I agree that those voices also needed to be heard. So I think it was a great opportunity to listen to those voices. Interestingly enough, there were some side conversations that I had, and I think my biggest takeaway was there was a need for folks were coming there, I think, with the expectation of being part of the conversation and whether or not we were even going to do this moving forward. And when they got there, it was more of a feeling that the city's already decided. So they're just wanting to get feedback in regards to how we were going to do it. So I definitely hear those concerns. And then folks just asking specific questions regarding their situation. I also had a conversation with a renter that was in the room and had expressed some hesitancy and feeling that they could be fully open in that space. And I think that when we have this conversation around a rental registry, I find that to be one of the benefits of moving in this direction, because it allows us to be able to collect the data and make better policy decisions based off of that. And, Alan, we've been in discussions where we've had this conversation around, how do we determine the value of this? Part of it is, and one of the comments that was shared was, we already know that the cost of living is high. So if the cost of living is high, why do we need to spend $400,000 on this when we already know what the problem is? And part of my response to that was just recognizing that I've actually had a lot of conversations with folks that have expressed that they feel fortunate because they have a better rent than they hear from other people. And so how much more common is that I feel good about my situation compared to others is there? We don't know that. We're making assumptions because there's no data that allows us to validate how bad the situation is and where the policy decisions need to be made in order to make sure that we're providing the right suite of protections for our renters. So anyways, I think that we can do a lot on from our position and on our side to make sure that we're being more proactive where renters feel like, there was policy proposals out there that looked at things like, mediation assistance. But if a renter doesn't feel comfortable in even coming forward in the first place, how effective is that program going to be for folks that are in fear of retaliation? So I look forward to the continued dialogue on this. And anyways, that was, I would say, my kind of takeaway from the event. And with that, we'll go to Councilmember Smith.
Okay. I did not attend intentionally because I felt like this was a process that did not need to have a direct policymaker interfering or hovering, but I did watch it. And I have talked to many, many people before and after. So a couple of highlights that I take away from those that expounded on their thinking, and I think Alan kind of touched on some of them. But the highlights for me in taking away, and this is an amalgamation of my observations of the video presentation and looking at the notes and talking to some people, that it's a privacy issue, that there's an unknown cost inventing a program that with the problem not being clearly defined. So we're kind of going down this path of, we voted, it was 4-1, but what are we really trying to do? So there was a lot of those comments that were coming through. That also that was intrusive, or is the proposal could be intrusive. And that any of the costs that are collected from property owners would naturally be passed on to renters. And so how is this possibly helping those that are renting if that property owner is incurring additional costs to provide feed of funding for this bureaucracy? There was also no consideration of owners' costs. I heard a lot about that and met with a couple of folks, and they basically laid out a matrix of their expenses over the last 3 years and illustrated quite clearly with their patience and care of allowing the rent to be lower for their tenants with maintenance, with property increases, sewage increases, and roof, and some other maintenance issues that actually in the last 3 years that they're about break even. So the perception that we hear frequently is that property owners that are renting are making a lot of money. Now, that is probably the case with some, but that cannot be ever assumed to be all. We know of a lot of cases where we have folks that are dependent on that income, and that is their retirement, or that is their sole source of income. And they don't necessarily make that great of money because of the maintenance costs, property taxes, insurance, sewage, and all the other things that owners have to bear. And naturally have to, when appropriate, pass it on to the occupants of their properties, because after all, it is a business that they are managing. What is the real problem? Was an over and over comment of, well, what is the real problem? And I think that we would probably all agree on this, is that the problem is we hear from folks that are saying there's not enough housing, and the housing we do look at is too costly, which means that our salaries are not in keeping with the workforce that can afford to live here with the cost of living. We've all shared that. We share that forever. I grew up here. That's not a new concept, and that's nothing that suddenly emerged in the last couple of years. That has unfortunately always been the case with property that is so close to the ocean in Northern California. And any community you look at in California, that same set of circumstances exist. The closer you are to the water, to good weather, beautiful communities, highly desirable, the cost is greater. Again, over and over, how does this help the renters? And I don't have a clear answer for that, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't see the value in going down this exercise. To me, the real problem is we need more available resources for opportunity sites, and we're going to hear more about that tonight. I look forward to that. Our planning commission is going to join us. But the real problem is that we are under a cease and desist for water, and we have so few sites that are able to expand and put more water on them. If you go back 25, 30 years ago, we didn't have CSUMB. MIIS has grown, Montage has grown, the military provides their housing, but we have an expansion in high demand of living space at the same time as we have a water shortage and drought conditions and high cost being in Monterey County. So it's just kind of a collection to restate some of the things I stated before. The problem is still there. We need more housing. The problem of water is still there. We need relief, expansion of more water, and get out from underneath the cease and desist. And right now we are in an extreme interest rate period. So don't expect any builder to be looking at trying to build something where they're paying 6 or 7% interest on property to expand and build a 4, 6, 8, 10, 20 unit building. So we have everything stacked against us. But that does not mean that we don't try and do something. We'll do more about that in our policies tonight as we look at opportunities. So those are my general observations, and I think we're going to turn to the public and hear from some of our members here from the public. So just wanted to say I appreciate the efforts on city staff to tackle something that is this difficult. They did a yeoman's work in collecting the information from those that attended. And that's the only comments I have right now.
Thank you. It does remind me, I'll make one last comment, which is I heard from an individual, because I think it is important to paint all sides of this conversation. And this individual had shared with me something along the lines of, I don't know how the phrase goes exactly, but taking like landlords are taking renters and tying them to the railroad tracks. Somebody might be able to clarify that line for me if they know what the line is. But did I say it correctly? Yes. Okay. So
It was a cartoon?
was it a cartoon? Well,
the person said, I didn't see it myself.
so this was a comment that was shared in a meeting, and I had committed to making sure that we do paint both sides of the picture. In that, and Councilmember Smith, you were alluding to this, that in fact most landlords are good, I would argue, and so this isn't an attack on landlords as if all landlords are bad. So I just wanted to make sure that that was part of the message as well. So we go ahead and go to public comment, and if you wouldn't mind stepping up to the mic, and you have your 3 minutes to speak. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Lawrence Samuels. I'm author of Killing History. I'm also a leader of the local Libertarian Party. I was at that meeting. I think 70–80% of the people did not like the idea. And nobody kind of really mentioned that. I mean, you can just go online and look at the questions and look at the answers. They didn't like it. I mean, I've never seen such good arguments against rent control and against the registry. Now I'm going to get into something a little more serious. You know, I've been working on this like for 30 years. I know about the political spectrum. I know that the National Socialists in 1933 brought in wage controls, price controls, and rent controls. They froze rents. And of course, it didn't help Nazi Germany. They didn't produce any more houses for 12 years. So I don't know why you're going in this direction. Did you see Tom Lee's letter? He's a resident of Monterey in the Herald. He has a study. He sent it to me. I can send it to you, where we in Monterey have some of the lowest rents in California along the coast. Lowest rents along the coast. Why are we doing this when we have some of the lowest rents? Now, let me tell you what we're worried about. Worried about people taking away our property rights. That's what the Nazis did. They're very anti-capitalistic. They hated landlords. They put a lot of them in jail. You know, we don't want that to happen. You know, and if you know anything about history, you know that Hitler believed in social equity. That's one of his speeches. He defined socialism as social equity. What's that? Well, if you have two homes and someone has none, you take the other house away from them. Hitler was also a social justice warrior. He's probably the first, he probably started the social justice movement in his speech in 1920 in Munich. So why are we going in the direction of fascism? Thank you. Oh, I got a little more time. So I have like 1,500 footnotes. I have books all over the place. I tell you, you know, if you knew something about the political spectrum has been deformed, you'd know what side you're on, but you don't, because it's all been changed. It's all been, there's historical sabotage. There's books out there that I got, and you read online what it says. You read the original copy and exactly the opposite. A lot of historical sabotage. And if you want to talk to me about it, I have 1,500 footnotes. I bought books just for page numbers, you know, the vet. So socialism, fascism, you know, that's what rent control means. Take your property rights. And we're a country of John Locke, where the idea is you don't have any freedoms unless you have the right to property. And that's what makes us so different. Most countries, you don't have right to property.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. I want to begin by saying I really appreciate the opportunity to find value and appreciate comments from opposite sides of the dais tonight. Both council members Smith and Hoffa brought up some really good points, I felt. I will offer one respectful clarification to the summary of the town hall report, and that is that not every comment of the participants was taken down verbatim. I watched as several of my comments that I repeated that were distinct from other participants were not written down. And I don't say this to disparage staff. They had a very difficult job. Over 150 participants, and I think there were about a dozen staff. They were writing furiously. They were doing the best they could, and I really appreciate their hard work. But the bottom line is that I counted the bullet points in tonight's staff reports, 160 bullet points summarizing over 150 participants' comments. It's just not all there. I'm sorry. And so I would really agree with the point that more outreach is needed. I would ask that an additional public meeting be held, at least one, to collect additional comments, and or the formation of a committee to help collect these sorts of comments, similar to what the city of Salinas did in the development of their rental registry. They had a technical advisory committee that included nonprofit housing advocates, tenants' rights advocates, property managers, property owners. This committee got together and really took the time to do the due diligence and gather the input to make a refined ordinance that we actually ended up having consensus on. And now the realtors are helping spread the word to property managers and property owners about how to be in compliance with Salinas's rental registry. So I would urge the council to seek more input so that you can also get more buy-in on whatever you end up deciding to do. And if you genuinely don't have the appetite to have more public meetings or to host a committee, then at a bare minimum, please conduct a poll or public survey to make sure that every single person who would like to be heard has the opportunity to be heard. And then I will just add that I previously came to this council to present some data from the city of Seattle. And since then, I have more recent data, more updated numbers. This is from the city of Seattle's rental registry. So the very sort of data that this city is seeking to obtain. And the Seattle rental registry data shows that in the 3 years since they established the rental registry, they lost 6.14% of their housing. Now, that might seem like a modest figure, but if you apply that to Monterey's rental housing inventory, that's over 500 units. And at an average of 2 residents per unit, that's upwards of 1,100 residents potentially displaced. And finally, Seattle did experience a 25% increase in rents increases subsequently after that regulation. So I would just urge us to take our time to gather more input and do this right. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Good evening, Kathy Anderson. I want to thank Alan and Ed for the first time I'm hearing something that could probably be worked out to the best of everybody's interest and to be open-minded. I was at that meeting, and the gentleman that spoke first, there was a lot of people that did not want to give information. Why are we doing this? We're going to raise our rent. So you may had some data there, but I felt that's why you had a good turnout. Everybody came out. They were so curious. Why do they want this? If we have people out there renting properties that are unhappy, there's got to be a hotline, a phone number to get a hold of the city, and you guys do what you need to do. I don't want to lose, and I'll say it, I don't want to lose my property rights. I don't want government knowing what I'm doing. I just spent $5,000 on a fence at my rental. You think I raised the rent? No. But if you're going to charge me $25 because I have to do a register, that will be passed on. So it's unfair to the people that are renting houses that are going to have some fees in the unknown, and you give them, 25, and then they're going to be raising it 50. Do some more public outreach, and I'm sure we could get to what we want to achieve here by working together and not being totally want this information in a register and what's next, So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Liaison, Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, Monterey resident and renter. I also went to that meeting. I decided to pick a table out random off in the corner, and Tyler, you never got to our table, which is probably just as well. So I didn't know what to expect. Actually, I thought I was going to come to the meeting and there would be 100 people there chanting, rent is too damn high. The famous slogan from New York City. What I found instead was that my table was a bunch of small property owners who live in Monterey, whose families have been here for a long time, who didn't understand why this was happening. to my dismay, I found they didn't even know who their city council members were. So as a staff tried to, and staff really had this structured to give certain answers, I have to say, for those who pointed out maybe the forum wasn't as open as it could be. So I just told these people here, I said, you know what, if they didn't really have any, analytical arguments or compromise language that you probably were hoping would come from it, they were just couldn't understand it and they were outraged. So I said, you know what you need to do? I said, just skip the staff level. Here, everybody take a picture of the emails of the city council members. And I had my laptop, so I showed it to them. And I said, you have to go and talk to the city council directly and tell them your perspective on this.
Thank you. You're the guy. Thank you.
Oh, am I the guy? Yes. In fact, even we talked with our own landlord about it, and they're going to email you too about this, because our personal opinion is we made a contract. We keep both sides of the deal. We're pretty happy with it, and we don't really want government meddling with a good thing. Now I know not everybody's there, and when people kept on saying, "Well, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" I said, you know what? Because 2/3 of the city are renters, and rent increases are hard. It's hard to live here. And the government is therefore saying we need to intervene here and make it easier for people. So that's what I explained to them about it. My feeling is good points about the privacy issues. In fact, I was just looking at the Salinas rental registry today as they're beginning to implement it behind schedule. And I saw the strong privacy language that was in there. That was something I'll say I really pushed on behalf of the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. You do not want those lists of property owners, or of tenants for that matter, getting out into the public for trial lawyers to take advantage of. You got to keep that information private as much as possible. It says it very explicitly in that ordinance. Just in general, I think the Chamber of Commerce, they say there are probably ways to go about the troublesome landlords without having to go through this big system. Because if I'm a landlord and I'm getting to the system, I say, I see what's coming. They're going to tighten the ropes around me, because the more government intervenes in my rental property, the more tenants will like it. And I think you just have to be very careful what you're doing. But I appreciate the comments here, and also having that forum and working on this rather than jamming it through. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Young Son, and I'm a realtor here in Monterey County, and I've been a realtor for 45 years here. And I feel like this rental registry, first, I have a lot of questions. What is a policy aspect of the registry? And I am not really clear about why do we need to have a registry. All the tenants knows how to get hold of the maintenance department or a property manager. And I asked a lot of people, and they say, well, the city wants to know who owns this income properties or rental properties. It's very easy to access who owns that property, and the owner name is right there with the mailing address. If anybody wants to make any kind of issue, they could directly write a letter. And like what he said, better usage of a budget to help the tenants who needs help, instead of using this, trying to grow this rental registry. I mean, does the city of Monterey have a budget to take care of the whole registry? And how they're going to take care of it? And I'm afraid that this is going to come into as a rent control. And I believe, yes, rents are, some places are higher, but people are still coming in to reside here. And we all live in a beautiful Monterey County. The rent control part, I'm just really afraid of rent control here. And totally, everyone is trying to take the property rights from the property owners. We already have very strict rules on rent, increase of rent, or even to let them, even giving them a notice to move out so family member could move in. We can't even do that. If you look at our forms, the Governor Newsom created it during the COVID, in which we have to follow that policy right now. The property owner really doesn't have any rent property rights anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Jeff Dowdy, a third generation resident, Monterey Peninsula. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I am opposed to the registry, and I'll try to explain why, but I also understand there's a process that you've embarked on. And before I talk about my concerns, I'll just say, if the process is going to continue, I really do think that there should be an effort to take the instruction from what happened in Salinas. There was a little more involvement, and the committee was a very good thing to do. It may have taken a little bit longer, but I think at the end of the day, you've got a little stronger buy-in from all sides. And I like what I'm hearing from Councilmember Hoffa. I appreciate what you said. I do think there are probably better things that we could do with these funds, but if you are going to proceed, I would just say, can we get a little more involved? Love the idea of a citizens group. It can have all representation on it. I love the idea of really trying to make sure we get exactly what you're trying to accomplish. Which leads me to my point. First of all, this council did not cause the problem that I think we're all concerned about, and that is just a lack of housing in this peninsula. It goes back 30, 40, 50 years. Probably no one in this room caused it, but we've lived through it and we witnessed it. And councils before and administrations before and planning before, all of us have led us to the point where we just don't have the housing stock to keep up with the people who live here. It isn't the tourists, it isn't the out-of-towners. All of us, unfortunately, reproduce. We're people who continue to populate the earth, and we live here. So the registry is not going to solve that problem. Housing is going to solve the problem. Higher density housing, building housing where people don't really want to see housing. We need to solve this water problem to address that, and you all know that. But the registry is not going to help us get water permits. It's not going to help us get a meter on vacant land. It's not going to help us get water allocated to vacant land. You've got a lot of opportunities in this city to really go and put some housing in place and help to solve the problem. And that's really what I would prefer we spend the time doing. Try to get housing to at least come close to our need. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Vega, and I didn't go to that meeting, but I did watch it on Zoom like him, and I just didn't even say a word. But 80% of the people that went there were pretty much against it. And I was kind of stunned. I said, wow, even some tenants. The reality is that you're going into a minefield of trying to solve a problem that's really is between a tenant and a landlord. It's no more than you trying to get involved in someone's marriage. You wouldn't go because you got a complaint that the neighbor and the husband and the wife are fighting. You would not, as a city council, wouldn't interfere. But it's kind of the same level. And you guys don't realize that you don't belong there. You are policymakers to say, hey, we have to make sure we have enough land for the housings that we need. We know that we can't have the entire peninsula live in Monterey. So the only way that you can limit the people in here is to price. That's what the marketplace does. It's no more different than the people that work for you, the people when you go to the store. What would you feel like if suddenly the people that work for you came to you and said, "Oh, by the way, I want to control my income. I want $35 an hour, $50 an hour, $100 an hour," and you as the individual that's in charge of it suddenly has to be put under this pressure that you're going to pay. And that's what you're doing here. And the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think you guys all have good intentions, but it's wrong what you're doing. This history of rent control and registry has been tried on the East Coast back in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. Go read about it. Remember when they just ripped down damn near 25 buildings in New York because they had just gone to hell in a handbasket? That was rent control. That was registry. That was someone getting involved between a landlord and a tenant landlord decides, fine, if I'm not going to get enough money to do this, I'm not going to fix this. And it fell apart. And soon they're tearing down buildings. I shudder to think what Monterey is going to start looking like East Salinas one day. This is the first step. I ask you, please don't take that step. Help the people that need help, but do not take this step because I think it's the road to hell for everybody, including the tenants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Sherna Stewart. I didn't go to the meeting, but I have 2 rentals in my house. And of course, it was just a family home originally. It seems to me that the city might be helpful with people who have homes like I do, develop an opportunity to have a renter or two. I guess they call them granny units. It seems to me there are a lot of people who have space who for whom it's a nuisance to either advertise or how would they do it. So it just seems like if there were some kind of consultancy that would help people get over the hump of having all of their house to themselves when they do have room that they could rent, room to rent. It's a very worthwhile thing to have, particularly if you're single, to have people in your house coming and going and knowing that you're doing a good thing and that it works out well for them. And I haven't heard any discussion about the governor's, about the law that says any single family home can now be quadrupled in the amount of not so much occupants, but separate spaces. So helping people think about building on their property might be a very good idea. And then last of all, I did read, and I'm sure you all have as well, about I think someplace in Europe where they actually tax the people who have homes and have space and who are not renting it. I think it's partly as a way of getting them involved, but also getting money so that the cities could then help other people find rentals. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, let's take it online, please.
There are hands raised online. Our first hand raised was Esther Malkin.
Good evening, everybody. I want to point out how desperate does somebody have to be to compare what we're talking about here to what the Nazis did. That's sheer desperation on the part of the property owner that continues to bring this up and distort and twist it into that conversation. I'd like to point out that the same disproportionate attendance that you have there in chambers and more likely online is the same disproportionate attendance that every single conversation has when it comes to this subject, while 66% of the renters of the city, residents of the city are renters. That disproportionate number is the reason why we have not been able to get the property management companies and the property owners to come to the table with legitimate ways of trying to keep our workers here, to prevent homelessness and to prevent the exodus that we're seeing because people can't find housing. Yes, we need more built, but no, you can't build it fast enough. And in the meantime, how much more are residents expected to live through 10% increases in their rents annually when they're only getting 1%, 2%, or 3% increases in their income? Not a single person is addressing that. Where are they supposed to get that income? The other comments that have been made is this privacy thing. Whose privacy is really at question here? It's the property management companies and the property owners. Why? Because there are dozens of LLCs that mask who the property owners are, and they get away with doing things with zero liability and zero reasons to answer to anybody. So the mom and pops that are being scared into thinking that if they have 1, 2, 3 units, that they're going to have to pay an amount that's going to be passed along to renters, the same as the property management companies that own hundreds or more than that units. It's a complete scare tactic. You're only going to have to spend $25 or something like that. Renters would happily take that kind of a cost passed along to them, as opposed to the 10% that they continue having to pay every year that compounds on the year before. So this city has historically had low paying jobs. The income gap is historically large. And the real problem we have here is homelessness prevention until we can bring more housing to the table. And unfortunately, the market has been controlled by the property management companies that have so many properties under their control that they are the ones that mom and pops should be worried about, because they're the ones that they're scaring you into thinking that you're going to be treated as mom and pops the same way as these property management companies are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next hand raised was Lori Mazuka.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to just say right up that if I don't get through what I want to say, I have written my comments and the council and everyone will have access to them. And it includes a page full of publications and literature that I found even online on a quick search on this topic, much of it related to this area in California. And I have to say, probably much to the dismay of the last speaker, falls in line with many of the prior commenters. I did attend via Zoom the town hall meeting. And I was a little surprised it was supposed to run 6 to 9. It was cut short. I was one of those 75 plus folks online, and I will say I don't feel like the comments were 100% captured for sure online. And I'm sure that was hard. There was one person trying to write things down for everybody online, just commenting and putting things in the chat. So I loved the idea in that meeting of the breakout groups. I think if there could be more forums like that, it would be great. That in-person breakout group to come up with ideas. I'm one of those, and I shared it, and I'll share it again here. Not scare tactics, but I will just say that I lived through rent control. I lived in Alameda before I moved here. It was a very difficult bunch of years. I had moved, I'm looking for my notes, about 6 times in 8 years due to lease terminations because of what property values did, which we've experienced here. And Monterey is going down a very similar path. You can call it rent control, rent stabilization, or whatever nice buzzword you want to use for trying to control the economics of the housing market. But the bottom line is renters there did not heed all of the seasoned folks that were talking about what can happen by going down this road, the unintended consequences. And like I said, I lived through it. I was having to live in less desirable places, smaller, worse conditions. And I still didn't speak up anymore, even though there was rent control in the rental registry, because I felt like what I had, I could lose. So I would love to see the resources being put towards some of these bad property management companies versus creating another database and more staff members. I just think there's more we can do to help the bad situations. And I would also say, if you council members don't do it, put your finger on next door. There's a lot of comments going where I think people feel more comfortable there than they would in a council meeting speaking, and you can get some good insight. And I'm out of time, so I'll stop there and just look for my letter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next hand raised is Graziella Cardinali, and I am sorry if I ruined your name just then.
Hi, thank you, mayors and council members. I no longer live in the area, but I grew up in Monterey and I have a rental property there. And I relocated to Southern California. And I feel that a lot of what's going on with this registry does to some extent put a burden on the landlord to kind of correct these planning efforts at the city. As one caller mentioned earlier, about this 10% increase, annually, and how the renter will address that. I can counter that with the 20 to 30% home premium increase that we've seen. Aside from State Farm, I think Allstate is another one that has now said that they will not, provide new policies in California. And so that really limits who we can get our policies through with additional premiums on top of that, which is something that renters don't have to deal with. Us as the landlord and the property manager are bearing the brunt of that. The other concern I have is, we're trying to create more housing issues, but I'd really like to see some transparency in the new home developments that have come up back in Marina and Fort, and how many of those were actually advertised as affordable housing, like how many of those units were allocated to that, and how many now are over $1 million homes that just 7 or 8 years ago were supposed to be like $450,000 homes. So I see that happening. It comes with good intentions, and then a very small fraction of those homes are actually allocated to quote unquote affordable housing. I do like some of the comments earlier about, mediation, anonymous reporting. I do know that myself as a landlord, I've had a lot of incremental cost increases to myself, which this is just another thing that makes it more burdensome that, if the bureaucracy continues on that, it is something that I would consider selling my property and buying a home down where I live and having, not to deal with all of that, including the HOA dues that continue to increase year after year that just increased over $300 for my unit alone last year. Again, another thing that a renter doesn't see, but we bear the brunt of that. I think an anonymous reporting or a poll for landlords and renters, which was mentioned earlier, is a great idea. And I only heard about the rental registry and all that information through Nextdoor because I don't live in the area anymore. So I know my time is coming down, but also with corporations buying up, property, you're dealing with corporate property management, and that fares far worse for renters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. There are no hands raised online anymore.
Okay, thank you for everybody for your feedback. There's not a vote on this. This is just a presentation, and for sake of time, I'm going to defer any additional comments at this time so that we can get to the next item on the agenda. And so with that, we'll go to item number 8, Monterey One Water new proposed billing strategy. And with that, I'll pass to the city manager for a staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Monterey One Water's esteemed General Manager Paul Schuder is here. We have a 2-part presentation which basically shares information that Paul is sharing with you and gives you a brief informational report also from the city perspective on the proposed measure by Monterey One Water. And with that, I extend a very warm welcome to Paul, and haven't seen you for a long time in the chamber. So please, thank you so much for coming. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Hans. And thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Paul Schuder. I'm the general manager at Monterey One Water. And so thank you for the opportunity to come here and share some information on a proposed billing change that we are doing. And certainly Mayor Williamson will know this. Our board has requested that we go out to all of our member entities as well as others and just try to gather some information, to gather perspectives as we go through this journey to make a decision on this proposed billing change. So with that, what is this change? So Monterey One Water, who provides the wastewater services for much of Northern County. So from Moss Landing down through Pacific Grove, Castroville, and Salinas, we use a third-party billing company right now. AFTS is the name of the company. They ship out or send invoices or bills to customers every other month. So if you're on the peninsula, you receive it 1 month, Salinas the next, and it just sort of alternates throughout the year. As part of that bill, we also, on most of our member entities, have your sewer service charge on our invoices, and then we reimburse the city for those. The proposed change, as you see before you, is to use Monterey County and the tax rolls. So as those of you that have property or are familiar with it, property taxes are paid twice per year. And oftentimes fees and rates are on those tax rolls. They're not taxes per se, but frequently mosquito abatement districts, schools, things like that, ones that are fixed. Water service varies depending on usage, so you can't really put that on the tax rolls, but for fixed services like ours, you certainly can. Others in the area that use the tax rolls are Carmel Area Wastewater District, as well as Pebble Beach Community Services District. So that's the essence of the proposed change. So why are we doing this? And there's a number of reasons, and I'm going to touch on a few, and certainly your staff report had some information in there as well. I think it may have been based on some of our older information when we started this last October, November timeframe. So I'll try to update it as best as we can. Our current system actually is not that user-friendly. We don't have the functionality that one would assume in terms of going online and checking how much your bill is or when it's paid and things like that. So moving to the tax rolls will allow more of that transparency from our perspective, that when you receive your tax bill, it'll be line itemed out there what your sewer charge is. One of the larger concerns, at least from my perspective, is we have somewhere around 5 to 7% delinquent accounts. So when that happens, we rely on those revenues to provide our services. So in order to collect them, what we do is we put it on the tax rolls. We put a lien on the tax rolls if you are behind more than 2 billing cycles, so 4 months. That has been a contentious process. When we do that, which we're actually going to be doing in August, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, we're doing that this month at our board meeting, having a hearing, and then it'll go on the tax rolls later. We've had a lot of feedback that, hey, this is not in the public's best interest to be leaning properties and causing fees to be paid by those that are delinquent. So putting it on the tax rolls is one way to get away from that. Well, we've talked to the county. Their payment rate is closer to 98%. So we would not have those delinquent accounts as we're seeing them. Certainly, I'm going to go to the fiscal. There is savings to this. As you can imagine, having a third-party bill, it costs money to send out bills to 61,000 accounts every 2 months. So there will be savings. Those net savings will be, we won't be paying the vendor, we will be paying the county a percentage, but those revenues will then go back into the agency for needed infrastructure changes, adding positions for source control to make sure the water that we're reusing and recycling, I've heard a number of comments around here about water, is to the quality that we need it. In terms of rate increases, by no means is this a rate increase. This is truly just using a different entity for billing. We still fall under Proposition 218 as a public entity, as a special district, that we need to send notices to every single customer or every single 61,000 of our customers to propose a rate increase. That happened about 3.5 years ago, and our board takes that into account on When people say, no, we don't want you to, or whatever, we report that out every board meeting at the decision process. The totals are provided. That will still occur. So by no means is this being any less transparent than we have been or we need to be. Oh, thank you. I wish I had brought my glasses because I'm having trouble seeing this, but let me go once again to the proposed timeline. I'm going to go back to, we are out looking for information, looking for feedback on how to make this better for people. We think it's an appropriate move to save money, be more efficient as government, be transparent, and provide better customer service, but we are looking for that information. However, the proposed timeline, as you see, is we're out right now doing these presentations. We're going to community organizations. In a later slide, there will be some open public meetings, both in English and Spanish, we will be going into doing. Our board will consider it for implementation this fall. And then come winter, spring of next year, we'll start sending notifications out to the customers. We have an outreach plan that includes bill stuffers in our existing bills that go out, as well as letters that'll be heading out, of course, on our website, social media, and so on. I'm going to take I'll move forward here. The first time we would move to the tax rolls, if our board decides that, wouldn't be until October of 24. So we have a long runway here to gather information and be as informed as we can possibly be to make that decision. So let's go to the changes. So what's changing? Instead of going by monthly bills, and we'll be on the tax rolls. Instead of receiving your Monterey One water bill, you will not receive that. You'll see it on your tax rolls with a line item. The lien process would not occur any further. Responsible party designation. So what does that mean? Right now for sewer service, which is a mandated function, all of our bills go to the property owner. Of our 61,000 accounts, approximately 91% of those property owners pay the bill, which then goes to, well, what's that other 9% do? Those are the ones that may pass it on to a renter or to a tenant or something like that. So those are the sort of numbers we're talking about. We have reached out to a number of the rental community and property managers on how can we make this better? How does it affect them? And we will continue to do that. And we're welcoming comments and changes to whatever plan we have here. One thing that may affect the city, and I think our staff has been in contact with your staff, right now, when we receive the city's portion of the bill every 2 months, it then is transferred to the city. Being that it will be based on the property tax rolls, more than likely, we're going to see the bulk of our revenues coming in twice a year versus equally 6 times per year. So there will be a cash flow difference going to the city. You'll see the same cash flow, but it'll just be a timing difference. Let's move on to the next slide. And this just goes to the fact that we're not just trying to get this done, we are trying to elicit input. We will maintain the transparency and frankly, meeting all the regulations and laws that we need to throughout this whole process and moving into the future. This isn't going to change. Our budget approval, which did happen on June 5th at an open board meeting, will continue to be an open process. Our board meetings are open and we certainly encourage involvement and comment because we think, frankly, it always gets better when we hear from our customers. So that will not change. Wanted to touch on our residential assistance program. So we've certainly heard from a number of community groups that going from paying every 2 months to potentially paying in 6-month chunks, that's a financial burden. So we wanted to address that in 2 separate ways. One is with our assistance program that our board initiated 2 years ago, where we put some of our non-rate funds into an account, and those property owners or renters that can qualify, we will pay a portion of their bills over the year. This is predicated on the PG&E CARES program, and we will continue to do that. Our board is also looking into trying to fund this to a greater degree. So if that financial burden of an increased amount they need to pay twice a year is burdensome, we can have more funds available for the community. Another thing is, well, and I'll go to, sorry, let me back up a little bit. I mentioned that 91% of property owners pay their bills, so that leaves 9% that it's passed on to a second party. Also, from the county, we learned that 30% of the tax roll is on impound account. I certainly have an impound account, so my bill will just be a monthly increase. So I will get to pay on a monthly basis, and I am very fortunate that I have the ability to absorb that increase. The county is moving towards a monthly payment system. And I think in the staff report, we didn't, I apologize, we didn't provide good enough information. It is a little speculative in your staff report. It is moving forward at the county. They have hired positions to administer this program. They are actively working on a contract with a third party to have monthly payments available for property taxes. Our board has been very clear that is key for us to move forward on this. So the county anticipates, and what we're hearing, that will go into effect this fall at the county. So some of the financial burden in terms of being able to pay monthly will still be available to all of our customers paying those bills. And then lastly, as seen on the screen here, future outreach and continued feedback. Certainly people can go onto our website. There will be 4 public meetings, community forums, to try to gather information, 2 in Spanish and 2 in English. I am totally wrong there. 2 in Spanish and 2 in English, both in the Valley as well as the Peninsula. You can see those are in July and August. Once again, trying to provide more feedback so we can inform our board of what people are saying and how we can structure this to be the least impact, but the most benefit to all of our customers. With that, I think that's all I had. And I was told to try to keep this to 8 minutes. I'm not sure if I succeeded or not.
You failed.
Okay. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let me run out then. Sorry. And if I can certainly answer any questions you may have if you would like, or gather information and provide it to Hans.
Yep. So thanks for that presentation, Paul. And yeah, I think you nailed all the points that I was going to add. So I have nothing really. Are there any questions on the council? Councilmember Barber.
First, thank you so much for that information and the clarification on some parts. You did answer some questions that I did have initially when preparing and reading all of this. So thank you for that. My only question I have at this time right now is, you talk about the third party for the county for monthly, so that anybody having any type of burden, some type of issues, that they could be able to go through this particular program. But I'm wondering, what cost is that, and how is that different from the third party you're already trying to go away from? And is that cost passed on to the customers, or how would that look?
So number one, I'll have to get you more information about the specifics of their program. But in terms of the difference between our third party versus their third party, our third party does send out, like, mails to every account an invoice. So in terms of one entity, that's a lot of cost. The county obviously is the property taxes as well as all the other fees that we all pay. So it's sort of a different beast in that sense. Their program, as I understand it, you would still get your property tax bill, but you have the opportunity to sign up for the monthly payments through this third party. The costs, I don't know, and I will absolutely get to your council and staff, but my understanding is there's probably an administrative fee for that, but it is paid prior to the due date. So if I owe my property taxes in April, I'm paying January, February, March, April. So I'm paying it actually before it's due. It's just cut into 1/12 chunks. So I'm paying before, but it's credited to my account. I will find you the specifics of their contract. They are negotiating it as we speak,
Okay,
and provide it to Hans if that's okay.
yeah, that would be perfect. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
The second and last question I have is, my understanding, and this may be wrong of what I read, is that property owners that have multiple properties, if the tax bill, the detail is not spelled out, is that correct? Or is, that's what my understanding was?
So in reference to the sewer or the wastewater charges, it will be spelled out on all property taxes, whether you're one property owner, or you own 6 properties, as a specific rate. Once again, this isn't an added tax, it's our rates, and it will be stated there, wastewater charges, Monterey One Water.
Mhm.
What we're still working on is, will it show wastewater charges, Monterey One Water, and then City of Monterey collection system charge? Our invoices that we showed up there show the differences, and we're trying to clarify that in how the database is transferring data to the county. Because obviously, with our 10 member entities, it would be 10 separate line items that we need to make sure is in the database. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that portion will be spelled out.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions at this time? We'll save comments for the end.
Yeah, question. Did I hear you correctly to say that the county will be moving to a monthly collection of property taxes?
Partially. They will be moving towards an opportunity to do that for those of us that want
So
to.
it would be an opt-in.
Yes.
Okay.
It is still the every, April and November.
Every 6 months. Yeah.
Every 6 months like it has been, but there's an opt-in for a monthly.
Okay. Second question was the percentage the city obtains from MW1 now comes over directly to the city after your billing process. Do you see any change at all in the timing of when the city would receive their percentages? And we haven't heard from staff, so I'm not asking you to speak for staff, but I'm asking about the timelines of when the city would receive their revenue and it receives it from MW1, not the county. Is that correct?
Currently, you're absolutely right. It receives it from M1W.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, it's probably on the ballpark every 2 to 3 months.
Yeah.
We transfer the money over. If we move to the tax rolls, those funds will be coming from the county, not from M1W. That's number one. Number two, you will see a difference in when you receive the money. And I'm going to make this up a little bit, but let's say we bill for Monterey, January, March, et cetera, et cetera. There's probably a 60-day lag before we get the money and transfer it. So you see your portion, your January portion in March, your March portion in May, et cetera. So you see money 6 times a year from us. From the county, you're more than likely only going to get it probably twice a year. So that's what I meant by it's a cash flow difference to the city.
I got it.
But in any given year, you still should receive the same amount or more because there's less delinquent accounts.
Got it. Thank you.
Any questions? Councilor Hopper?
Yeah, the staff report, and I think you mentioned that this could result in a cost savings of 400,000 a year. It was a little unclear to me how that would be used. And the staff report mentioned hiring other staff who might look at issues. And I'm just wondering if the staff or board at Monterey One considered passing the savings along to ratepayers. That would make this probably a lot more popular.
Yeah, so great point. And so generally speaking, if we saved $400,000, it would go into, we don't really have a general fund per se, but we operate in enterprise funds. So our wastewater fund, recycled water for agricultural irrigation and so on. It would stay in the wastewater fund. And when we do our budget for the next fiscal year, that $400,000, if that's the case, would be considered in the overall budget. So ultimately it would benefit the customer in lower rates. As I'm sure you know, we have a lot of infrastructure, so we're trying to invest a lot in infrastructure. So if we can save $400,000 over here and put it to infrastructure, that's $400,000 we don't have to go to each of you to pay. And our focus has been on funding infrastructure and actually increasing our reserves so we can pay for those upgrades. So, but very good point in terms of outreach and talking points.
Thank you, Paul, for the presentation. Just a couple quick questions. Just to clarify, with this change, property owner who's a landlord, it would be clear to that person how they would pass on that charge to their tenant?
So in terms of clear, let's say you are a property owner and or you rent. So you would receive, if we make this change on your property taxes, they would go up by the $44 a month. You would have to change or increase the rent to your tenant if in fact the tenant was paying their sewer in the past, they no longer would. So their rent would go, or their total monthly output would be the same, but you would raise the rent by the $44 a month. And we can certainly provide, I mean, we don't want to provide direction on that sort of stuff, but maybe some guidance would be prudent.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is a landlord who has a property with 10 units, they would know how to break up that charge amongst the 10 units.
Got it. Got it. So small apartment, let's say, something like that.
Yeah.
So even right now, the 91% of those people that own those 10 units, they pay their sewer charges themselves. But you're right, there's the 9%, which of 61,000 people, that's what, 4,500 people plus or minus. They do pass the sewer bill on to their tenants. And it's those circumstances, I think, that you're referencing. I don't know that we would provide direction on how to do that, but we could certainly have more talking points and meet with the property owners associations and the renters associations and such to discuss how this would work. Because each one's a little different, what we found, whether it be business, apartments, single family homes, and so on. But that's it. Because you hit the nail on the head. That is the group of our customers that frankly are the most unsatisfied with this. Many of our customers are like, great, this is gonna be wonderful. I don't have to write another check. I can just do it in my property taxes. But we're trying to focus on those that have dissatisfaction with the proposed change.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and with the conversations of, you know, high rents and all that, I think that would be important. Just a second question. In general, do you have a sense where the other JPA members stand on this?
So generally speaking, I think, and I'll defer to Mayor Williamson in a second, but there are 3 or 4 that are concerned about low-income renters and how this may affect them. I think the entire board is concerned about fixed income or low-income individuals where trying to save up 6 months worth of sewer bills to pay would be an encumbrance. So in trying to address some of those interests and concerns, I think generally speaking, the board is supportive of the idea. I don't know if it's appropriate to defer to the mayor for this, but
yeah, I would just add that I think that's where that's where this conversation came up of the county taking on this third-party service where people can pay their property tax on a monthly basis as opposed to only twice a year. Because particularly for folks that are currently paying that twice a year payment and they're however they do that, setting the funds aside, it might be a challenge for them to all of a sudden have to pay 44, times 12 or 6, twice a year. So I think that is why I think the board feels a little bit more comfortable with the county moving that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go out to how many folks in the public want to speak on this item? Can I just get a show of hands? Oh, I apologize. How long are we looking at? How many minutes? 3 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and do the staff presentation. Thank you, Paul.
All right. Thank you, Paul. We appreciate very much the Monterey One Waters board reaction, and staff has really not a recommendation for you tonight, just because I think the process now that is being set up by Monterey One Water appears to be or is very collaborative and very encompassing, and want to express to Paul and his team our sincere appreciation for all the work that is being done now to go to different city councils, solicit input, and figure it out. With that, we have prepared a small, quick presentation that Brianna Kennedy out of the city manager's office will provide you with. And as I stated earlier, I think from a staff perspective, we understand where Monterey One Water wants to go with that. Yes, we will have some sort of cash flow issues, but in the bigger picture, I think we can understand why Monterey One Water wants to do what they are doing right now. And with that, I ask Brianna to present our slides.
Thank you, Hans, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. I will try to make this quick. And thank you to Paul from Monterey One Water for his presentation and that additional information. I do think he provided helps launch us into a further discussion about some of the points that we have here. So this is the basic flow chart showing the billing process, how it currently is with Monterey One, collecting both for their services and for the city fees. And then the proposed billing structure on the bottom here. I think Paul mentioned this. They're still trying to figure out with the county whether or not it's going to be one line item for the total charges with Monterey One and city fees lumped together, or if it's going to be two line items. And I think that will dictate how we receive funds. If it's one line item, there's a potential for the payments still needing to be collected from Monterey One Water. And Paul, you may be able to address that more clearly. It's one of our major unresolved questions. Obviously, we also mirror some of the feedback you've already received on how this could potentially impact low income and fixed income households, as well as small businesses who may also be just as these homeowners may default on their mortgages, small businesses could default on their leases if they're not able to pay in those larger chunks. We also have concerns about how it impacts people who are part of a homeowners association, and obviously how this may also impact renters. While yes, 91% do pay that bill directly, there may still be others who want to provide that pass-through, and currently the city of Monterey does not have a cap on what those pass-through costs can be. So the best case scenario is that it's just the monthly equivalent, but as you mentioned, there's no way to dictate what they do, and it would be very helpful to have information available for property owners on best practices for passing those costs on to renters moving forward. Some of our unresolved issues, these questions are taken directly from the staff report. I won't read through them verbatim. I do think one of the things that we haven't heard yet tonight is how adjusted rates for vacancies may be handled. It would be great down the line to get more clarification on how the city will receive those fees based on how it is billed on the tax bill, and also how people who don't receive, or properties that don't receive property tax bills like churches, schools, things like that, how will they continue to be billed for their sewer charges? Obviously, we won't put Paul on the spot right now, but if he does have any additional comments for those points, or if Monterey One Water can provide comment on those things moving forward, that would be very helpful, I think, for the city and from the staff perspective to better understand how this program will work and how it can best benefit our residents moving forward. Thank you all.
Okay. Did you want to respond to anything at all?
Whatever you like.
Whatever you feel like sharing.
So certainly, I guess, Councilmember Garcia, I just I apologize. You guys may have drawn the short straw because you got me versus some of our staff who are really good at this stuff.
It's true.
You don't have to back me up on that one, Tyler.
Just kidding. I love you, Paul.
So in reference to your question, actually, Rachel Godoy, who is one of our outreach people, said we will provide a breakdown of cost to each multi-unit property each July. So they'll have an understanding of what the breakdown of costs are. In reference to one of the questions that were up there that about vacancies, as sewer service, whether a house is vacant or full, it's really, there's no meter. So we don't know if there's 27 people in there or 0. So there is no, decreased cost for vacancies. It is just sort of like a postage stamp, whether I'm mailing across the street or mailing across the country, it's still whatever a stamp costs nowadays. I get those forever stamps, so I don't know what they cost, but it's the same cost, same thing with homes. We are looking at doing a full rate and fee study in about 2 years, a little under that, 1.5 years, that would look at some of those differences, whether the board wants us to look at vacancies or certainly fixture units, whether you have a 2-bath house or a 6-bath house. Right now, it's considered a single family dwelling and they're paying the same. So I fully understand there are some inequities in the structure of our system as it is, but it's one of the many models that are out there. And frankly, I don't remember the other bullets, but if you can send them to me, I will respond as best as we can.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Let's go ahead and open it up to public comments. Can I get a seat? I didn't see hands earlier. Is there anybody in the chamber? No hands? Okay. All right. Let's take it online.
There are 2 hands raised online.
Okay.
The first one with their hand up.
Sorry, and real quick, let's keep it to 2 minutes because it has to come back to the council and we're already over time.
Okay. First person, Esther Malkin, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, good evening. I wanted to, first of all, thank Paul and staff, Rachel and Frank. They are the very first ones to ever actually reach out and get input from how something like this would affect renters. Nobody has ever done that, whether it's a utility company or otherwise. So a big thank you to them for that. I spoke with them for a very long time early on, and they were the bulk of the conversation ended up being what life was like being a renter. And many of the comments that they heard, they responded with, I had no idea. So it was educational for them, and they were very responsive to my suggestion of creating a an assistance program that would encompass more people that are not qualifying under the parameters of the program that they have right now. Because as we all know, the middle class is shrinking, shrinking, shrinking. And those people do not qualify for any help from on assistance programs from any utility or otherwise. So the suggestion I had was to create something with some of the savings to help people in that category, which they were very, considerate of listening to and saying that they were going to talk about more in detail. And at the time we had the conversation, this was going to save them $275,000, and now it's up to 400. So I'm really happy to hear that. And I pay my water as a renter. So I know that this is going to be something that's going to be difficult and interesting to renters in particular, but the majority of the properties do not bill the renters directly. And this is going to be property management companies that are going to influence. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next person with their hand raised was Lori Mazuka.
Hi, thank you, and hello again. I will just say that I'm a ratepayer and I have not heard anything about this. And the only reason I even knew about it was because I saw it on the agenda tonight. So I've not received anything in the mail. I don't get a paper bill. There's obviously a paperless option because I don't get a paper bill every 2 months. I just have the rate taken out of my checking account, so I see it come every 2 months, and that works for me. And I want to keep it that way. I do not want to see this put on an annual property tax bill. That's super that Monterey One Water is going to save 400,000. But I will say I was also on that series of calls during COVID where over 100 people were on the call. You know, a lot of them fixed income folks not wanting these rate increases, but Monterey pushed oh, we need it for the infrastructure. So great, you hit us all with multiple years of increases for the infrastructure. And now I'm hearing that you're going to save $400,000 and then put it to infrastructure. Well, I just want to know what the ratepayer's getting out of this other than a burden of going to have to face changing how property tax bills are paid. And the next thing you know, we're going to have garbage wanting to do that and every other utility wanting to simply just eliminate the administrative cost of billing. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little irritated because I feel like if 95% of us or more are paying our bills on time, why are we the ones burdened with having to compensate for the 5% who aren't paying the bill? Put those 5% on this new plan to have to pay ahead of time and leave the rest of us the way we are. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you for your comment. We do have one more commenter online. The name is Graziella Cardinali.
Hi there. Just a couple questions related to that. I did see it on the screen about folks who have HOA, which I do, and how that will look like for us as owners, where we pay pretty exorbitant HOA dues in Monterey, and that's built into it. I do know that the rates continue to go up; they never go down. And so, if this adjustment is made where we're going to be paying it on our tax bill, there has to be some kind of enforcement where it's reduced off our HOA payments, which that might be a struggle. Also for, folks who are fixed income, my family is very old fashioned. They don't really access the internet much. They've not heard anything about this either. They are on a fixed income. So for them to see something like that on a bill would be a burden. And as mentioned earlier, with that middle income category continuing to decrease, they're in that category. And so that's something that definitely needs to be considered, because Monterey does have quite a few elderly in the area who aren't necessarily really good with, internet and all these other things, and have not really received any of that kind of communication. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That was the last hand raised online.
Okay, thank you. I'll just close out by I think reiterating some of the points that I heard earlier, which include there's no increase to rates through this transition. You would be paying the same fee. And I would point out too that I don't think this was shared earlier, but the city of Monterey did allocate funding in our FY23, FY24 budget to help cover the cost of the city's portion of the fees. And so that's another opportunity for those that may qualify to get some additional assistance as the transition happens. And I did hear some conversation or some questions around the communication. And so I think Paul has that as a note to take away, but I would clarify that I don't think any communication has gone out via our bills. So I think folks should be standing by for additional communication. And this discussion will continue on the Monterey One Water Board. So I would encourage folks that are interested to attend our board meetings and pay attention to our Monterey One Water Board meeting agendas for additional communication in that space. So with that, thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody, for your feedback and input on this topic. And with that, we will move on. We have items number 9 and 10. I'm going to have them be continued to the evening session? Nope.
We are proposing that you continue item number 9 to July 18th at 4 o'clock.
Okay,
And we are proposing that you take item number 10 right now because that is actually usually a pretty quick point and shoot.
how long are we thinking? We're
5 minutes.
I think can we put it to the evening? Let's just do that because I'm getting some
Stomach rolling.
yeah, some anger, I'm sure, some hangriness going on. All right, so we'll continue item number 10 to this evening and continue item 9.
And there should be votes on 2 separate votes for the
Separate,
2
okay.
items. Yep.
So I'll move item number 10 to the evening agenda. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, which one?
Item number 10,
No, 3-month assessment.
assessment for business improvement districts. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any questions? Public comment? None in the chamber? Is there anybody online?
There is a hand raised. Graciela Cardinali.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So no public comment? All right, we'll bring it back to the council. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, and then I'll move to continue item number 9, which is downtown and lighthouse specific plan amendments to the July 18th meeting.
At 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock.
At
We need
4 o'clock session.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so it's been motioned and seconded. Public comment?
No public comment.
You don't
there.
need,
Oh,
you don't have to take public comment on the continuance.
okay, perfect. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll go ahead and recess to the evening session. Thank you all. to call this meeting back into session for the evening session. And as we begin, I'm going to ask Sandy Freeman here to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and with that, we will go to continued public comments for items that are not on this evening's agenda. So if anybody wishes to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda, feel free to step up to the mic and you can speak for your 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Presser, and gee, I didn't know we had so many city councilmen. I'm here to talk about something that you guys passed not too long ago, and that is to not have any cruise ships come to Monterey. And even though I'm in the travel business, that has nothing to do with why I'm here, because I would make no funds out of it whatsoever. But I think that the city of Monterey has lost a lot of money by not having these cruise ships here, by not having them come in. And the people that are really losing on this are the people of Monterey. Because in your own study that I have gone over, 27% of the people spent most of their time downtown and in Cannery Row. The total economic impact, and all this comes from your own studies, the total economic impact of the cruise ship industry in Monterey is roughly estimated at $1.5 million, and that's gone. Now, I can understand there are several kinds of cruise ships. There are small, medium, and large. And the large ones, yes, keep those babies away. I have a list of them here. They run from more than 7,000 people on board as guests, so-called guests, but they pay their way. And, here's 6,318 in the top 10 to over 7,000. But what should you be thinking about? And that is the smaller cruise ships, 1,000 or less. These are really nifty cruise ships that get the higher end clientele who will spend more money in Monterey. And they will spend it, according to your own study, on Cannery Row. They'll go to the aquarium. They'll have a meal on the wharf where they get off the ship. So there's a list of a lot of ships that fit that bill. And they're all upper scale with more money. So I think you guys should look at this again. The Monterey City Council people here should look at this again and see about reinstating the medium-sized ship and help the constituents of Monterey. So if you have any questions, see me. If you want to go on a cruise, see me. And also, I'm taking a group down to the jungles of the Upper Amazon in October. I'd love to have you go with me and look at the Amazon River dolphin. And then if you're really gutsy, you can go with me and see the anaconda snake. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Shark Carter. I'm usually down here talking about pickleball. But tonight I'm not going to be talking about pickleball. I'm going to be talking about this article that I read in the Pine Cone 2 weeks ago about a rental registry. And I'm very disturbed about what I read because you guys are proposing, I don't know when, I think you voted it down last year, but you're proposing to spend my tax dollars on a rental registry that will be on a government database for tenants and for landlords. And the cost is, I have here, $100,000 to start, $25,000 for the software, $50,000 for the subscription. I guess that's every year. And of $400,000 per year, and not to mention salaries for hiring the people to run the rental registry. Now, I read in the article that Salinas has instituted their rental registry. I don't live in Salinas. We are not Salinas. We are not Sacramento. We are not every other city that has rental registries. And I live in the city of Monterey. I've been here for 39 years, and I'm not going to put up with this. This is an invasion of privacy. It's an invasion of people's personal, financial. You have to register your leases. The tenants are upset. The whole city's upset about this. Okay, I don't know what I have. I have a also. It's an invasion of privacy. If you're a single woman and you're registered, or say you're military and you have top secret clearance, and you're registered. Now, does anybody have anything? Do you make comments about this when I'm saying anything?
So your public comments are your public comments. There's no engaged conversation.
Okay, so anyway, I'm getting my point across, I hope. I'm not in favor of this. You're spending my money and our taxpayer money. I don't know who's up to this, but this should not ever pass. Period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
The first page. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is a section taken from the actual text of the Iris Canyon project proposal for all to see. This is a formidable herbicide project and not just a little spraying. I have tried to meet with you, Mayor, to see what you can do, because you can do a lot, but you choose to ignore me and tell the public there will be little, if any, spraying. It is a grow and kill cycle. Is that a little spraying? To break it down, first they will remove 2 inches of topsoil, a terrible travesty, because this is where all the valuable microorganisms that support life are stored. Then they will, at great city expense, millions, install a sprinkler system and encourage non-native growth of plants, then spray them with herbicides and then water them, which will then seep the poisons into the soil and eventually the channel and Turtle Pond and Lake El Estero, because watering after spraying does just that. Duh. The erosion caused by this topsoil removal will also exacerbate the whole fiasco, all at great expense to our city, when you, Mayor, could say, no, we must go at this project with a more delicate and environmentally loving way. Removing 74 trees, thanks to Alan Hoffa, 2 Monterey pines may be saved, is also a travesty against one of the largest wetland habitats we have that feed Turtle Pond and Lake El Estero. Who is going to study the herbicide effects upon the bees, the crashing insect population? Who will study the decline of the frogs? Yes, the red-legged frog surely dwells there. Why wouldn't they? They exist on our peninsula and are threatened. If you go there at night, you hear their singing. Soon the world will be torn to shreds by this heinous crime against ourselves and nature. Shame on all of you for voting for this project without question, without any kind of looking into the depth that I have to point out what is really going on, and then you deny it. They will eat the poisons, the insects, and all the birds, and eventually many of them will die. And you, Mayor, again, you play a huge role in stopping this project and saying, no, not in our city, not in our town. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council and Planning Commissioners. I'm Luis Osorio. Just to make a couple of light comments. One is for the city manager. I know the city is not directly involved with the managing of the farmers market, but if you go down there, there are dogs. People are ignoring the no dog signs. This is beyond service dogs. And I think somebody needs to check because there's nobody from the farmers market organization following up, and we need to avoid, having a tragedy. Maybe there's a lot of kids. I just went down there today. There's a lot of children. The second comment is, I think to address the earlier comment about cruise ships, if you are ever going to consider bring the cruise ships again, the first thing you should consider is, or should be, I recommend to study what the greenhouse emissions are of each one of these ships, because they do run on gasoline and petroleum-based combustible. Thank you.
Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on items that are not on this evening's agenda? All right, let's take,
I have a quick question. I'm not going to go 3 minutes. I wondered if there's some kind of an abatement program that you have existing, or if you're going to put something into existence about the amount of tagging that I'm seeing around town. It's disgusting, and it seems like it's getting more and more. I just saw something on the internet of a laser machine that just erases it all. It just burns it off and leaves the underneath completely like it was before the spray paint. Just curious.
if you want, you can leave your contact information with staff and they can follow up with you on your question. Anybody else in the chamber? Okay, let's take it online, please.
There is one hand raised online, but just in case there are more people who want to join, you can call in by telephone by dialing toll-free number 833-568-8864, then enter the meeting ID 160-772-9333. Once again, that toll-free phone number to call to join to provide public comments via Zoom is 833-568-8864, and the webinar ID is 160-772-9333. And if promoted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. Or if you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9, then *6 to unmute yourself. You have to do both options, *9, then *6. And there is a person online. The last 3 phone number digits, 837. Please unmute and then state your name for the record if you feel comfortable doing so.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yes. Hi, my name is Brian Rosen. I really love Iris Canyon. I was there a few weeks ago, and actually I wanted to check it out at night, and I heard a million little frogs, and it's the perfect habitat for the red-legged, the threatened frog there. So if it's anywhere, it's probably there. So I think it's important not to rush forward with a spraying program that's very likely going to do a lot of harm to these frogs, this threatened species, and other species as well. It's not just a minor spraying thing. It's a grow and kill. So it's wet. It's after the topsoil is removed, then it's watered down quite a bit, and then the little seeds come up and they blow in the wind and the birds drop them, and then they come up and then they kill them with herbicide and then they wash them again. And it's hard to get rid of things because they just keep getting blown in the wind and so forth. It's probably going to be a lot harder than anyone thinks. And it could be several applications, and it's all washing down into Turtle Pond into Lake El Estero. So, and the species are ingesting this horrible, horrible stuff. So I just want to really speak out against this. I think that they're rushing into it too quickly, and it's just going to be a possible great devastation. And it really has to be studied. It needs to be studied quite deeply before it moves in. Taking out all those big, beautiful trees that have been around a lot longer than some people have been around. To me, that's a very sad thing. They're beautiful, wonderful trees that are full of life and goodness and I believe wisdom. I I don't have control over where I used to live, and it's really saddened me that these trees that were around since before the 70s were just yanked out with no thought about them. I wouldn't want that to happen to me. I really think trees are wonderful things, and they're full of spirit and life and goodness, and they're giving. They're not that easily replaced with little trees. It's just not the same. It takes a long time. So I pray that you won't do the spraying there, and that you'll just hold off and revisit this matter and come up with an alternative if we have to remove. We're an invasive species. We people, my ancestors came from Europe. They're not all bad invasive species. There's good and bad. I mean, I think the Monsanto's really taken over and influenced too much of the native plant societies and so forth. And I just ask you to please don't use the pesticides, and please take the herbicides, and don't take down the trees, and just leave this wonderful canyon as it's been for so many years. There's no reason to rush into it. And thank you so much for listening. I guess that's it.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Hand raised online.
Okay, so we'll close general public comments, and then we'll adjourn to the joint special meeting with the council and the planning commission. And I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Yes, first I can start off with the council. Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And for the planning commission, we have Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Bluth,
Here.
Commissioner Brassfield, Commissioner Dawson,
Here.
Commissioner Latassa,
Here.
and Commissioner Silva.
Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Freeman.
Here.
Sorry. Thank you. That is a full council present and a full planning commission present. Thank you.
My text.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 11, to receive a report on community survey report results, preliminary housing opportunity sites, and strategies to facilitate production of the city's regional share of housing for the draft Monterey 2031 general plan update. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, Planning Commission, 3,654. That's not the title of a new Broadway musical. That is the housing number that we are required to plan for. And both the commission as well as the city council is very familiar with that task, as it sounds very monumentous and it sounds very imposing, given that the city of Monterey is land restricted, given that the city of Monterey has also very limited access to water, acknowledging that we are under a CDO. But nevertheless, what we are required to do by the state's housing department is to plan for 3,654 additional housing units. The city right now has about 13,400 to 13,600 housing units, and adding 3,654 to that is, as I stated earlier, a real challenge for us. We started this process last year, and our intent was really not to discuss the mathematics behind the 3,654. And trust me, there are a lot of indices also that might have been worthwhile questioning, including even the assignment by HUD to the counties of Monterey and Santa Cruz with respect to the housing distribution. But we decided as a city early on that we take this task to heart, and that we understand also that something has to happen in the city with respect to affordable housing. When we talked to the council a few times over the past years about what is most important to you, item number 1 and item number 2 were always affordable housing and fiscal responsibility. And it was very clear to us that we have to do our best to get this planning process started. to be honest about what we are doing and not just go through the motion and basically see how we can prolong the process, but really to comply with the requirements to provide to HUD our draft by December 15th. And that's what we are doing today. We are giving you today an update, as the mayor read from the title, about the community survey. We're giving you feedback about potential housing sites. And we are basically today opening up a little bit more about the data points that we have collected so far. We're grateful that we have a very well-working planning commission. You as the council can count on them, that they really take very seriously the work that they are doing. Certain items are getting discussed by the planning commission 2, 3, 4 times before they reach you. It's the same here. We know that the planning commission is highly supportive and works within the guidelines that are given to us. And we're also very sure that the planning commission will provide you with their honest feedback and their expertise in urban planning, and also trying to provide us with realistic options for housing sites. Christy Sabdo is our project manager. She is excelling in this position and in this work. We are utmost grateful for her excellent work. Council has seen regularly updates from her that were sent out in my name when I shared with you the survey results and all that. So Christy is taking it from here and will do the other introductions, and you will be in for a very special presentation, and you can ask questions, I think, in between or afterwards, whatever your pleasure is. I'll leave that to Christy. So with that, Christy.
Thank you, Hans. Good evening, Planning Commission and City Council. I'm Christy Sabdo, Associate Planner with the City of Monterey Planning Division. I wanted to introduce Andrew Hill, who's a principal with Diet and Batia, and he'll be reporting on the results of the community survey and the preliminary housing sites inventory. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and thank you, Hans. Good evening, commissioners and council members. Since we last met with you together back in February, we've done some additional background analysis and conducted extensive community outreach, and that's resulted in a preliminary draft inventory and key strategies for the housing element. These are really core components of the housing element. So we wanted to take the opportunity tonight to introduce them to you and to get your feedback with the review to refining them for inclusion in a full public review draft of the housing element that'll be released for community comment next month. In my presentation tonight, what I wanted to do with our time tonight was to introduce those key strategies, to summarize the community input that we've received, and provide you with an overview of the site's inventory. To provide context for the discussion later tonight, I wanted to first start off with a recap of some of the requirements for the housing element, to go over to recap our methodology for identifying the sites, and to recap the community input that we received through the survey and the various outreach that we've conducted over the past few months, to provide an overview of the sites and their capacity for housing in various areas of the city, and then to summarize the capacity to meet the City of Monterey's RHNA requirements overall. I'll highlight some particular questions that we're hoping to get your feedback on tonight, and then I'll close out with a look ahead to the next steps in the process. So starting with some housing element background, state law defines several key components of the housing element, which include an inventory of sites that are available for housing. This is typically shown on a map and accompanied by a table with a projection of the realistic capacity for housing on each of the sites identified. State law also requires that we include in the housing element an assessment of local housing needs. This is based on a review of census data. It also requires that we include an assessment of any constraints to housing, including environmental constraints, regulatory constraints, and market-based constraints. and an assessment of any fair housing issues, meaning any impediments to fair access to housing. And then finally, in view of the assessment and the inventory, the housing element must contain an action plan of implementing programs that will address the needs, constraints, and fair housing issues, and facilitate build out of the housing sites inventory. A term that is often used in relation to the housing element is RHNA. It stands for the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and it's shown here. As Hans mentioned, the city of Monterey's allocated share of the regional housing need is 3,654 units over the next 8 years. That's broken out into various income categories. So households making less than 50% of the area median income are considered very low, and households making more than 120% of the area median income, which is the countywide average household income, are considered above moderate. So the state law also establishes several additional requirements for housing sites to meet the need of lower income households. These include requirements that the sites be sized adequately, so between not less than half an acre in size and not more than 10 acres in size, that they should be generally free of environmental constraints, that they should be close to transit, and that they should have they should be served or planned to be served by infrastructure and utilities. Additionally, the site should be distributed evenly throughout the community and avoid an over concentration of lower income units in any area in order to affirmatively further fair housing. And then additionally, once you've identified the sites, state law stipulates that the realistic capacity projections for housing on those sites should be based on the actual past performance of comparable sites in the community. In Monterey's case, because of the water supply constraint that exists here, relying only on past production trends in the city would essentially underestimate projections of future housing. So what we've done is to conduct a survey of sites that have recently developed in Monterey, but also in surrounding communities that don't face the same water constraints, including Marina, Seaside, and Sand City. And on that basis, our projections have assumed that sites downtown and in the Alvarado district downtown will develop at 55 dwelling units per acre, that sites along commercial corridors will develop at 29 dwelling units per acre, and that sites in the Pacific Moonrise area will develop at about 16 dwelling units per acre. So to identify potential sites for housing, we did a map-based analysis, essentially layering various levels of information to identify areas with the greatest potential to accommodate new housing. We started by identifying vacant sites throughout the community, which are shown here on this map in black. Next, we mapped the location of underutilized sites that could be redeveloped with housing and other uses. And so by underutilized, I mean sites that have an as-built floor area ratio, which is low, which means they might have a one-story building and a large area surface parking lot, for example, that could potentially be redeveloped. That would be one indicator of underutilization. Another one is if the value of the property is greater than the value of the existing buildings and structures on the site, because that would mean there's an incentive for the property owner to redevelop with other buildings and uses that could command higher sales prices or rents. And so we mapped the location of those underutilized sites, and you can see them here on this map. We also considered the location of a variety of different hazards and constraints, including sea level rise, wildfire hazards, seismic liquefaction, and airport safety zones. And we mapped the location of pending and recently improved development projects. Overall, areas where those vacant and underutilized parcels cluster and which are generally free of environmental constraints are the areas of the city with the greatest potential for housing. We identified 8 of those areas, which are shown here on this map. These 8 areas were then used as the basis, for a community-wide survey, which the intent of which was to collect input on how and where to locate new housing as needed to address local housing needs and the city's RHNA requirements. The survey was available in English and Spanish, online, and in paper format. The online version of the survey was available in two versions. We had a 5-minute version for people who had limited time to provide their input, and we had a 10+ minute version for people who wanted to take a deeper dive into the issues and opportunities. So over a 2-month period from March 1st to April 30th, we had over 1,050 community members share their input. And that's included in it's summarized in the survey report that's included in your packet tonight. Overall, we heard from a real broad cross-section of the community. We had good participation from across the age spectrum, with younger people aged 25 to 40 more likely to take the 5-minute survey, and seniors most likely to take the 10+ minute version. We heard from a good balance of people who work in Monterey and people who live here. More Monterey homeowners responded than renters, but it is possible that many of the respondents who work in Monterey are renters elsewhere. Interestingly, women were more likely to respond than men. This suggests that future outreach should make a diligent effort to hear from men too, perhaps by outreach to business associations and that type of organization. We heard responses from all neighborhoods as well, really across the city. Responses from Deer Flats and Glenwood were a little bit lower. And so again, here that this suggests an opportunity that we can, in future phases of the project, do targeted outreach to make sure we hear from those groups as well. Overall, the survey indicated a solid support for housing in all of the 8 opportunity areas identified. Considering the range of responses, both on the 5-minute and the 10-minute versions of the survey, the areas were then ranked for support. And support for new housing was really strongest in the Fort Ord and Ryan Ranch area, along North Fremont, in the Garden Road area, and downtown. Survey respondents also expressed interest in the other areas, although with somewhat less enthusiasm. Still, there was support for housing in all 8 areas. Now let me walk you through each opportunity area and highlight the development potential there, as well as some proposed strategies to facilitate that housing development. We'll start with the downtown area. In survey responses, support for density and taller buildings was strongest downtown. The smaller parcel size and the fragmented ownership patterns does pose a challenge to redevelopment downtown. And so the best opportunities within the downtown area are found in the Alvarado district, which has relatively larger parcels, is generally outside of areas most impacted by sea level rise or projected to be, and this area also has clusters of underutilized parcels, particularly along Cayupe and Alvarado. So in view of all of this, the recommendation is to change city regulations to permit up to 5 stories of building height in the Alvarado district in order to provide more flexibility for development here. No changes to permitted density and building heights would be made elsewhere. Additionally, the recommendation here would be to revise city policies and regulations to state clearly that 100% residential buildings are permitted downtown, except on and adjacent to Alvarado itself, where it's prohibited by Council Resolution 21-129 CS. And then a third part of the strategy for downtown housing would be to use municipal shared parking agreements strategically in order to help with the financial feasibility of projects proposing 30 or more units within 1,000 square feet or 1,000 feet of a city-owned lot or garage. On this basis, we can project 447 new housing units downtown. Given the number of sites that meet the various parameters for lower income sites, 202 of those units would be affordable to low, very low, and moderate households, and the other 245 would be available to would be market rate units. And the location of these sites is shown on the map on this slide. So the next area that we looked at was North Fremont, and the survey results also indicate strong support for new housing along North Fremont. The airport safety zones, as you can see in yellow on the map, pass through the western half of this corridor, and they limit the potential for housing in this area. However, by comparison to downtown and to Lighthouse Avenue, the parcel size is generally larger here. And there are several clusters of underutilized parcels under common ownership, which really facilitates larger projects. So in view of this, the recommendation for North Fremont is to increase the maximum permitted density along the corridor from the existing 30 dwelling units per acre that's permitted in the specific plan, in the North Fremont specific plan, up to 50 dwelling units per acre for properties fronting North Fremont. There would be no change to the permitted building heights. However, this change would essentially facilitate housing development. Additionally, again, as with the downtown specific plan, the recommendation here would be to revise the city policies and regulations to include a clear statement that 100% residential buildings are permitted, but we would accompany this by identifying incentives that could be offered to encourage retail and restaurants and daily services in a mixed use format to further the community vision for the area. On this basis, we project 308 new units along the corridor, and based on the number of parcels that meet the various parameters for lower income sites, 198 of these would be affordable to low, very low, and moderate income households. The next area is the Garden Road and Highway 68 area. Again, here there was a solid support for housing. And I'm going to focus on the Garden Road area first, which is shown on the left part of the map. And here, the community input was that apartments and townhomes would be the most preferable housing type in the area. The multifamily overlay already applies along the south side of Garden Road, where the opportunity sites are shown. And parcel sizes are generally larger here, between 0.9 and up to 6 acres in size, which provides some healthy development potential in the area. The recommendation to facilitate housing development here would be to increase the maximum allowable density from the current 30 dwelling units per acre that's allowed in the multifamily housing overlay up to 50 dwelling units per acre. And then in the future, once water supply is available, to consider establishing a minimum density for these sites as well. And then a third recommendation here would be to remove the requirement for covered parking on the Garden Road sites in areas where that parking could be screened from view. And the purpose of that, covered parking, of course, adds to the cost of development. So removing that requirement would help with the financial feasibility of development. On this basis, we're assuming that the Garden Road area could accommodate 415 new units. And based on the parcel size and the fact that they meet other parameters, all of the units on those sites could be attributed to low, very low, and moderate households. Additionally, on this map, on the right-hand side, you'll see a larger parcel in red. It's a 50-acre parcel that's owned by the school district. It's identified in the Highway 68 plan as a potential for housing, and the Highway 68 plan envisions 300 units that would be available to moderate and low-income households. And so the inventory has assumed that projection as well. The fourth area that we looked at, of course, is the Lighthouse Avenue area. And here, the survey respondents also supported housing, although with somewhat less enthusiasm than in other areas. The Lighthouse Avenue specific plan allows for 30 dwelling units per acre conditionally. One challenge with this area is that the parcels themselves tend to be smaller, which makes them more difficult to develop. However, there are clusters of underutilized parcels under common ownership, meaning owned by the same entity and could be developed easily together. And so that facilitates development. The recommendation here would be to revise the standards in the specific plan to permit 100% residential uses on Lighthouse Avenue. Again, to couple this with incentives to encourage retail and restaurants and daily services in a mixed use format. These incentives may include fee reductions or streamlined permitting, for example. And the purpose of that would be to help facilitate both housing development to meet the city's RHNA, but also to further the community vision for mixed use in the area. And then a third strategy would be, again, here to use strategically to use municipal shared parking agreements for projects that propose at least 20 new housing units within 1,000 feet of a city-owned lot that's located outside of the coastal zone. And again, here, this would be a way of helping with the financial feasibility of larger scale housing projects that would help meet community need and satisfy RHNA obligations. So on this basis, we're projecting a total of 381 units across the area. And based on the number of sites that meet the parameters for lower income sites, 96 of them would be affordable to moderate, low, and very low households. And the remaining 285 would be market rate for above moderate households. Moving now to the Pacific Munras Cas area, survey respondents here supported smaller scale housing, so apartments, condominiums, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, all in styles that reflected the existing character of the area. The area is within easy walking distance to downtown. It's relatively free of environmental constraints, and current zoning allows for 30 dwelling units per acre on commercial and office parcels here. Parcel size varies through the area. It tends to be smaller though. And although there are some larger parcels on Munras and parcels that are clustered and under common ownership that offer the best opportunities for new housing. In view of this, we're projecting 137 new units in this area, assuming an average density of 16 dwelling units per acre, which reflects what has been built in the area in the past. And because the sites generally do not meet the criteria for lower income RHNA sites, all of them have been attributed to the above moderate category. The Del Monte area, here there was also support for housing along Del Monte, but community members were somewhat less enthusiastic than other areas. Survey respondents did support apartments, condominiums, and townhouses here. The sites tend to be larger in size than other areas, and there's vacant land or surface parking areas that could offer opportunities for redevelopment with housing. The inventory assumes a total of 126 new units in this area, and the sites here generally do meet the criteria for lower income RHNA, so all of those 126 units have been attributed to the moderate, low, and very low income category. And then the final opportunity area together includes both Fort Ord and Ryan Ranch. As you'll see here on the map in yellow, the airport safety zones do pass through much of the Ryan Ranch area, which really limits the development potential here. But there are 130 acres of vacant land on Fort Ord potentially available for housing and other uses. In the recent survey, community members ranked Fort Ord as the location most favorable for new housing, with respondents really wanting to see a mix of housing types in the area that includes single family units, townhomes, and some multifamily. Ryan Ranch also received strong support with respondents favoring apartments and townhomes in the Ryan Ranch area. However, community members did highlight some of the challenges for development in this area, and that these challenges would need to be addressed if housing is planned here. And they include the limited capacity of existing infrastructure and the lack of connectivity to other areas of the city, including via transit, for bicycles, and for pedestrians. Survey respondents also expressed a variety of different preferences for the future of the area. Some really advocated strongly for a mixed-use village with jobs, housing, shopping, and recreation across the wider area. Others preferred to see lower scale development integrated into the natural environment. And some people were not favorable to development on natural open space or biologically sensitive areas. So really, integrating housing and other uses into this area would need to be done very carefully in order to address and rather in a way that responds to what we heard from the community in terms of preferences and their concerns for development in the area. And therefore, the recommendation would be to prepare a specific plan for both the Fort Ord and the Ryan Ranch area that will clearly establish a vision for the future of the area to guide future development and conservation. The specific plan would also need to quantify infrastructure needs and identify funding and financing mechanisms to make it happen. On the basis of this, the inventory projects a total of 2,400 new housing units. And then based on the city's existing inclusionary housing requirements, 20% of that total would be for moderate and lower income households. The remaining 1,920 would be market rate houses. Additionally, outside of those opportunity areas, there is vacant land. And so that already has zoning that permits housing. And so that has been counted towards the RENA requirements as well. There's 113 vacant parcels that have a low density residential designation now. They're zoned RE and R1. Additionally, there's 20 vacant parcels with a medium density residential designation. They're either zoned R2 or R3. So those have been factored into the RENA calculation as well. There's also several key sites outside of the opportunity areas. For example, the courthouse site, the county courthouse, it's been decided to relocate that use. And so if we assume that site would be, if we assume that site was rezoned for R3 at 29 dwelling units per acre, that would yield 130 units that would be affordable for very low and moderate households. Additionally, the school district site that I mentioned on Highway 68 could accommodate 300 very low and moderate units. And the site that's owned by the museum at 590 Perry Lane, just behind the Estero Car Wash, if you know it, within walking distance from here, could accommodate 50 above moderate housing units. And so those sites are shown on this map, and they've been. Oh, and I should also mention the Elks Lodge site at 150 Mar Vista as well. It has large areas of surface parking lot. It's surrounded by multifamily housing, and it could also accommodate new housing if the owner is interested. It's been counted as well. Accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units can count towards RENA. State law establishes that we look at the trend since 2018, and in the city of Monterey, on average, the permits for 11 new ADUs have been issued each year since 2018. State law allows that we can project this trend forward for each of the 8 years in the planning period. That would give us a minimum of 88 units. However, there's also the possibility, if we include a robust suite of programs in the housing action plan to incentivize and facilitate ADU development, if that would be appropriate, we could project more than this number of 88 units. And so in summary then, this map shows the location of those housing units throughout the city. They're color coded. So the purple reflects the moderate, low, and very low households, and the teal shows the above moderate. There's mixed income in the hatch at Fort Ord. And then this chart summarizes the capacity by area, and it includes the capacity for each of those opportunity areas that I went through. It also includes the capacity for those vacant sites outside of the opportunity areas that I mentioned, as well as for the key sites for the accessory dwelling units. And additionally, we've included a line item for pipeline projects, which means projects that have been recently approved or are currently under review, but are expected to receive a certificate of occupancy in the coming years, and those have been forecast forward. On that basis, the inventory is showing a capacity for a total of 5,410 units. 3,183 of those would be for above moderate, and 2,227 would be for moderate, low, and very low. However, it's important to note that among the high density infill sites, there are a number of sites that don't meet the parameters for lower income RHNA sites. However, the city does have a 20% inclusionary requirement, which means that even though those sites don't meet the state parameters for lower income unit, they would still generate moderate and lower income sites. So we've done an adjustment, and you can see 120% of the total high density infill sites comes to 188. Those units have been shifted to lower income. And as a result, we end up with a better balance. We're showing 2,995 projected for above moderate, which gives us a very healthy buffer for above moderate units, and a total of 2,415, which is a very slim buffer for the moderate, low, and very low. As a way of bridging that gap and increasing the buffer, that would give the city more room to navigate the no net loss provisions in state law in case any of the sites on the housing element don't develop as envisioned. One strategy that we're pursuing is the potential for a congregational overlay, which would allow for affordable housing on the properties owned by religious facilities, so churches, synagogues, mosques in the community that may have large areas of vacant land or surface parking that could be redeveloped. If the institution is interested in pursuing that, that would be one strategy to help increase this buffer and give the city more leeway in the future. And so staff has started the process of reaching out to gauge interest among those institutions and to understand what could be done to facilitate development if they're interested in pursuing that. So let me just touch on some of the topics that we'd like to hear from you tonight in your discussion. First and foremost, we'd really like to understand from your perspective, are these sites and strategies proposed appropriate to include in that public review draft element that would be released for community comment next month? Are there other sites that you think should be added? And should the city pursue programs to incentivize and facilitate ADU production beyond the annual rate of 11 ADUs per year that has been seen in Monterey since 2018? And should the city consider requiring a higher percentage of units at Fort Ord be affordable? I wanted to quickly take a moment to recap what we heard at the study session last week with the Planning Commission. This slide is capturing some of the comments we heard from community members who spoke at that meeting. Overall, the people who spoke were supportive of the sites and the strategies identified. One commenter spoke in favor of the mixed-use village complete community concept at Fort Ord. Another community member spoke about a desire for more ministerial review, so housing development review that's subject to objective standards as a way to facilitate production. That commenter also encouraged the city to reach out to commercial property owners and verify interest in housing. And another commenter expressed a concern for increasing the inclusionary requirements at Fort Ord, as that could hurt the financial feasibility of development. And then the Planning Commission also provided very helpful comments. Overall, the commission expressed support for the sites and the key strategies that were included. The commission was interested in pursuing programs to incentivize ADUs and junior ADUs. The commission also expressed interest in perhaps pursuing a city density bonus that would complement the state density bonus. And emphasized the need to consider and address the potential impacts to historic resources, not only downtown, but in other areas as well. And then the commission actually proactively suggested several potential additional sites that could be added to the inventory if there is owner interest. And those included La Mesa Village, the Del Monte Shopping Center, and the Heritage Harbor Office Complex. I'm showing each of those sites here on this slide. You can see the Del Monte Center on the left, the La Mesa Village. The larger property is shown in yellow, and the actual outline of the existing development is shown there on the aerial. And then the Heritage Harbor Office Complex, which includes 2 properties that are owned by the aquarium, including a parking structure property there. And so let me now just quickly touch on next steps before we open it up for community comment and discussion. So we're here tonight at this joint commission council hearing, and to be followed by a city council meeting. If we can get direction tonight from the council on how to refine these sites and key strategies for inclusion in the draft, that would be great. If not, if more time is needed, we have another meeting scheduled next week to hopefully get that decision. Then taking on board that feedback, we would prepare the full public review draft housing element and release that in the middle of July. It would be available for public comment for 30 days. During that public comment period, we would do a community open house, and we do other outreach to make sure that we get the word out about the sites and hear from a broad cross range of the community about that proposed content. Following the 30-day public comment period, we would have another joint study session with the council and the commission to report out on what we heard from the community and to receive direction on any changes to the housing element that would be needed before we send it up to Sacramento for the 90-day review by the Department of Housing and Community Development that's required under state law. And so that is a quick look at the next steps. At this point, I'm happy to take any questions and would look very much forward to your input on this material tonight.
So Council and Planning Commission, anybody have any questions? It's time for questions.
So the due date is December?
Correct. The
Ish.
December 15th is the date
Okay.
By which the housing element should be adopted.
What I missed? I'm just kidding. Yeah.
So it looks to me like about 2/3 of the planned units are projected for the Fort Ord Ryan Ranch area. And as you know, the Fort Ord area has a lot of work to do in terms of infrastructure to make that developable. And I thought I saw kind of one of the criteria at the beginning was infrastructure. So my question is kind of how do we square that in terms of presenting this plan as a feasible, realistic plan when 2/3 are in an area that at this time lacks the infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I would clarify that the infrastructure requirement is for existing or planned infrastructure, and that it applies primarily to the lower income sites. And again, the reasoning for those various criteria, which includes the sizing criteria, freedom of environmental constraints, proximity to transit, all of those criteria are developed with the intent of making sure that communities identify the most shovel-ready sites for affordable housing. So that is correct. However, it's not uncommon for communities to do a specific plan for an area such as Fort Ord. Many communities across the state have done that. And because the legal requirements for a specific plan include the identification of infrastructure needs and the identification of funding and financing strategies to help with build out of the plan as envisioned. And so doing a specific plan is a way of signaling to the state that there is intent, that there's a pathway to get there.
Thank you. My second question had to do with the Del Monte area. And I noticed, and I appreciate the fact that there's sort of different strategies in different areas. But I'm wondering why that area, let's say, unlike the downtown, is recommended more for sort of lower density projects as opposed to, let's say, going higher.
Yeah, I think what we tried to do with the survey was to gauge where the community thought the locations for new housing would be most appropriate, and really to to look for the support for it and try to incorporate strategies to realize that community vision. And while there was support for housing along the Del Monte corridor, it was less than in other areas. And so our intent was to try and put the focus more on areas that had stronger community support. That's not to say that if we do more outreach to the property owners there and we find out that in fact they are interested in developing housing, or if the decision makers think that we should pursue different strategies, then absolutely we can do that in the housing. But that was the thought process behind it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia, you're good?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for the information. Just a couple of questions. If you could remind me or and also maybe the public. So there's a recommendation to increase the number of stories on Alvarado to 5. What is it now?
4.
First question. And then the second one, could you just remind me of the criteria used to determine very low income? Thank you.
Yes. So currently it's four stories is the height limit in the Alvarado district. And so we'd be taking it up a story. And the criteria for those lower income sites are that they be sized between not smaller than half an acre and not larger than 10 acres in size. And the reason for that is that the state did a study of affordable housing that's been built, and they've determined that that's kind of the sweet spot for affordable housing. Small sites smaller than that are challenging to develop, and affordable housing, as I'm sure you're aware, already has a lot of financial feasibility challenges. So they set the lower limit at half an acre. And sites larger than 10 acres are generally considered by the state not to be appropriate for lower income housing, because that would be to over concentrate affordable housing in one location. So that's the state's logic for those parameters. Size. Additionally, that they generally be free from environmental constraints. So outside of areas that are projected for sea level rise, outside of earthquake fault zones or flooding areas of flooding, that type of thing, away from environmental constraints. And also that they generally be close to public transit, and be served or have the availability of being served by utility infrastructure. And again, all of those criteria are set in view of trying to encourage communities to identify the most shovel-ready sites for lower income, because affordable housing has the most financial feasibility challenges. They want to make sure that those kind of impediments that can add cost to development are not on sites that are attributed for lower income RENA.
Was there another question in there, or did you get everything you need? Okay, perfect. Councilmember Smith.
Good. Thank you, Andrew. One of the slides, if you could go to the Del Monte, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the number. The question has to do with when the table on the chart, if you go to the map. Yeah, thank you. So as we look at each one of these maps and outlined under the areas, it has a table. So it's hard to see for the public, I'm sure. If you could go through what the the ledger is and a little explanation of the tiers. And when you have indicated here for opportunity site, as an example, on the Del Monte, you have this dotted blue is an opportunity site. An explanation of what you mean by opportunity site and what those tiers mean would
Sure.
be helpful.
Sure. So it relates to the mapping exercise, the layering of the different levels of information that I mentioned. We started with vacant sites and underutilized sites, where those vacant and underutilized sites generally clustered, and where they were generally away from areas of environmental constraint, we defined opportunity areas. So there's many opportunity sites within an opportunity area. An opportunity area is maybe a cluster of opportunity sites, if you will.
Okay.
And then as to the specific criteria, what the tiers mean. Tier 1, which is the darkest color red, is the sites with the greatest potential for redevelopment. And so that would include if a site was vacant and it's free of environmental constraints, it would be assigned Tier 1. Or if it's heavily underutilized, for example, the as-built floor area ratio is very low, say 0.1, which would indicate a very small building on a large lot, perhaps with surface parking, then it would have a large amount of redevelopment potential. It would also fall into that basket of Tier 1. If, however, the site was it was shown to be underutilized. For example, maybe the value of the land is greater than the existing buildings and structures on it, which, as I mentioned, gives the owner an incentive to redevelop. But the FAR was low, but not so low. Then maybe that's a Tier 2 or a Tier 3. So it has redevelopment potential, but the indicators are not as strong as a vacant site or a heavily underutilized site. That was sort of the logic. And then the Tier 4 might be part of the site was environmentally constrained. So maybe there's an area that's not the whole site, but a portion of the site might be prone to flooding within the 100-year floodplain, for example, or have liquefaction risk, elevated liquefaction risk. Then that would be perhaps a Tier 4 site. And a Tier 5 site would be more heavily environmentally constrained. For example, maybe one of the airport safety zones passes through a portion of the site. So that's the kind of ranking of the sites. The ones that have the greatest development potential are Tier 1 in that darkest red color, and the ones that maybe have softer indicators of redevelopment potential or maybe constrained by hazards of some kind would be Tier 4, Tier 5.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's very helpful for the public to be able to understand this and see this. Under the RENA process, and we have to deliver a report for review to the Housing Community Development and have this approved. And I believe you said it was sometime around July. Is that correct?
So the statutory let me take it from the end.
Okay.
The statutory deadline, in law, the city of Monterey needs to adopt their housing element by December 15th of this year.
Okay.
In order to get there, we need to have review conducted by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. By law, HCD has 90 days for their review. And so backing out from the December 15th deadline, we want to send the draft up to Sacramento for review by late August.
Okay.
And then another requirement is before we send the draft to HCD for review, it needs to have been available for public comment for a period of 30 days here locally in Monterey. And so with a view to getting that 30-day public comment period done, presenting the findings, what we heard from the community, receiving comment from council, direction on any changes. We're planning to release the draft for that 30-day public review here around the middle of July, so that we could bring it back to the commission around the middle of August and send it up to HCD before the end of August to get to adoption in December.
Okay. And one additional question related to the housing community development piece is, one of the categories is that we have to present this and identify these properties that have no environmental restrictions. So the term is environmental constraints.
Yes, and I would say that in an ideal world, as I say, the state has established these criteria so that to help encourage cities to identify the most shovel-ready sites. Monterey is a community that faces a lot of environmental constraints, and so it may not be possible to identify all of the sites available for lower income RENA on sites that meet all of those criteria. And in my conversations with HCD staff, they have said they recognize this. And so it's possible that even if a site doesn't meet all of the parameters, if we include a program or two programs in the housing action plan that would help address some of those constraints, then environmental constraints are not, we could potentially calculate lower income RENAs on a site that doesn't meet all of those criteria. You see what I mean?
And it's interesting that, and I don't want to bore everybody and take everybody's time, but in the process, representing this board on AMBAG, going through this process with determining the right numbers, they were the state was very uninterested in hearing any argument about the cease and desist and our water restrictions. So the irony is that they would not allow any credit for that or any allocation benefit from this. We land on the number of 3664. They know that there's a water restriction, but yet here they're going to say, we want you to present us a map that has no environmental restrictions, but yet an environmental restriction is called a cease and desist because we've had an overdraft for more water. So the irony in this is very obvious to me. And when we say the state's logic, I don't know it. I don't see it and I don't understand it because there does not appear to be any credit from housing community development on our plight in Monterey County. So just that's my editorial. But the question has to do with how do you present this report that includes this component of our water dilemma.
Right. Yeah. I think first and foremost, what we've tried to do with this inventory is identify the most shovel-ready sites and put those forward. But I also mentioned that when I went through the components of the housing element, another one of those components is an assessment of constraints on housing, which include environmental constraints and market constraints and regulatory constraints. That's a whole appendix, good 65, 75 pages of going through what those constraints are. And so that is going to be part of the document that the community sees when we release it next month, and that ultimately goes up to the state. And the housing action plan, that other required component of the housing element, will include implementing programs that address those constraints that are identified. So, okay, there's a environmental constraint. What can we do? And so water is one of them. And so we will have programs that discuss the things that the city can do to facilitate water.
Thank you, Andrew.
Councilmember Barber.
So thank you again for that presentation. A quick question. You were talking about other proposed sites like Del Monte Center, and I think it was 3 others that you had named as well. Can you give me a little bit more information as far as like how that came up? Was it from the community? Was it from the council? How did that come up as other proposed sites? And then do you have them actually allocated as to whether they're very low or moderate or what have you?
Yes. And Matt, could I ask you to pull the presentation up again? Yep. Because I think there's just to be perfectly clear for everyone who's watching as well, I think there's sort of 2 sets of sites. And let me go. Here we go. There are these ones when I talked about additional housing potential outside of the opportunity areas. And these ones I'm talking about the Elks Lodge site, the county courthouse site. Does this work if I point to it? Yeah. I don't know if people on TV.
Might be better to use your mouse so that people online could.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're the mouse. Okay. You see that? Could you the county? Yes. So that's the county courthouse site. And that one the county has decided to relocate the courthouse, and so it is potentially available for housing. That's where that came from. The Elks Lodge site, which is over on the, right there. That was an additional site that the consultant and staff identified through analysis. As I mentioned, that's a site with large areas of surface parking lot, and it's surrounded by existing multifamily housing. And so the thought was, and it is underutilized. So that was a potential site as well. And then the Perry Lane site, which is currently vacant. I think it's owned by the museum. At one point, it was a nursery, but now it's unused. And so those are sites. So these sites were not part of the survey. However, they do represent potential, and the opportunity for public input will come when we incorporate them into the public review draft that'll be released next month. So those are 3 sites.
Okay.
And then additionally, there's 3 other sites that I'm going to just move forward to this map, because these 3 sites came out of the discussion with the Planning Commission last week.
Okay.
And the Del Monte Shopping Center there is shown. That is a site that when we did the listening sessions back in December with various community groups, that was a site that was mentioned in discussions at that time too. The La Mesa Village site here is one that came up at the council meeting last week, and also the Heritage Harbor office complex came up last week. So these 3 are newer ones.
Okay. So from
And
the council meeting from last week is one of them, and the other one came from the listening tour from that, which was from the community.
right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
So we're measured on our success by the number of units built. I'm sorry. We're measured by our success by the number of units built. So at what point are we going to get a score? And what happens if we come up short? Is it done at the end of the 6th cycle? Or are there opportunities mid-cycle where we see that we're coming up short in this particular category, but not on that one? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the city prepares and submits an annual progress report on the housing element each year. It's done at the end of March and sent up in April to HCD for review. So there's that annual check-in. And then, so that's an opportunity for the city to be tracking. And before the report is sent up to Sacramento, there's a report to city decision makers. Additionally, the state usually does a midpoint check-in. I think, of course, they're reviewing the annual progress reports. They publish the results. They publish a digest of that on their website. But then at the halfway point in the 8-year cycle, they do an assessment. And in the 5th cycle, at the halfway point, they did an assessment, and they determined that communities that were not making substantial progress towards their RENA requirements were subject to SB 35 streamlining requirements, which means that any site that's identified in a community's housing element for lower income RENA that hasn't developed and a developer proposes at least 20% affordable units on that site would be subject to streamlined review, only subject to objective development standards. They may do the same as that. It's likely they will do a midterm assessment this time around. Whether there'll be something around SB 35 or a new law, I'm not sure, but they will do a midterm assessment and publish that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I have one real quick question regarding the Del Monte map that you just showed, and maybe we can go back to that real quickly.
Oops, sorry.
So my question pertains to the pie-shaped tier 1 site that is adjacent to the Highway 1. And currently that is a Speedway gas station, and it is heavily used. And I'm wondering what criteria was used to determine that that might be underutilized.
I think it was It was probably the as-built FAR and probably also the age of the structures. But this was a comment that we heard from a community member last week, suggesting that, you know, there were some sites that seemed perhaps to contain viable businesses. And so we've gone back and looked at all of the non-vacant sites. What I will say is that the state will be, when we put forward non-vacant sites, we need to demonstrate the viability of those sites for redevelopment with housing. And the state is looking for 3 indicators of underutilization or of redevelopment potential. And that could be low FAR. It could be the low AV ratio that I talked about, the value where land value is worth is higher than the buildings and structures, for example. It could also be the it could be the age of the structures on it. It could be property owner interest. It could be maybe there's buildings there, but they have a high vacancy rate, for example. So we've gone back and we've created a table of all of the non-vacant sites, and we're double checking that all of the sites that we've included will tick at least 3 boxes. So we're going through with a fine-tooth comb to check out that kind of thing. So there may be some changes. This one might not check all 3 boxes and may need to come off.
Right, and so would this site also perhaps include an assessment about doing a phase 1 environmental assessment because it's a gas station? Because that would add a tremendous amount of cost.
It would add costs, yes. Yeah.
Anybody else have questions?
I have a few questions. Thanks again for your excellent presentation, Andrew. So what about the old Capitol site? Can you review why that isn't even a point of discussion? I forgot.
Is that the courthouse site or?
No, it's up. It's just a bunch of trees right now. It's right above Del Monte Center.
Oh, sorry. So the old Capitol site is basically on the other side of Highway 1. It's right now forested by trees. Most of you know where the hospice is located, up in that general area. So it's that forested hillside. That property was a property of significant land use battles in the 1980s, where there were many different proposals considered. And ultimately, the Pebble Beach Company deeded that property to the city of Monterey free of cost for open space and parks and recreation uses. It's deed restricted to that use. And it was a condition of approval of the Pebble Beach Lot re-subdivision project. Probably remember that project dating back. That's also what built the Highway 68 roundabout. It was built in the county of Monterey with significant mitigation measures. So that property will be forever entrusted towards parks and recreation uses in the city of Monterey and was given to us for that reason.
Thanks, Kim. So there's not even a square foot of that huge parcel is available.
Not for residential use.
Okay.
For parks and recreation use, yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. And see, I guess one of the questions I had was also about the Del Monte area. You went through it fairly quickly, but this opportunity site area identification has a lot of dense information about flood zones, coastal flooding. And it's not clear to me when I look at this map of flooding on Del Monte, how that to the Del Monte map. It seems like that area is in between those 2 lakes and it's pretty low elevation. How closely was the flood potential for the Del Monte corridor reviewed?
Yes. Pretty close. I'm pulling up a map that shows all of the constraints on it. Just bear with me. There we go. So it's a little bit small, but you can see that we have the 100-year and the 500-year flood zone shown around Lake Alestrero and the tidal inundation sea level rise area. and so sites within those areas were deliberately removed. And then in terms of the, yeah, actually over more to the, yes, can you see? I'm sorry, it's under.
Is that you, Nat?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you can see there's.
All forever, right, or make it bigger.
Yeah, you can see there is a 100-year flood zone and 500-year flood zone around. It's actually not around Lake Elster. It's over more to the east. You see there's another low-lying area of tidal inundation, which is that up the vertical purple lines, just a little bit below where the hand is. Yes, right there. So that is a low-lying area. You can see the 100-year flood zone around it, the 500-year flood zone that that follows Del Monte Avenue itself. So sites within those flood zones were removed. And because we did this analysis in GIS, it was easy to identify which parcel number is in it. So those were removed. The area on the north side of Del Monte is, of course, higher terrain. And so it's essentially a block between the coastline. And so I think there's an elevation difference.
Okay, so you do have like elevation data that's supporting this.
Yes.
It's just that the report says that there's a coastal bluff that makes it sound like the water can't get in because of the coastal bluff, but there are these two lakes.
Oh, right.
That are just going to flood on either end of it. Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
And then another question. So Fort Ord, of course, is bound to be a big focus because it is 2/3 of what we're trying to achieve. Let's see, specific plan that would be needed would happen after this whole process.
Correct. It would happen within the 8-year planning period.
Okay.
And in the housing action plan, which is where those implementing programs go, we would have a program that says the city will develop a specific plan for the area, and it'll have specifics about some objectives for the specific plan, including a number of units and all this kind of detail. But it'll also have information on the time frame for various, and probably some specific steps, like when will the city prepare the plan, and when will the city adopt the plan, and when is construction envisioned to start, so that we really tell a story to demonstrate to the state that that housing development is feasible on the site within the period.
Okay, great. And that's a tremendous amount of work. So there's also an environmental impact report that has to be done before December 16th or 15th. And how detailed is that EIR about the land watch letter about ordinance, all that stuff on the Fort Ord side?
Right. So it'll be a programmatic environmental impact report, which means that it's not looking at actual construction on any sites. It's looking at the possible indirect environmental effects that could result from changing land use and zoning, or implementing policies that would facilitate housing in different areas. And so it will still consider a full range of topics, including the presence of hazardous materials, for example, on the site. It'll look at water supply as a constraint. And as needed, it will propose mitigation measures at a programmatic level. Programmatic EIR is a little different than a project-specific EIR. A project-specific EIR would look at an individual site. So maybe, for example, the county courthouse site, if we were going to, if there was actually a plan to build housing, we would know where on that site the development would be located. We know how high the buildings are proposed to be, how many units. So you can do a much more precise level of environmental review when those details are known. That's project level environmental review. But here we don't know those details. And so what we're looking at is programmatic. We're looking at changing the land use and zoning, changing city policies and regulations to facilitate housing generally in certain locations. And so we can do a certain level of environmental review at that programmatic level. there may be a need subsequently to do project-specific review on individual sites to the extent that impacts haven't been analyzed sufficiently and mitigated at the programmatic level, if that helps. Yeah.
Yeah, that does. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Andrew, at last week's planning commission hearing, there was a brief discussion regarding the challenges regarding, and especially in the Lighthouse District, of refurbishing historic buildings or buildings that might be listed or potentially listed and that sort of thing. Is there going to be a consideration to revisit those sites on your mapping?
Well, I think so what I would say is that if the site is shows those three indicators of redevelopment potential, and if there's interest from the property owner in redeveloping with housing, then I think we can count them towards RENA. However, any development on those sites would still be subject to all city regulations and policies, and the EIR will look at the potential impacts to historic resources that could result from implementing the plan and propose mitigation measures as needed to ensure to address those impacts. And so I think it's we wouldn't necessarily take those sites off because they are historic resources or because historic impacts could result, but rather through the EIR process, we would look to see what mitigations would be needed to help preserve and protect resources with build out of the sites identified.
And you do have a sufficient buffer, at least for the moderate and above moderate, to take care of any problem that might happen down the road.
Yes.
I have two questions. One, there's a couple of comments made about Fort Ord so far, and I wonder, what does the possibility look like of giving a proposal that doesn't include Fort Ord as a proposed site? My concern is that what is the likelihood that we're actually going to develop on that site and therefore actually achieve our goals? So I just wonder what that looks like in regards to, I don't know if it's upzoning or what does that look like for our, is it possible, and what does that look like for our other sites?
So I want to go back to a sort of a nuanced point that I made in the presentation, but one that's quite important. There's zoning. What density, number of dwelling units per acre, what density is allowed in various locations of the city. But then also, once you've identified that there's adequate zoning for the sites, then HCD is also requiring that we look at the past performance on comparable sites. And that by that, I mean, on a site of a certain size and a certain location with that zoning district designated to it, in the past in Monterey, what densities have actually been built? Because even though a site may be designated for 30 dwelling units per acre or 100 dwelling units per acre, doesn't mean that it always gets built out to the maximum. In fact, it rarely, if ever, does because of other factors. And so the state really wants to make sure that our projections are realistic. And so for that purpose, they require that we do a study of what has been, for example, in the downtown area over the past 10 years, look at all the projects that have been built or approved, at what densities were they approved? And that strictly speaking, in the HCD guidelines, they want us to look in the same city, in the same district. But we know, as I mentioned, that water supply has been a major constraint on how much housing can be built here in Monterey. And so if we only look at the past performance in Monterey, we're going to be grossly underestimating how many units we can project. And so that's why I mentioned we did that survey of other communities that don't face the same water constraints, so that we could have a more holistic, more realistic number. But even that projection is always going to be lower than what's allowed under the zoning. So it's nuanced, but it's an important consideration in all of this. And so because, for example, downtown, when I'm based on our survey, we can project 55 dwelling units per acre in the Alvarado district. But that the zoning allows for up to 100 dwelling units per acre. But based on that past performance, which we must present, we can only project 55 dwelling units per acre. And so that puts us in a bit of a bind. We need to find viable sites that tick those 3 boxes with 3 indicators of redevelopment potential, and we need to apply this density factor, whether it's 55 dwelling units per acre or 29 in the corridors in order to get there. And so when you consider all those parameters, it's very difficult to get to 3,654 units just in infill sites. In fact, I don't know if it's possible. I think that the solution to Monterey's RENA puzzle needs to include Fort Ord in some way. And then another sort of wrinkle in all of this is that the state is also looking for a housing element that doesn't that provides a whole variety of different strategies. So infill housing, a specific plan, a congregational overlay, ADUs, SB9 housing. They're really looking for a whole basket of solutions in case something doesn't pan out as planned. They want to see that the community's pursuing other options as well. And so for all of those reasons, I think we should really, if there's a card on the table, we should play it.
So if I were to restate what your response was, it's that the zoning that we're proposing in the housing element actually will allow for significant greater amount of housing, but RENA, in order to calculate the RENA numbers, we have to use these other calculations that actually end up making that a smaller number.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
And if I could just offer 2 other things in response to your question that I think will be helpful. And it doesn't, just because we're projecting 55 dwelling units per acre in the Alvarado district, doesn't mean that people can't build at 90 or more with a state density bonus, for example. And if they do build at more than our projections, great. We're ahead of the curve. We're making more progress toward RENA than expected, and that's all fine. So these projected density doesn't limit what you can build. It's just what we can demonstrate as a realistic projection to the state. And then the one other thing that I would offer in response to your original question is that there may be an option through the EIR to look at other alternatives that perhaps don't involve don't involve Fort Ord. We could consider the environmental impacts of that option, what that would look like, and that would give decision makers another point of reference on the ultimate plan.
So it wouldn't make a difference. And part of this is almost a comment, but also a question. I see that there's a buffer of the 1498, and what would make me feel more comfortable is creating a buffer of 2,400, which is that amount that we're identifying that's in Fort Ord, Ryan Ranch. When even though units, the lots in Ryan Ranch, I find that hard to create units on 2 lots in a commercial area. Not that I'm opposed to it, but it just kind of, if you're thinking about somebody's living situation and being surrounded in a district that's all commercial, it just doesn't seem to be an optimal or ideal spot to develop. So it would be great to see a buffer of 2,400, and I'm not sure if that's possible. So I'm not, I guess I kind of throw that back a little bit, but an additional part, would it make a difference if we said, this is a hypothetical here, if we said 6 stories in the Alvarado district, does that make a difference towards helping us move in a better direction there?
I think we're still stuck in that, for downtown particularly, we're stuck in that bind where we could increase it to 200, but we're still stuck with that. We can only demonstrate 55.
Yep. Okay. Bresso, I seen some movement. Did you have a add-on question to that? Okay. And then last question here. Actually, I'm sorry, 2 more questions. So you outlined the deadlines for HCD. Has there been a conversation with HCD in regards to where we're at in the process and them feeling confident in regards to how we're progressing along with our timeframe?
Yes, we did have a conversation with HCD about 10 days ago. Preliminary conversation, let them know where we are. We asked some pointed questions for them. Some of the things we're struggling with. We talked about the water situation, asked for their advice, how to approach some calculations as well. We met with about 3 staff from HCD, but we gave them some homework and they're tapping into the brain trust to give us some ideas for how to deal with some of these calculations. And HCD staff is actually going to make a visit to Monterey next week as well, so that they can see some of the conditions, some of the various areas, some of the sites that are being considered as well. What they told us in the course of our conversation is that we're right on par with other communities on the peninsula. Everyone's right around the same situation with their housing elements as well.
Okay. And then I may have read the attachment 2 incorrectly, but is there any plans to downzone any parts of the city?
No.
So, okay,
I
only
think-
increasing density.
Yes, that is correct. And I think that there was a comment that came up at the Planning Commission last week, and I think it was a misunderstanding around this, what's permitted in the zoning versus what we can project on the basis of realistic capacity. I think there was a commenter from the public who was talking specifically about the Pacific Windrush Pass area and had thought that maybe we're downzoning there. That's not the case. I tried to emphasize that a little bit more in the presentation tonight, because commercially zoned properties in the Pacific Windrush Pass area are allowed up to 30 dwelling units per acre. It's just that we're saying, given the size of those parcels and the odd shape of them, we're projecting a more conservative 16 dwelling units per acre, which is on par with what's built there today. Again, that's not to say that people couldn't develop at 30 dwelling units per acre. They're entitled to that. It's just that it would be difficult for us to demonstrate that to HCD, I think.
Okay. And one other question popped in my head. Olmsted, right off the 68. I'm wondering, is that included in our numbers at all in regards to the development in that area?
And I think that we're talking about the 50-acre school site. Right.
The school site's the only one included.
Okay. Is there any other possibility to include anything else in that area? Okay. And I just wonder, could that be an opportunity to maybe help create additional buffer? Because if we're going to do it, I imagine it might be good to include it in the housing element and do the rezone at the same time.
So the parcel you're talking about starts at Olmsted and Highway 68 and extends to Monterey. So right now, that's our scenic entrance into our city, and our setbacks requirements require 100-foot setback from the ultimate planned scenic highway of 68. We struggled with that internally. Was it better to give up the scenic entrance to the city or to potentially look at Fort Ord? And our recommendation was Fort Ord versus the scenic entrance to the city. But Andrew can point out, so the end of the parcel, you can see where so there's Olmsted and 68 right there. You could include that linear parcel that goes along the frontage there to the school district parcel. You should also, we believe that the area between that school district parcel and Foothill School that's sort of uphill towards the mountain is going to be where the county is going to designate their affordable housing requirement for the peninsula. So they haven't published that yet. We did get a notice that they were considering that, but they haven't said how many units yet.
How many units would we potentially be able to develop in that area?
Along that linear path there?
Yes, that's correct.
We could make a calculation of that. What I would say is that area, the topography is quite steep. So that would be a challenge there. I could imagine, some housing terraced into the slope. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But it would be more challenging than other areas, within this vicinity, which is why we landed on that 50-acre school site, because you can see also the airport safety zones extend into the area. There's wildfire risk. I think there's also some liquefaction closer to the airport on the eastern side of it. So the 50-acre school site was the one that was generally had relatively flatter areas of terrain. It's not all, there's still terrain on the site, but it has some portions that are relatively flatter. It's of a sufficient size that it could be master planned, and it's relatively free of environmental constraints. And so for those, and it's also called out in the Highway 68 plan with those 300 units. So that was the thinking. That was the thinking there. What if you wanted to pursue more housing in this general area? it might actually be worth considering maybe more. So we've just assumed 300 units on the 50-acre school district site based on what's in the Highway 68 plan. But I mean, there's nothing just to say we couldn't plan more housing on that steeper, sort of longer area that we were just talking about that runs parallel to the airport runway. But as an alternative to put more housing in this area, maybe it's more than 300 units on the 50-acre school site.
Okay. I think let's pause questions now from the council and the commission. And let's go to public comment and let's hear what folks out in the community have to say. And I think Kevin is going to be our first taker today. Are you trying to get home or?
No, I'm just so excited about the possibility.
You jumped up really quick.
Being built. Well, I was looking around. Kevin Dayton speaking, Government Affairs Liaison, Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. As you know, we've been supporting more housing and taking some hits for it. But I'll mention right from the goals we have for the Chamber of Commerce. We want housing affordability for local workforce, a balanced choice of options. Provide a meaningful increase in the number of residential units for non-wealthy income levels to at least to fulfill the regional housing needs allocations while preserving and protecting the international appeal of the regional environment and quality of life. And I think I've looked this over. I think there's a lot of good things in here and I hope that you adopt it. First, let me give you some context. You're at the last year of your 5th cycle for the regional housing needs allocation. And as of the end of 2022, out of your allocation of 650, you have permitted 139 with 511 to go in this year. I don't know, Kim Cole, if we're going to make it. But now yet we're getting so far behind. No wonder AMBAG put the 3,654 on us. And boy, you're right, Councilman Smith, it's going to be hard with the cease and desist order going on. But I'm going to guess one of the reasons why they push forward it anyway is because they're pressuring the region and the community to find a water solution. And I hope all part of this is, you know what, if we stick around, I know there are people in Monterey who love to keep that cease and desist order forever because they like how it works. We've got to just keep on pushing for the water supply and be creative about it and be realistic about what projects can provide how much water and make sure that we have a lot of diverse places that the water is coming from. So let's continue to do that. Yes, regarding the Fort Ord parcel, I remember 3 groups back in 2018 or 2019 said they'd sue if it was ever developed. I do have some ideas about how you could get that developed that are creative. I won't say them here, but thinking out of the box, I think you can do it. But you can always talk about. I don't want to give away the idea. I think a few people don't mention it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Just don't tell anybody. I live right near Heritage Harbor. Boy, it'd be great to see a lot more people living there and moving around at night. I think it would change the Custom House Plaza area quite a bit. We're having some of those tagging issues and other problems. I live nearby. I want you to know you have other allies too. Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, MBEP, is having a housing summit on June 27th where they're releasing their new housing white paper. And believe it or not, one of the panelists for that is going to be me. So keep on pushing, get this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council and the Planning Commission. I'm Luis Osorio, former member of the Architecture Review Committee for 3 years, and I was also a planning commissioner for about 9 years. I was here at the Planning Commission last week, and my comment there was, we've all in this room, just about everyone, have been hearing about these issues for a long, long time. I think the city manager and the consultant and the staff have made a great effort to bring you where we are, to bring us all where we are. At this point in time, it should be fairly easy for the city council to take action. There's no reason why there should be any concerns about this. I think in general, again, we talked about all these. We talked about the North Fremont specific plan, the downtown, Lighthouse, all of these areas except maybe Cass and Garden Road have been considered, for a long, long time in one way or another. I think the irony that Councilman Smith mentioned is that, in terms of the RENA requirements comes from the fact that there is no housing being produced anywhere. This housing crisis is not local, it's nationwide. And that is why, and it's statewide. And that is why the last 15 years, the state has come up with all these changes into the zoning regulations to make it easier to produce housing. And I think the RENA numbers are being increased just about in every region in the state, not just here. Now, the water issue here, whether real or not, is something that we have to deal with. And I think in just a couple of suggestions in terms of the programs, we need to make sure that some of these projects are built. The last project of any significance in the city was the one in North Fremont, where it took 3 or 4 years, and there was a lot of opposition from the neighbors. And there is still opposition in some camps about housing in the city. So we need to put some policies in the housing element that are going to facilitate development projects within these areas. I think we need to get away from the use permit conundrum and make it easier for people to apply for and obtain permits for these projects. Yes, please. Evening, PK.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, planning commissioners. My name is PK Diffenbaugh, Superintendent, Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, but I speak tonight as an individual. We're in a crisis, as all of you know. We lose about 100 teachers every year, which is almost 20% of our teaching force. We're hiring every single year. In our district of around a little over 9,200 students, 22% of our students are considered homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act, which means they're doubled or tripled up in order to survive here on the peninsula. That's over 2,000 students of ours are homeless. I'd like for you all, as you consider this important process, to really know that we as a school district want to be part of the solution. And my thoughts tonight are that underutilized school sites or partially utilized school sites should be part of the solution. Already in AB 2295 allows for school districts to build staff housing if it meets certain conditions on their school property. But through the housing element process, you could do an overlay that if the school district meets certain conditions, that it would be a ministerial approval or by right be allowed to build if it met the conditions of either serving homeless youth or staff or employee housing. Additionally, I think that there are opportunities regarding ADUs that the city could consider that have been done at other sites. One is pre-approved plans that are already ready to as long as you choose one of the options that the city approves, you can go ahead and build an ADU that the city could allocate from the city reserves. They could allocate water to build those ADUs. If those ADUs were deed restricted to then support middle income teachers, firefighters, police, etc. So as I applaud the mayor for bringing up the idea that we should focus on projects that are actually going to get done, not just projects that allow us to say we're going to meet certain numbers. And so as you consider this very, very difficult process, I don't envy the city for what's in front of you, but my hope is that we act, because if we don't, we know the alternative. It's increased students who are homeless and more teachers who have to leave this area that they want to stay in because they can't afford to live here. So thanks for the opportunity tonight. If we can be of any help, please let us know. We want to be a partner in this process. Thank you.
That was good timing. It's really good.
Mayor, council.
Welcome back.
And planning commission. One of the things that I see in the process with the city of Monterey, because I've gone through several things here, is certainty. Is that when you come here, there's never a certainty that you're going to get what you start with spending all that money. And I'll give you one example. I was going to do an ADU on a building on Larkin Street. I started the process, got it through. What do you guys come back through? A deed restriction. You don't need that deed restriction. Everything within that deed restriction is already against the law. But you put a deed restriction that could compromise our title. And therefore, I walked away from the one on Larkin. I had two where I took a swimming pool out of David Avenue that I was going to put in there. And there's probably 3 or 4 others. I have a lot next door to Mr. Hoppe. I've split into 2. I'm in the process of doing things, but every time I come to these constraints. So I wanted to mention to you that in all that reporting that you did, you never mentioned finance, costs, government, what government costs developers, that people that are going to do something. It's never been mentioned. And it's such a big number nowadays that it's a constraint. When I first got back here from San Jose State in 1976, there was housing everywhere. I mean, you could get housing anywhere. And what has happened is a shame, but everything has gone through the roof. The place I rented for $350 is probably $2,400 today. That's 10 times in what, 30, 35, 40 years, I think it is. Whatever. All I'm getting at is we need certainty. When developers come to you, they need to have a certain certainty that things are going to happen and we're going to get through this process. And I'm not going to go down the road and find out, oh my God, they want this. The project that's on Della Vina that I was going to do, okay, I had water for it too. I had all these restrictions that you had to do this, you had to do that. And pretty soon I said, you know, you can actually go bankrupt doing these projects. And to this day, we still have that lot. I have another client of mine that owns a big parcel in downtown Monterey. Constraints of what we could do there. Again, you need to consider the finance part of end of this to make sure that it's feasible and that you guys aren't the detriment to the process. And that's why nothing happens here other than water. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm not going to go over all the notes that I have, but I kept hearing the word incentive being dished out, and incentives to build a 5-story building. I don't know anyone wants to undertake that. Traffic police problems. We need police in every intersection on Saturdays and Sundays to get tourists out of this town. I've never seen them. It's just gridlock all the way up and down Lighthouse. I can't imagine any development going in that direction. What you're going to run into, from what I understand, is if people don't want to create as much housing as you think that is going to be demanded of you, you're going to have to deal with condemnation of people's property and rebuilding on their sites to accomplish what the state wants. And beyond that, is the state allowed to condemn things in this area? And has this actually been challenged in court, this RHNA ruling? Has it been challenged at all? And I know that you brought up that aspect of water, and you're not going to create water without putting a hell of a lot of money into it. Is the state going to provide an incentive to do this and give us water from San Luis or something? What's going to happen to us? Or are we just going to end up spending ourselves into issues that will not allow us to function in this area? When I was a kid, we lived where we could afford to live. When I moved up here, we lived where we could afford to live. And I've been in this area for 45 years or longer. And I don't quite see the need to create this urban renewal of voters in this area. That's all I see. Urban renewal of voters. That's about it. Thanks for your excellent work, though.
Good evening, Tom Raleigh, a resident of Fisherman's Flats. I volunteered to lead a ballot measure to remove the restriction for transportation for Highway 68, Monterey Salinas Highway. No one from the staff has contacted me. That's passed. It could have been on the next ballot. The most opportune area for development for new housing is basically Tarpey's Flats. It was where the first airport was before the current airport. You missed it, missed the opportunity. I heard the presentation. Most of the areas that were marked as development areas, there's going to be restrictions. As one of the gentlemen mentioned about the impact on transportation on Lighthouse Corridor. I mean, more density in there. And the other thing is, I did not hear a mention by anybody, staff, anybody, of the jobs housing balance. That used to be one of the key elements that you start with on any housing element. So I think you've got a long way to go. I don't know what you're going to come up with on a draft in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever. I'll take a look at it, but I'm not over optimistic it's going to make any sense. So good luck. And, Ed Smith dealt with this at AMBAG and voted against what you're looking at. The other thing is, if you read the Pinecone fine print, which I read last Friday, there's a ballot measure coming down the pike next year that's going to relate to this very issue. So stand by. Thanks.
Oh my God, what a nightmare. You've got to sue the governor because it sounds to me this reeks of developers lobbying the governor to start building in California, which goes against the total climate change crisis that he also espoused. So where to begin? First, we need to have a moratorium on all future building if this nightmare happens. But the number one thing I hope you do is start joining other cities in creating a lawsuit against a governor who is asking for impossible housing when we don't even have the room, we don't have the water unless he can supply it. He's got to come up with it, not us. He does. Bring it back to him. And the housing crisis is only going to get worse. The population is exploding. Migrants are coming. Everyone is having children. So it's not going to end here. After this, there's going to be more housing and more need for housing. And so you've got to say, whoa, we only have so much room, and utilize. I'd like to know what the survey is for all the existing buildings that are not being used, the schools, the restaurants, the building suites, the hotels that have extra rooms that they never use that this city could go to. That's the limit. That's where it needs to stand, and not any more of this building. We have plenty of empty buildings. There's a beautiful building right on the site there where Fresh Cream Restaurant used to be, and it's empty. It could create probably 100 units. Ask the owner there to allow that. So please, I'm with you on this. Don't allow the governor to do this. I know Cambria definitely can't build. So we can't either anymore. Utilize what we have. Thank you.
Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Anybody? Sorry, your public comment period is over, and I just want to make sure we're fair to everybody. So let's jump online. Let's see if we have anybody on Zoom.
There are multiple hands raised on Zoom. The first one with the hand up was Tom Reeves. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Here we go. Good evening.
Tom Reeves here, broadcasting to you from New Monterey. It causes me a lot of pause to think of a 25% increase in our population in the city, especially when I think about the transportation network. A lot's been said about water shortage, but not a whole lot's been said about the traffic gridlock that one of the previous commenters commented about, especially in the Lighthouse corridor. Andrew mentioned that there was somewhat less enthusiasm about development in the Lighthouse corridor, and I think that's kind of an understatement. It was one of the lower rated areas of the entire survey. And we have to keep in mind that it's not just Monterey, it's Pacific Grove also. So please keep that at the front of your mind. Pacific Grove has its RENA allocation, and all of those people, as well as the people in the Lighthouse corridor, have but two ways of getting off the peninsula: Lighthouse Avenue and Highway 68. We're just one conflagration short of a major disaster in this area. So please extremely limit, I'm not saying completely prohibit, but limit the amount of development in the Lighthouse corridor. Going to the exhibits, I noticed the one in the Lighthouse corridor showed Andronicos as being an opportunity site. Well, as a resident in New Monterey, Andronicos is our neighborhood market. I would really not want to see Andronicos go away. When Safeway closed, or I'm sorry, when whatever it was called, sorry, it doesn't come to my mind right now. It was a big loss. We were without our neighborhood supermarket. I also noticed that there seems to be some opportunities, though, that might be not shown on Del Monte Avenue off of Casa Verde. As you go into Del Monte Beach Track to the right, to the east, are a couple of warehouses, and those were out of the flood zone, and I think those would make good places for development. Also, why not custom house parking garages? Those buildings are in terrible shape. I know for a fact they have been glued together a couple of times, and that should be considered as an opportunity site too. The other thing is affordability. How are these going to become affordable? Well, that's usually done by subsidies from the government, or there's certain considerations given to a developer to make it affordable. The other reason that housing could become affordable is that you make the community so unlivable. There's so many people there that it drives the price of the properties down. And I would hate to see that be the way that we get to affordable housing. The last thing are ADUs and JADUs. Those are not necessarily rental units. I'm building a JADU myself, and it's for my wife and me. I don't want that to be considered a rental unit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next commenter with the hand raised is Esther Melkin.
Good evening, everybody. I've got a couple of questions that I'm going to present to you from the perspective of somebody who's not embedded in this topic, which is very complex. So I'll start out by saying, I don't understand why none of the presentations ever given about anything having to do with AMI never include the actual numbers of the actual income that is referring to. I would pretty much doubt that maybe 70% of the people watching and sitting there tonight don't know what the AMI is. I've been involved in this a long time, and I'm still not able to tell you what it is. And I know that it recently changed, but that is significant information that the average person watching any of these presentations doesn't know what it means. And by not knowing what it means, they can't understand the rest of this concept that we're talking about. The other question I have is, why are the low income? We know that this is a low income area when it comes to our wages. We know that. And we know that we have a huge need for rental units. And yet it looks like we're putting less units delegated to those categories. So I'm not sure how that's decided. Kind of like what Tom was saying, the jobs, balance. Where are these jobs going to be that are supposedly going to bring in people who aren't already here? We need housing for the people that are already here. Does that mean that we're going to have all these renters all of a sudden become homeowners? That's unrealistic. And what percentage of these are going to be rentals and which are going to be, for home ownership? That, I don't see that being discussed anywhere. How do we delegate the need for that? So I understand this process to an extent, and I've asked these questions many times over the years, but for some reason, they never get answered. And I've asked the questions of HCD also, and people they just don't talk about them. So I don't know if they don't know or they don't want to say it, but these are very basic things that somebody that isn't a developer or a politician or, anybody that's watching should be able to understand these questions, and they're never addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand raised is Richard Russello.
Good evening, Council and Planning Commissioners. I have 5 quick points. Most haven't been covered tonight. One is a real life affordable housing. Are we going to make it livable or not? You have a survey and you ask people where to put high rise affordable housing. And what we see is not in my backyard. So they pick on Lighthouse, Alvarado, and North Fremont Street. Some of the things I want to point out on North Fremont, about half of it is zoned VAF. It takes a vote of the people to change the city charter on VAF. The other point is those dilapidated motels provide a lot of TOT for the city. We lose TOT if we do change the charter, then District 4 gets its city services cut. Is that the way it goes? Because that's what we see as our future. One is we have a 3-story approved 42 unit mixed use at the corner of Airport and Fremont, the former Eddy site. Why hasn't it been built? It hasn't been built because of economics. Building costs have tripled, quadrupled. The government fees, they're not going to build it. We have a hotel going up in Casa Verde. Are they going to build that? But if we put high density housing right up against 27,000 cars a day, what is the air quality? What's it going to be like to raise children there right next to gridlock constantly? So we got to look at the quality of life too. There's the sun and privacy issues with high rises right next to single families. Down Money Grove, if you go 5 stories there are many homes that will never see the sun again. Our side of Fremont, 5 stories could see into every house and backyard and front yard in my entire neighborhood. It's also in line for the airport. They'll catch planes as they come down. So real life from issues that we got to face, what are real affordable? And I'll give you a real life example of a large landlord that had an affordable unit on Lighthouse, and a single man rented the unit. He's got 1 parking place now. Girlfriend moves in, there's 2 cars. He bought a motorcycle, there's 3 cars. They're going to have children. He's still got 1 parking place. That's real life. Do you want a toddler running across Fremont or Lighthouse? It's going to happen. So we got to look at safety, and they were right. You got to challenge the governor. He is turning the state upside down, and it is not logical. It's not in the balance of nature. It's not in climate change. We have to learn to live in our environment, and we need to temper this and challenge the governor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next hand raise is Robert Yoha. You'll need to unmute first before you can provide your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Robert Yoha, 342 Euclid Avenue. I'd like to speak on 2 points. One from a perspective from Sacramento. I spent 30 years in land and water use planning there. And one on a perspective living on Euclid Avenue for since the 60s. I started off my career as a young engineering, I guess you might call me an engineer. I helped 4-lane Carmel Valley out to Mid Valley. That was in 1970. I watched the water table drop as they put hundreds of homes in there, and it created a water shortage in the peninsula. My parents could no longer water their front yard. My mother had fruit trees, rose bushes. We had a garden. It's gone. I just have a gopher refuge now in the front yard here. If you build out to 3,654 houses, what is it going to do to the water supply on the peninsula? Think about that. You're adults. You're making a plan. If you can't live up to your expectations, the city will be held responsible for not accomplishing your housing goals. Let me give you a perspective from actually reviewing land use proposals like yours for 5 years for the Department of Information Technology. I would have kicked yours back for unfulfilled promises. You have a firm commitment of water that you can live with. You need to have a chapter in your land use element on what you can accomplish with your firm commitment of water. And being a little bit altruistic, I would say, okay, if I only have this much water, I would focus this on low and moderate income housing and not build expensive houses on the hillside. Use your existing water to help with the working class housing shortage. The next issue I have is your opportunity areas are grossly inaccurate. And I agree with what happens when you lose your neighborhood supermarket. People over here can't afford to go to the Monterey Sports Center. We use In Shape. We can't afford to go to Salinas for our building materials. We go down to M&S Supply. That's the biggest area for development in the Del Monte corridor. And if I try to go there between 8 and 10 in the morning or 4 and 5 in the afternoon, the traffic service level on North Fremont Street is F. I can't get out of here for 4 hours a day. I think there needs to be a little bit more realistic assumptions made. I don't want to lose my neighborhood services. Like Richard said, if we lose our commercial businesses on North Fremont Street, where are we going to go? And where will those tax dollars go? The city will not be getting all those tax dollars from the commercial businesses. Just look at the other side of the coin here. You're very focused on doing housing, which is admirable. But what happens if we do use up all that water? Will be another Carmel Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand raised is Diane Coward.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Okay, great. Hi. I just want to say thank you to the Planning Commission and the City Council for all the hard work that they're doing on the housing situation here in Monterey. And support what PK and Luis said earlier about the need for housing and housing our teachers and our workforce. We hope that the council will take bold steps to be visionary in charting the path for future growth that supports the vitality of a multi-economic, diverse, and equitable city through upzoning in areas that make sense. Some of these areas that have zoning that can be increased would really help, I think, especially for infill. And also, we hope that maybe that you take a look at some of or doing a study around office conversions, because there's a lot of areas where there's a bunch of offices that are, some of them, a lot of them are vacant, and it would be really kind of interesting to look into maybe converting some of those larger structures into housing. But anyway, mainly just to say we support what you're doing and be bold and visionary. That's what we hope for the future for Monterey. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next hand raised is Tammy Jennings, and currently that is the only last hand raised.
Good evening, everyone. I too thank the City Council and the Planning Commission, but I agree with what other people are saying. Definitely challenge the governor. He had a dream without thinking the problem through and then just demands that we comply with it. There are so many elements, the traffic, the water, the air, our way of life. Just because he wants it doesn't mean it's possible in our area. And I definitely would challenge him. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. There are no further hands raised online.
Okay. I think I'm going to try to acknowledge some of the things that I heard, and I might need staff to jump in and help maybe answer some of the questions on that last point, because I think a couple of folks had identified the governor and the expectations coming out of him. I would just point out that the housing element process has been something that's been in place since 1969 in the state of California. So this preceded our current governor, and this has been a process that has been churned through. We're now going into the sixth cycle here. So I just kind of wanted to point out how long-standing this is and how it's adapted and changed over time. And it seems like we're going in one direction. We're not going backwards. We're not going to a place of alleviating jurisdictions from their responsibility and contributing to the housing crisis. So I just think it's something for us to think about in regards to kind of what direction we go here and how we spend our energy. There was also a lot of comments in regards to traffic and how traffic will be increased. And I wonder if when it's time for staff to respond to some of these, I wonder how we can speak to how that's addressed in the housing element, if at all. One thing for us to think about, though, is if we're creating housing for our workforce, the idea is that we're potentially creating opportunities for people to walk and bike, which is always a great thing. Not to say that that's not going to create more traffic or more parking issues. But I just hope that we can look at that response to that question that was asked. The water topic was also raised, and I think it was the second to last person that spoke during public comment, and I had identified the need for us to identify the water before creating the housing. And that's exactly what the water management district requires of us, is to make sure that we have the water allocation. So none of this is really going to be developed unless the water supply is there and is available. So I have two final questions that came out of the public comments. One was about the AMI. And so I'm just hoping you could speak to that, Andrew. And then a question that kind of was in my mind earlier in the presentation, it was talked about how there's restrictions in the mixed use zones, particularly in downtown, around residential being on the first floor. And I know that we updated that policy on the council during the last council. So I'm assuming that nothing in regards to those changes in a progressive way are being pulled back. It's just the recognition that there's this general policy regarding some restrictions on housing on the first floor. So I think I'll leave it there. And anything else, I'm sure there's holes in what I missed there as well.
Yeah, I can sort of take it in order.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think what I would say is, there were a number of comments as you pointed out about jobs, housing balance, about traffic. These things are interrelated. When we're talking about 3,654 new housing units in Monterey, a lot of those units, if not all of those units, are likely for people who already work in Monterey but commute here from other jurisdictions, most likely by car. And so we're not necessarily inviting new people who aren't already connected to Monterey. We're creating space for people to live in Monterey who probably already work here anyway. And so by doing that, we would hope that that would help to reduce, traffic congestion and vehicle miles traveled. So that's part of this solution that I think is worth highlighting. The EIR for the project will look at two metrics of related to traffic and mobility. It'll look at vehicle miles traveled and how build out of the housing element would potentially reduce or anyway affect vehicle miles traveled per capita. And then also because the existing circulation element of the general plan has a level of service as a metric, we'll also be looking at that. Under state law, for the purpose of environmental and analyzing environmental impacts, we're required only to look at VMT, but because it is a measure that's in place in the existing circulation element, we'll be providing that as information as well. So we will be considering traffic, and there will be measures, mitigation measures proposed as appropriate to address issues that are identified. So I think that's what I would say about the jobs housing balance and traffic and congestion in response. I think, can you remind me again?
What is AMI?
Oh, yes. And I have a slide on AMI. You could pull that up. I think it's an excellent comment, and I think that it's something that we should make an effort to address in the public review draft. We will be presenting AMI and what it means, but I think we can, as the commenter was suggesting, make it relatable for people. Yes. Is that it? I think it actually might be the next slide. Yes. So AMI is not as easy as, is not as straightforward necessarily as you might think. It depends. So what it stands for is the area median income. It's essentially the county average household income, but that depends on household size. So if you're a household of one, it's one number. If you're a household of four, it's another number. But we will be including this chart, which is from established. These are income limits established by the federal government and then by this taken by the state as well. As the commenter mentioned, they've just been updated recently within the last month. These are the newest numbers. We will be including this table in the housing element. But as the commenter was suggesting, and I think it's a good suggestion, to make these numbers more relatable, we could say, so what does a police officer with 2 years experience make? So we can put some characteristics to these numbers so that people can understand, oh, this represents, a teacher or a firefighter or something. I think it's a good comment, and it's something we can incorporate into the housing element to make this more real.
I think a good example to look at, and I think it connects well with PK, the superintendent of the school district's comments. A teacher starting off in that school district, I think looking at that salary and using that as an example might be a really good starting place.
Yes. And there was a third point, which I should have taken down and I didn't, that you were asking about.
The housing on the first floor and mixed use.
Oh, yes, correct. So right now, with the exception of Alvarado Street downtown and some adjacent streets, housing is allowed. 100% residential is allowed in the downtown specific plan area and on North Fremont, for example. But neither of those specific plans come out and say it specifically. You have to dig for it. You have to ask staff. And so one of the recommendations that we've included as part of this key strategies was to update policies and regulations to make it clear to a developer or a property owner who is considering building housing. They understand that is allowed, except per council resolution on Alvarado Street in particular, because that's an important commercial, district within the city. So that's the intent, is to even if it's allowed to put it front and center to make it clear.
Then there was one more actually I missed when I was reporting out. There was a question or comments around constraints and those being identified in the study, and I know that they are because I recall seeing them in the past, but specifically in regards to the financial cost and then government barriers that exist as well. And I know that those are both covered in there as well.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's helpful to start by explaining what we've introduced tonight is not a full housing element. I have a slide in the presentation that went through those core components. What we're talking about tonight addresses several, but not all of those core components. What we're really focused on is the sites and the capacity of those sites and some initial strategies to facilitate build of those sites. And the reason we're focusing on that first is because it drives so much that's in the housing element. You have to know which sites and where they are or what the capacity is or could be in order to write programs to incentivize it. So we're starting with the sites for that point. The sites also determine the scope of the environmental document as well. So we want to make sure that we have those relatively nailed down so that we can start the environmental review process. But a required component of the housing element is also a careful analysis of constraints to housing. And as I mentioned, that includes environmental constraints and market-based constraints and regulatory constraints, meaning zoning and process constraints. That will be a whole appendix to the document. It'll be 65, 75, 80 pages. It'll include water. It'll identify, characterize, quantify those constraints. And then in the action plan component of the housing element, we'll have programs to address those constraints to the extent that, that the city can within its power address them. So that is not something that was presented tonight. It is something that's in process, and it will be part of the public review draft that's released for public comment in July.
Okay, perfect. So maybe we can go around and get final comments from everybody. So why don't we start with Councilmember Hoffa?
Sure, thank you. And I think there were kind of 4 questions that you were hoping we'd address: the sites and strategies, other sites, ADUs, incentivizing them, and Fort Ord and affordability, correct? So I think I'll kind of use that. So as far as the sites and strategies go, I think I'm mostly okay with them. Yeah,
that's an item for the council, the next item as well. So
you don't want to hear about this now, or you do?
You can say it, but it's the site preference is part of the next, and we have a conflict of interest here as well, one of the council members. So I would.
So what would you like us to talk about, I guess? What kind of feedback are you looking for
The
here?
council will talk about the sites in the following meeting, I think.
So not the sites.
And it does,
Next agenda item, I'm sorry.
yeah, we'll adjourn to just the city council meeting, and just the city council will give direction.
Okay, so I'll talk about sites later. Okay, so ADUs, I guess, then would be the next thing. I think PK Diffenbaugh expressed my view, which is I support incentivizing more ADUs if that is actually going to be deed restricted, for workforce housing, moderate, low-income housing. And again, I'll just point out, as you just saw in the AMI, low-income housing is not like for homeless people, right? I think people have a real misconception. Low-income housing is a teacher, moderate income or very low-income housing is actually a teacher, according to the AMI. So I think it's just important. Anyway, yeah, if we're going to actually, I think other people mentioned this, ADUs aren't necessarily housing. I mean, I think one of the callers, Tom Moore, mentioned he's planning to build it. It's not going to be additional housing. So I think it's got to be, if we're going to give incentives, it actually has to be new housing, preferably for workforce housing. Fort Ord. So, I've probably been trying for the last decade to get something happening out there, which is why my opening question about it. I mean, realistically, it'll be 15 years, I would say 12 years before we see any housing out there. So I do kind of share the mayor's concern about putting so many eggs in that basket, but it is what it is. I will say this is really just some to put it on the table for staff and council to be aware of and to think about. We need to start working with Delray Oaks to get the infrastructure moving forward there on South Boundary Road, because none of this again will happen until South Boundary Road is improved and there's the proper infrastructure. When I was on the Fort Ord Reuse Authority, I worked really hard to get $8 million allocated for that, but it's not enough. And we need to work with Delray Oaks on that if we're realistic, if we're serious about this. Like if we're serious about this, I also like the idea of us working on a specific plan. for the former Fort Ord and for Rhine Ranch. So I think both of those, that sounds very, I like the idea. Let's get a specific plan that will provide some guidance to future development there. I do like the idea of a mixed village. It's something, I think is important so that people don't have to drive far to go to a restaurant or to get their groceries or go to a pharmacy or something like that. I don't know if we built that in, like if that's already kind of baked into the 16 units per acre. But if it's not, in my thinking, I don't think we only want housing there. I think we want some kind of mixed use village. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Commissioner Brassfield.
Councilman Hoppa on a couple of things. ADUs, I think that we'd missed an opportunity here to identify the rest of the city to come some kind of an encouragement to develop ADUs in the other part of Monterey that was not even discussed tonight. We have some houses in some of those neighborhoods that are over 60 years old. They may make fine for a primary resident, an ADU, and 2 junior ADUs. So we need to look at that as something for the rest of the city. Water keeps coming up. And first of all, I want to compliment Andrew and the city staff because this report is very comprehensive on a complex topic, but the comments were very enriching when you're studying this topic, because they brought up so many of the issues that we've been discussed here just from the general public in numerous occasions. But when you look at where we can go, Del Monte Center, I mentioned last week, but we had a recently Del Monte Center project came to the commission, and in studying the map of the Del Monte Center, there's an area surrounding Del Monte Center that's not developed that belongs to the company. I thought that's a perfect opportunity for us to look at putting worker housing, smaller units that would fit into that income bracket, and be right there. It's a perfect opportunity site, and it's not on the other side of the freeway. But so that was one of the things. Water is another topic. And I recently heard the mayor talk about the water coming out of Lake El Estero, but we're missing some other opportunities. As a kid, I used to go down to Cannery Row a lot. And I can tell you on some rainy days, some of that water came out of there, a torrent. Is there a way to increase the number of acre feet to include water coming down that hill into this new incentive program that you're talking about? We need every little bucket of water we can accomplish to put into this development cycle. We had a wake-up call in the reading of all the comments. I talk about it periodically, but in all the areas that Andrew outlined, the comment was there having addressed parking. City of Monterey constantly loses parking every year. We don't have the capability that I know of to do an inventory, find out how much we're losing each year, because our previous traffic engineer, which he left and went somewhere else, that was the parting comment. Monterey's biggest problem is going to be parking. We do not want to become San Jose or San Francisco. I can remember my dad driving around San Francisco for a half hour trying to find a parking place to go to my grandparents' house. We don't want that. That's not the image of a tourist town, by the way, either. So keep that in mind. Transparency of neighborhoods, the development. We have different images of Monterey. Those from the people that are coming here looking to work, those that come here looking for fun, those of us who live here and have lived here for a long time, trying to merge all these different interests, visions is what Kim typically is challenged to do. But then the rest of us fall in behind her because we're trying to make sure that she has the support to accomplish that. So I appreciate this opportunity to support what Andrew has done and what Kim does on a regular basis. So we need to look at Garden Road. Garden Road used to be a very successful neighborhood. Light industry. We used to go there because they used to have these great sales for jackets and everything else. Talbot ties.
What kind of ties?
Talbot ties, a company. We used to have, those are opportunity buys, but a lot of people worked there. Well, all of a sudden, they didn't work there. Do we know why? Now we're developing Ryan Ranch. Do we want to repeat that cycle? What did we do wrong? And that's previous councils, commissions, and staff. What did we do wrong that we now have to change the whole mix at Garden Road? So it needs to be examined in addition to where we're going to put all these cars. The school district site, 20 odd years ago, I recall that there was a discussion that they were going to put a school on that site and open up downtown. Oh, by the way, I think you can figure out what school I'm talking about. Because so many generations in my family have attended Monterey High School. So if that was in somebody's plan, how come the city doesn't know that? They should have it written down, because now we want to put housing there. So who's doing whom's planning here? The community vision I talked about, vision, the tourist versus local. When I went through the North Fremont specific plan process for over a year, a lot of things came up that, as now being on the planning commission, I see every meeting. But the height of residential has always been an issue in Monterey. A few years ago, we had the opportunity to build a new 4-story building on Alvarado. It was authorized, it was suggested, but it only went 2 stories. I remember taking a statistics class, and they always talked about what you can project in statistics and what actually shows up after a period of time. So put the best plans you can in place, but got to remember the results may not be what you hope to accomplish. So keep that in mind. I mean, I do applaud what we're trying to accomplish here. Ryan Ranch. Come up with a specific plan for a neighborhood that's not there yet. Who's going to participate? The people that are developing a campus for medical. And a lot of the pressure that Andrew's pointing out of these open areas, we're slowly being forced to compact them. And yet this survey says that we want the open space. So if we could put the kind of housing in open space, that means you're reducing open space, like the rest of the city is trying to accomplish, fill in any vacancies. At the same time, in this specific plan, we're trying to develop open space while we're closing the spaces in the city. Need to look at that. Size and density. I read all the plans. And while I think that they're very, very helpful in trying to accomplish this mission here, majority of this dense housing is being projected for the north side of Monterey. 66% in some, 100% in others. I studied the problems associated with housing back at the National Police Academy. This was after the federal government found out that they were building too many projects in cities. And that's why I think the state has now formed the idea that we only have to have, can only go big so big, because they went bankrupt and the crime problems were atrocious. The result was they said, spread your lower income people throughout the whole community. Don't put them into specific areas. I think that's a challenge you have to maintain. Like I said, we didn't even cover the whole city here in this survey. And I understand that probably Andrew probably had some real issues of how big of a bite do I take? How much can I accomplish in this time frame? But I suggest you be careful of how you pack these people into areas. It needs to be spread to the whole community. The last one, Tom Reeves talked about it. Years ago, after we had the Pebble Beach fire, I was assigned to work with OES staff at the county. And one of the issues that came up is evacuation. Our highways don't support it. We can't evacuate people. Monterey is now increasing the density of this city at state order. But we don't have adequate plans to evacuate what we already have. And it's not just Monterey, it's all the cities on the peninsula. I would suggest the city needs to assign the police chief and the fire chief to look at how can we better notify the state that they need to increase the capability to remove people from the peninsula in disasters. So with that, I'll finish my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, they're really helpful. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you.
So in general, I do support the information about the various strategies for housing. And I think it is necessary to look at the whole portfolio of strategies, because not just one strategy will get us to our allocation or anywhere near close. But I think it is also important to reiterate that what we're trying to do here is not create the next big city, but rather support our workforce and support our families who are already here living in tight quarters because of cost, because of scarcity. And I think also that as we think about density, it's and it's been mentioned here already, also important to reiterate what kind of impact that density will have on traffic, on transportation, on the timing that it'll take a family to get to school, to get to where they do their shopping, that kind of thing. So I think we're confronted with a challenge, but also with great opportunities to mitigate some of the issues that we're already seeing. I live in District 4, and I know what we're talking about when folks mention the traffic at 4 o'clock along North Fremont. I mean, it's pretty heavy traffic there. And we're also talking about traffic on Lighthouse. But I think there's an opportunity to address those issues by better planning our housing, and then better planning how we're getting those folks from point A to point B. And I think also that this is a great opportunity to further enhance our partnerships with MPUSD. I mean, we had superintendent here offer tonight their support. I think that's a great opportunity that we should jump on. Further enhance partnerships with MST. I know that they're working on getting folks transported to different parts of the county with a variety of projects that they have going on. So yeah, further enhance those partnerships with those agencies and the other jurisdictions around us to then also better improve, what the issues that they're dealing with. So I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman.
Maybe I misunderstood what we were being asked to comment on, but I believe that the purpose of the meeting is to review the preliminary inventory and key strategies and answer some questions that you asked. Are the sites and strategies proposed appropriate to include in the draft housing element? And I would say yes. Are there any other sites that should be added? We've mentioned several and you've added them. Should the city develop programs to incentivize and facilitate ADU production? And I would say based on the public comment and on the information received from everyone here tonight, I would say that could be a non-starter because they may not turn out to be additional housing. They may turn out to be personal housing. So that was new information. I didn't expect to say that. The report is due on July the 15th. It needs to be finished by August the 15th. It's a comprehensive inventory of what could be developed, and it proposes rezoning, new specific plans, but basically the bones and the structure are here and are ready to be edited for presentation to the state so that we don't miss our deadline.
Wilson. Commissioner Fletcher.
Boy, if I was to give council members and the mayor any advice at all, it would be to create as much inventory to consider as possible. Planning Commission last week suggested 3 additional sites, which I agree with. As an example, Heritage Harbor, when Tom David bought Heritage Harbor out of receivership a long time ago, my firm helped him study that upper site. There's a site sitting there that I don't think anybody knows about.
The parking garage?
The parking garage, and it drops over the side going in towards the park. It was studied for a hotel moratorium. It was studied for housing. It was studied for additional office space. There is a lot of development opportunity there. And that's just one example. And I think there's probably some little golden nuggets that can be uncovered in the rest of the city. So my suggestion would be look at everything. My biggest concern, I think, is speaking as an architect, is the consequences that we will be paying if we don't meet these requirements. I'm really concerned about our loss of the ability to, well, we're already losing our ability to have a discretionary review process because objective design lists, as Terry can tell you, we worked on that for the specific plan of downtown Monterey and Lighthouse and worked with Planning Commission to make that recommendation to you. Boy, it's hard. You're not going to realize the lack of quality that you're going to get until it's built. And I think there's going to be a lot of disappointment at some time down the road. So I would just suggest be diligent and keeping those types of things in mind. So I'll be concise and end with that.
Councilmember Barber.
Yes, so I echo my colleagues. Thank you so much for your hard work that what the consultants have done. Kim, you and your staff, all the staff that's here, the planning commission. We thank you for everything that you put in, and also for the community that came out and the ones that were online. I know that everybody is being vigilant and being a part of this and building it up. I do echo a lot of what I've heard already, which is taking advantage of the school. And since I work in education, hearing that number, which I knew about the McKinney-Vento, and hearing that number of almost 3,000, students being considered homeless by the McKinney-Vento Act, that says a lot when you start talking about, who would be housed and really echoing and knowing that a lot of people who are already here, they're already going to the schools, they're already working here. So you're not creating a lot of additional traffic. But that doesn't mean not to be thinking about traffic, because I live over on New Monterey, so I know exactly what they're talking about. Trying to come through there certain times of day, I have to say, okay, I have to just stay on the other side till a certain time, or just don't come out, and that shouldn't be the case. And so I think that's really important to make sure that we are looking at those things that deal with quality of life, right? So streamlining the processes, I heard that very loud and clear tonight. I think that's very important so that we can right, act. But I think it's very important that we make sure that the quality of life is still considered as we go forward and doing these things. And one of the other things, the last thing, Andronicals, I got to bring up Andronicals. Okay, you can't live in New Monterey and not bring up Andronicals. I will be beaten out of the neighborhood if I didn't bring that up. And it's very well served. Okay, so I agree with that when he brought that up as well. But the last thing I will say is also understanding, and I don't know whether this is part that we got today or whether it's coming later on, of the different elements that are being proposed. Some are going to be rentals, some are going to be home ownership, some are, what does that look like? Just being able to get my head wrapped around that, I think that's important as well. So people can be able to see, what populations will they really be serving. So that's kind of my comments for right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Blue?
I was thinking about the comments that we've just heard and what to add on that's going to be meaningful. But I think one of the big things that we haven't discussed is the numbers for the AMI and what we're seeing in the types of housing that we're looking at being put up. I mean, if we're looking at supporting our hospitality workers and teachers, we're looking at incomes in the $25,000 to $30,000 range. And how we facilitate going ahead and building housing to accommodate that is going to be a real challenge. I mean, who's going to go build for-profit housing that's going to support people who are making $20,000 to $40,000 a year, and how they afford that? That's a unique problem that I think we need to figure out how to address. In places like Ryan Ranch, well, maybe more Garden Road, Heritage Harbor, they offer the potential for conversion. But again, I think we have to look at the possibility of how we afford to do it. And so maybe having some type of public-private partnership where we're going to come in with some resources that facilitate getting housing that'll be built that can support people that are in that type of income range in a way that, like Mike mentioned, isn't going to be a high density, non-high quality of life living environment. So I think there's just some extra things that we need to add in to see how we address them in a way that satisfies what the report's going to want to do, which I think to a large extent is going to be something that's showing the state that we're willing to work with them. Because obviously the water problem is not going to give us a lot of options right away. And I remember when we were on the ARC, we saw people coming in for Garden Road. They had ideas that they were looking at implementing, but they didn't even have the water to do half of what they wanted to implement. So what came to us on the ARC was their bottom line, maybe in terms of the number of the density of the population that they could support for that area and still make money at building. And so I think Alan and Mike also mentioned the money bit. And I think what I'm trying to get at is that maybe we need some government partnership ideas that are part of this that make the money not as much of a problem to support the people who we want to help.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I want to see if I can keep it as short as I can. I touched, yeah, I know, Mike, it's getting late. And late, and we all missed the Giants tonight. So the AMBAG, I talked about that, the HTC, the housing arena project was extremely excruciating to see our numbers go from 600 to 3,600. So during that process, and I appreciate your comment of 1969 housing cycle started. We're now in the sixth cycle. A lot of things have changed since then. I won't go through the history of that. But I had to go through all of that to understand that this last year in the cycle, and Andrew, you're a stats guy. You probably got an A+ in statistics. Thank you very much. You understand when you change the criteria in the matrix and the demands that HDC required that AMBAG and all the other housing element processes throughout the state required one little snapshot. They said we had 40,000 jobs in the city of Monterey. We do not have 40,000 jobs. If we do, that means every kid, every senior, every military, everyone that is alive has 2 and 3 jobs. That's just not factual. We are suffering from the benefits of our success. The factor of the housing is a conglomeration of miles traveled, income, distance to job. But the factor that hurt us the most is we are successful as an economic machine in the city of Monterey with businesses, and we provide jobs. But we don't have 40,000 jobs for our residents in the city of Monterey. So the math killed us in the outcome of going from 600 to 3,600. So we are strapped with an unfair system, an unfair process. Enough complaining. That doesn't matter. We're tonight saying move forward with a timeline that makes sense, that declares what can we do to answer the call if required when we have water. Where could we potentially see 3,664 units potentially built? Right now, there's no state mandate. There's no state punishment. We know that it could come in the future, but we have to defend ourselves with the process of having an excellent report that provides all the factors, that makes a great argument for why we have environmental constraints, not economic, cease and desist, water, and the 3,600 additional housing units to provide. If you took that alone and looked at the aquifer restorage and recovery, we looked at phase 1 and phase 2 from MW1. We looked at the production of water through our provider off of the Carmel Valley River. That 3,664 is not included in that amount of water. So we are chasing a system that has no outcome that we all desire, which is to have a reasonable amount of units that can provide our community with more housing options to drive down the price because we have more inventory. So it's a process that we're stuck in. And I think we had great comments tonight of a few things extra to include. But I'm a bit of an optimist because I think this is a process that will go through a cycle. Newsom won't be there forever. HDC may change some things and they may wake up and say, you know, you're right. Water's your biggest problem. The 7th cycle may have a different criteria. But the bottom line is what do I want to accomplish? I want to protect our neighborhoods. I want to make sure that our community is vibrant and has the right balance of residential and business. I don't want to see over impacted density in the wrong areas. I think there's a lot of opportunities that were laid out here that I agree with. Some I have concern. I have a concern of 6 stories or 5 stories or 6 stories in Alvarado. For me, it just doesn't work. It doesn't feel right. It does not feel like it's the right adaptation. 5 stories on Cali Principal? Yeah, probably. 1st story residence, if somebody has a building, they want to convert 1st story. Yeah, I voted for that. I think that when we get into the minutia of the actual planning, that's when we can really, get ourselves to be creative. But I don't see tonight as that. This is not the planning phase. Tonight, it's the approval phase of getting the timeline down the road. One other thing I want to say, I agree on ADUs when motivated by the property owner, where they have the water and they have the size and I like the parking to go with it, but I know we can't require it. I see the ADUs growing slightly, but I don't see that going to be 100, 200 a year. I just think that's kind of on a trajectory that's going to be a natural thing. So I think if we had automatic plans where they could come to the counter and get 3 or 4 plans for ADU build that's flat, no significant issues, they could buy a cheap plan from the city and they don't have to spend the money for, sorry, architects in the room. But if they were able to get an ADU plan that was shelf ready, take it, adapt it a little bit, and it was a little less expensive, I would support something like that. Churches, we have about 40 churches, and I think in my district, I have 14 or 15 churches. Some of them have large sites, but if you go to church on Saturday to do some activities and maybe a barbecue, and Sunday actually go to church, those parking lots can be full. So that doesn't mean we should look at taking away their parking lots, because they need the parking lots, because we want them to be successful. But they may have staff. And if we partner with them and said, hey, you know, you could build a few of your parishioners. In the old days, all churches had the pastor's quarters on the property of a church. I grew up in a church and that was the case. The pastor walked to work and it was 50 yards. That would be great if there were some churches that wanted to build some housing for their music director. When they can't get the youth director, music director to be able to come here and take a job for $50,000 because they can't find housing. Our church just went through that. 2 candidates, qualified candidates, can't find housing for their family. So if you have a church that has property and they have water, I would support that if it fits into the neighborhood. So enough said. In terms of where we go tonight, I'm ready to launch forward. And I think we'll fine tune this with our actual planning pieces. When we are looking at specific plans, there'll be more to say. But overall, what I'm looking for is I want to make sure we do not destroy our neighborhoods, our residentials, our parks, our R1s, are the fabric for a community for me. We have 14 neighborhood associations, and they are all very active. If we think that we're going to densify their neighborhood and ruin their neighborhood, and you think they're going to stand on the sidelines, somebody's not listening to the 14 neighborhoods.
Yeah.
We need to have balance in everything we do. And if we can get 500 units in the next 5 years, I would call that success. We won't get 3,600. Unless something dramatically happens, like their county of Monterey wants to incorporate the city of Monterey property that they don't want, and we get additional land. But with our land mass that we have currently, I don't see us getting much more than 400 or 500 in the next 5-6 years. Enough said. Look forward to getting into the nitty gritty of the specific plans, the specific things that we can go out. And one last thing, cities and counties don't build housing. We partner. Private sector is what has to do this. And we've heard it from time and time again, where we have said yes in the permitting and they have the water. And we've had cases where we've even shared some of our water and they get right to it. And the interest rate kills them, the materials kill them. And right now, 6.5% to buy a home. So I don't expect much to move for a long, long time. It's too expensive to build. But we'll be planned for it and we'll be ready for it when the interest rate is 2%. And we have a desal plant that produces more water. And we have a few specific plans. And then the private sector will see opportunities, but not in the short order. I think it's long term. Mayor, that's all.
And let the record state that this was Councilmember Smith keeping it short.
Yes.
But all good points, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you. Commissioner Dawson.
Yeah, because I said 2% interest.
Yeah. I've been thinking for years about the opportunities we have in Fort Ord and in Ryan Ranch. The problem that I see is that you can't just go out there and build some apartments, because all those people are going to go looking for groceries, for a gas station, for work, for everything, because they're so distant from city center. the idea that we can build a village out there makes a whole lot of sense. It's gonna prevent a lot of trips, which is something that we're going to be dealing with soon. More trips. The question I've got about Fort Ord and the Ryan Ranch areas, do they get boxes checked and unchecked because they're so distant from city center? That's something that you would, that Andrew would know, but I probably wouldn't. But it'd be interesting to know if in fact there are mitigations for being so distant from town.
Do you want me to answer that?
Please.
Now? Okay. Yeah, I think so. We would need to discuss the feasibility of development out there. And I think a specific plan is a way, as I've tried to reference before, of helping with the feasibility, right? Because right now there's just, I think it's 5 large parcels, right? So parcelization would have to happen. We'd have to think about the infrastructure. We'd have to think about the presence of potential, hazardous materials that need to be remediated, all kinds of things. And so the specific plan is itself a type of, it's a feasibility tool, and it will propose mitigations that get at that. When I was talking about sort of checking boxes for the feasibility of development, that's specifically something that HCD requires for infill sites, for example, on the commercial corridors, which are subject to a higher level of justification for their redevelopment potential. It's a little bit of a different situation at Fort Ord, because of the conditions.
They're working from scratch.
Right, exactly. But the specific plan would be a tool for identifying, what are the constraints and proposing strategies to address them, to quantifying infrastructure needs, and also looking at funding and financing strategies to help facilitate that infrastructure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silva.
Thank you, Mayor Williamson. One thing that the housing element is not required to include by HCD, but I think it would be enormously helpful for the document to be used as sort of a blueprint for developers, would be an appendix that would calculate what a density bonus be for the opportunity sites. So we know, for instance, what the amount of new housing is expected for some of these sites, but that's based on base density. And with the city's 20% inclusionary, a density bonus is automatically triggered. And really, that's the only feasible way that a developer can pencil out a project. And so having that information, I think, would be extremely useful as an appendix. Now, speaking about the density bonus, I think that the city really should promote this as probably the best tool that a developer has to make these projects actually pencil out, and to maybe have public outreach to educate developers about it. It's a very complicated part of a California land use planning law, but it can be easily learned with a bit of patience. Now, getting into a little bit more granular aspects about the draft element, I think that specifically with the Garden Road, there's a recommendation that a minimum density FAR be established as moving forward with that. But again, with a density bonus, that makes it almost impossible to calculate, because the density bonus, as you know, Andrew, is based on maximum base density. But yet, if you establish a minimum FAR, you have 2 different methodologies of calculating density, and they clash. And so it becomes really, really challenging and probably almost impossible without HCD guidance to marry the 2 together. Now, HCD does have guidance on jurisdictions that have established FARs as opposed to maximum base density, but not minimum FARs. There's a distinction there. Regarding the Ryan Ranch, I have some real deep concerns about the feasibility of actually developing that area. I drove out there today, and it is a dense oak woodland forest with slopes, habitat protection. I didn't see any clear land. It's completely covered with oak trees and pine trees. So it may be very challenging environmentally to establish some kind of a mixed use village out there without taking out 1,000 trees. And just from some of the comments we heard earlier tonight, we know that this is a big issue for some folks around here. So I suggest that we try to increase the buffer with the anticipation that Ryan Ranch Fort Ord isn't going to give us the housing that we really need. And so last week during Planning Commission, I suggested that we include Del Monte Shopping Center and the La Mesa Village as potential opportunity sites. Now, Del Monte Shopping Center is, I think, a great candidate. There's been recent trends in urban planning strategies to develop underperforming shopping centers. Capitola Mall, for instance, is going through a redevelopment phase where there's going to be lots of multifamily housing out there. And it would be a good model for taking a look at Del Monte. Now, I don't know how you're going to be able to, if indeed Del Monte becomes part of this, I don't know how you run the calculation to determine what the number of units would be. That's out of, my comprehension, but maybe there's a formula that you can do that. I think what's more interesting is La Mesa. Now, the city council was presented with a presentation last month by a city consultant for the compatibility use study. And I remember when I was watching it, there was a question being posed to the consultant as to whether or not DOD would be willing to have further conversations with the city to lessen the impacts of military housing upon the city. And everyone knows it's an issue, it's a problem, not the least of which is the fact that the housing vouchers that a lot of the military enlisted men and officers receive is really an above moderate amount of income compared to the rents in Monterey. And so it's kind of driving up the cost of rents for everybody else. And so what's interesting about La Mesa is that it's not operated and owned by DOD. They privatized it to a company called the Parks at Monterey. And so if there's going to be a further conversation regarding this as an opportunity site, it may require some type of a joint dialogue with the new private operator as well as DOD. And so last week I did a drive-by over there at La Mesa. And what struck me was that, well, first of all, for those who are not familiar with it, it's an enormous tract of land. And about half of it is dilapidated 60-year-old two-story apartment buildings that really need to come down. They're in poor shape. And then the remaining portion of La Mesa Village is single-family housing. But what struck me about the housing up there was how low density it is. It seemed like it was designed by an East Coast subdivision design team because it looks like each house is on 3 acres and there's all this incredible open space all around each house. I've never seen anything like it in this area. It's very unusual. So here's an opportunity to institute a very robust ADU program for all the single family up there and to knock down the 2-story apartments and do higher density 4-story apartments. Now, having said that, I think that there's a problem potentially with having this scheme comply with fair housing, because with the population of the residents being all military and with them getting housing vouchers every month that is moderate or above moderate, how do you then extrapolate very low and low when the checks are above, and you get the, you understand what's going on here. So I think that should be sorted out. And I'm not sure what kind of calculation would need to be done to demonstrate compliance. Now, there is this, HCD does have a section in their guidelines, as you know, Andrew, which is called exempt entity controlled sites. And it talks about exactly this, where a jurisdiction like the city of Monterey is trying to capture a site that's owned by an entity that's beyond its control. So there is a step-by-step process to include this as an opportunity site, but it has to go through a somewhat rigorous analysis to determine compliance. Let's see, regarding ADUs, I'm a real proponent for ADUs. And I think that I mentioned last week, I think the city should update its planning department website and all of its material regarding this, have more public outreach to educate people about ADUs, have an off-the-shelf stock ADU plan or plans, and maybe even establishing a program for prefabricated ADUs that can sometimes be less expensive to construct. So I think that about covers what I had to say here. And Andrew, I appreciate all the hard work that you have done, and certainly Christy, Kim. I think this is going to be a very challenging task for everybody in this room, but as long as we stay focused, I think we'll have a successful outcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Silva. And last but not least, Commissioner Tessa.
So thank you. I do support the strategy. I think, as Peter was just saying, Andrew and Kim and Christy really are doing a great job. They're only in the beginning of it. There's an unbelievable amount of work to do to get to the finish line on this one. It's just incredible. I was saying last week, you have to do an EIR too, on top of everything else. It's like, wow, that's a lot of work. But they're doing it. They have a really good schedule figured out, kind of a week by week thing, running all the way through to December. So they've done a great job on the strategy. I support it. I do share the concerns about Fort Ord. But at the same time, Fort Ord is what's saving us numerically. I mean, that's where the city is going to grow. Who knows what the 2039 element would look like, because we're going to be out of room. But that is there. It's available. As Peter says, it's not a flat piece of land without any trees. It's be some real creative planning to make that work. But it is there and it's available. I think we have to use it. I don't know how we get through this next 8 months without it. But I could see possibly a balancing a bit, maybe a couple of hundred less on Fort Ord and a slightly higher density elsewhere. I think that might be wise. And in the end, ending up with more buffer to try to keep ourselves from getting a little too starry-eyed about what potential is in Fort Ord. I am also a big proponent for ADUs. Last time we met as a joint, the council and the planning commission, I spoke glowingly about ADUs, and I still do feel that way. I do quite a few ADUs in my practice, and it's true. A lot of them are for family members, especially for elderly people who want, people in the house with them or whatever. But I think in planning, a lot of housing eventually does get filled. And I think that's one of the principles of planning, is that all these ADUs eventually will be inhabited not by the family member necessarily. And I think that's why the state has been so active in promoting ADUs, because of the cost efficiency of them, especially. And eventually these extra housing units will get filled. So I think anything we can do to incentivize ADUs is worth it. Kim mentioned there is some water that might be available for them. The city of Seaside does this program where you get water for an ADU there. It's very expensive, but it's still it makes an ADU possible there, when in the city of Monterey, a lot of people just can't do them because they don't have the water credits for it. One of the things that came up, I'm just about done, was the tunnel and emergency planning and adding extra people over in New Monterey. And I share that concern, but I think a lot of the traffic there is because of the aquarium anyway. And really, I hate to say this, but that tunnel between Old Monterey and New Monterey is a real sore spot. And eventually, with ocean level rise, that thing is going to be a big problem, and we're going to have to deal with it. So that's really the problem more than anything else, is that tunnel. And with the ocean level rising, boy, that's a huge engineering thing that we're going to have to deal with. That's going to overpower anything about housing issues. And finally, I think a lot of this does come down to water. If any of these units are ever built, we're going to need water for it. And I think the city should actually support. The city should come out and support a regional desal plant. That's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So your comments that you made about the buffer, I appreciate that, because it flows well into my first comment here, which is it would be great to create an additional 1,000 buffer to get us to that amount that we expect to get out of Fort Ord, Ryan Ranch area. And that way we just really make sure that we're doing our part to achieve the goals, because I'm kind of worried about our ability to be successful in that area. I need to bring up transportation. We talked about jobs, and I'm going to say more about that in a second. Of course, this conversation is focused on housing, but it's important that we think about the transportation piece of this. And a lot of this is focused on vehicles on the road. And nothing that I'm saying is saying that we're going to eliminate that, but we also have to think about how do we mitigate those things, and we're not focused on everything having to be done via a car. And by doing that, we help reduce these traffic issues that we see. So making the community more bike friendly, pedestrian friendly. I think we can do a better job at making sure that we're creating the infrastructure to support safe bike routes. Creating pedestrian friendly parts of our community. There's ideas about doing that in downtown Monterey, maybe on Alvarado Street or a neighboring street. So where do the opportunities look like there, especially if we're looking at densifying that part of town? MST, we've seen MST reduce routes on the peninsula. I think that was an unfortunate move, and I understand that the greater need in the Salinas Valley, but we need to figure out how we create more opportunities for public transit as opposed to taking it away. Light rail is something that's proposed, and I know a lot of these things seem far-fetched, but we need to think big, and we need to think about the long-term sustainability of our community, and that looks like creating alternative modes of transportation for folks. We have the free trolley. What does it look like for us to extend the hours, to extend the portion of the year? Could it be an annual program that's provided year round? And can we expand the routes eventually? So I just wanted to bring that conversation up, because we keep talking about cars and traffic, which again is an important element to the conversation, but it can't be just that. One thing, I can't remember who was talking about this, but the conversation came up around funding. Might have been, you might have brought it up. But I think that there's a wonderful opportunity for the city of Monterey to create a local pot of funding. And so for affordable housing development. So could we potentially use a portion of the revenues that are generated from the cannabis tax to help support that? Where does that funding come from, I guess, is the question. But if we can help subsidize some of that cost, I think that could help go a long way towards promoting the affordable units, those particularly at the very low income levels, which those tend to be the harder units to develop. I wanted to follow up a little bit on Ed's comment in regards to our economic success and how we're kind of paying the consequences for that. And I would just argue that our economic success has been based upon low wage workers in the community that can't afford to live here. So it's kind of a little bit of a vicious cycle. And so we need to make sure that we're doing our part to provide the units for our workforce. And again, it goes back to the transportation thing, because if people can live closer to where they work, it would have helped mitigate a lot of these traffic issues that we're talking about. And I would just say too, that with more people living here, with the additional housing, there's going to be additional services that are needed, and in turn, there's going to be more jobs. So I don't know exactly where that number is in reality compared to the 40,000 number that AMBAG used. But I think it's helped us push ourselves in order to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to create if it's 500 units or whatever it is. I think that anything would be a win at this point. The idea here is that we must develop. We have to do this work. And so there was a couple of alternative programs that we could do. And I've kind of listed these. It's hard to do this in numbered order, but I kind of try to put this in order. So I think the first and foremost is streamlining permitting as much as possible to the largest extent possible, whether that is, by right and how and when and where do we do that? Again, to the furthest extent possible. Let's not have our bodies get weighed down with trying to review projects. There's a balance to that, though, I understand, because you want to make sure that you have the right design, feedback, and input. But that's also one of the largest barriers that I hear for developers and coming in and being able to do their job. So how do we clear that up? Can we create an emergency ordinance that allows us to maybe have a temporary measure in for the next, let's say, 5 years, and let's see how that's progressing along? So somehow we need to be able to streamline these projects and allow them to get built. The second one is the density bonus idea. How can we create a density bonus program and reinforce that in the city of Monterey, and make sure that we're going really above and beyond what the state is offering to really help incentivize the school districts, the religious sites. I think that's another great idea. And I don't think it's forcing anybody to do anything. It's just, if somebody wants to be able to develop on their site, how can we partner with them and support them in achieving those ends? I think it's important for us to think about what role do we play as a partner in that, because that's not their level of expertise. And so how do we support them in being successful and helping meeting our housing goals? And then the ADUs, I think at least half of the folks here have identified the idea of more aggressive ADU policies. And so I hope that's something that we can look towards. My hope is that if we get some additional water allocation, that one of the first things that we do is take a bucket of that and set it up for an ADU program in the city of Monterey. But what are those other things that we can do to really help incentivize? I know that it is hard in a lot of parts of Monterey because the topography and the different lot sizes and shapes and how they turn out. But if we can create a good core group of whether it's prefab or just kind of designs, I think that can go a long way towards making it easier for folks to develop those. I think that's all I have, because I know we're going to go on to the council portion of this. But I just wanted to thank Andrew and staff. Andrew, I was just leaning over to Sandy here and just we were sharing with each other about how amazing you are. So we feel so fortunate to have you. Seriously, I feel a little bit anxious because I know our time frame is getting tight here, but you help ease that tension a little bit. So thank you for being such a professional and being here with us. Thanks to the city staff for all your work going on behind the scenes. It's really unappreciated. So just really kudos to you all for the work that's being done. And that's going to continue to happen over the next several months.
Well, we appreciate it. You said it's unappreciated.
No, I think it's underappreciated overall by the community, not by the folks here. I think we all appreciate it because we're here, we get it, right? But there's many people on the community that aren't able to fully appreciate all the work that goes into this. And then, of course, to our planning commission, thank you all for sitting through this meeting with us. You all are busy in and of yourselves with the work that you have going on with the planning commission, but we really appreciate you and the partnership that you all create with us and helping to make our jobs easier on the council. So with that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the planning commissioners. If that's, am I saying that right? Yes, something like that. Release you. 5 minute. Oh yeah, and let's take a Monterey 5, please.
A Monterey 5.
Monterey
And
5.
Andrew's gonna get to work
And we'll re-adjourn our council meeting here. And we're actually re-adjourning the council back to our council meeting. We're going to get to our public appearance item, number 12, which is select preliminary housing opportunity sites. And before we get into this, I'm acknowledging that it's 10:42. So we're getting close to our end time for the council meeting tonight. So I just wanted to check in with my colleagues here and figure out how you all want to handle this, because we have this item and then we also have item 10 that we moved from the afternoon session, which staff has shared this 5 minutes. Yes, Hans.
So, Mr. Mayor, just a thought, we have, as Andrew pointed out as well, kind of as a backup, next week, Wednesday, as a potential study session as well, where you can make item number that is in front of you right now. I think it's 12 as a decision point for next week, Wednesday, correct, Kim? Yeah. So that's just a thought.
What do we have scheduled for the study session next week?
This topic as a backup.
Okay. So I'll just ask how long are we estimating this to take? Number 12-ish.
That's how long you want to discuss it, you know?
No, but
So
I mean, if you were to give an estimate of how long you think it would take, how long are you assuming?
I was that
An hour?
wrong with my estimate for today, so I would
An hour, 2 hours? What do we think?
well, you can think about all the opportunity sites that were discussed today, including the additional sites that the planning commission brought up from last week, Del Monte, La Mesa, and the courthouse. And if you're fine in your mind, and you also made points already about the buffer zones and all that, I think Andrew we can process that and bring it forward. I'm just saying it could be all limited to 90 minutes.
90 minutes?
Max.
I'd like to make a motion. We extend the meeting to 11:30 and that we handle the item that we continued first.
Yeah. I mean, Andrew says it could be as quick as 30 minutes if you agree with all of the sites, but if you're looking at, like Han said, more of a deliberation that's longer, that could be up to 90.
Okay. I'm gonna put, somebody second this motion? Okay, and Andrew, just kind of knowing that, if you can just help guide us along here, and feel free to help push us along if you feel like we're getting stuck, so that we can make sure that we get through this in a timely manner. So we have a motion and a second. Do we need to go to public comment for this? To extend the meeting?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No, it was a sidebar.
Do we need to end the council meeting right now?
No, I was doing, you could do two things at one time. I was.
You were.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good for living.
Oh, gosh. All right. So yes, we're doing item number 12. It's like preliminary housing opportunity sites. So I'm going to pass it to Hans.
Actually, the motion was that we address number 10 first.
Oh, I apologize.
That'll be very fast.
All right. So, okay. So item number 10 is assessments for business improvement districts. So I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yes, I see Tom Hardy is online, and I passed it over to Tom Hardy. He may be rushing.
I think it's my item. This is the BID.
Oh,
levy
I'm
of
so
assessment.
sorry.
That's okay. It's
Assessment
not the
districts,
maintenance
I always
district.
thought about engineers. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. A lot of comments. So Kim, thank you.
Thank you. If you can share the first slide. Each year, there's a two-step process on the levy of assessment. This is a self-assessment that the business districts are making. The first was to set the resolution of intent, which you did on June 6th. And tonight is the actual levy of assessment where protest votes can be taken. I have 3 slides summarizing what the BIDs proposed in the work plan to you last week or 2 weeks ago. The Cannery Business Improvement District, they charge up to 100% of the business license tax with the maximum of $5,000, with an exception of businesses that are offices at 250. Basically, that results in an annual BID assessment of 140,000. They have about 98,000 in the bank. They have a total budget of about $238,000. Next year, they plan to spend $204,000. Next slide, please. The Lighthouse Business District charges considerably less. I think it's 25% of their business license fee. Their assessment range is they gather about $11,000 annually. With their reserves, they have total available funds of about 16,900, and they're planning to spend that in the next fiscal year. The last business improvement district is the North Fremont Street. Their business assessment is raises about 18,000. They have a considerable amount of money in reserves. With the money, they've saved it every year. They have about $134,000. Next year, they anticipate spending about 40,000. Next slide. Our recommendation is you adopt the levy of assessment. It is a weighted protest vote if anyone opposes. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the council?
Did we have any protest votes or any of the districts? Protest votes?
No, I'm seeing a no from staff.
No.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, let's take it out to the public. Anybody? Anybody? No, I'm just kidding. All right, online.
There are no hands raised online.
Sorry, I'm not helping. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's it.
That's
All
it.
right, 12, select preliminary housing opportunity sites. So I'll pass it to Hans, who's going to pass it to Kim, who's going to pass it to Christy. It's going to be a fun time. Hans,
So,
oh, sorry.
There's a script they have to queue up.
yeah, we have two conflicts we've discovered. Councilmember Smith's conflict and Councilmember Hoppus will take Councilmember Smith's sites first. They're 1262 and 1300 Monroe Avenue and 81 and 85 via Robles. So we'll take those. You can leave the dais and we'll let you know when they are done.
I'll go wait in the cold.
Sorry.
You want to go sit in the,
We can give you a key to the.
No, my car's right there. No, we'll go to the clerk's office.
So you can stay. You can stay while we talk about Councilmember Smith's and then, yeah. Then when we talk about yours.
all right.
Okay.
Okay.
And the mayor, can you also share that this was determined randomly by a blind drawing conducted?
I'm trying to follow the bullets here. So I see that there's supposed to be a brief introduction and then public comment.
And then bullet number 8.
So I'm jumping down. Is that what?
That's correct. It's where we, as staff, want to
Highlighted in yellow.
highlight that this was
I got
determined
you.
randomly.
Okay, I see. Okay, see, Councilmember Smith. Okay, I can follow instructions. All right. This order was determined randomly by blind drawing conducted and witnessed by 4 impartial members of the city clerk's and city manager's office staff. Order for discussion and direction by votes. Number 1 is the abstention site 8185 via Robles. Do I read them all or should we just go one by one?
One by one is fine.
Okay. So the purpose of this, just to kind of clarify, is we're going to be reviewing and assessing whether, and we're going to be voting on whether or not we're good with this site. So, okay.
Mhm.
How do questions from the council?
No
Can we do them all at the same time? Is that possible?
Yeah, we could do all 3 of his together. If you want to talk about them together, go out for public comment. If there are any on these 3 sites and whether to include them.
So let me just clarify. So it's actually in the, well, it's not in the order. So, and then the other 2 sites are the 1300 Moonrush and then the 1262 Moonrush.
Mhm.
Is it possible to zoom in so that we can see a little bit better in regards to,
I'll do my best here.
we have faith in you.
How's that?
So we have, Don Davi Park across the street where Alta Mesa is. This is where Peters Gate is. Ish. Correct?
It's commercial, I think.
Yeah, the Peters Gate is usually here after Whispering Pines. You make that connection to Munris. And then there are a number of hotels here via Arbolas here.
Okay, so let me ask, does anybody on the council have an issue with these sites being in the site
No,
inventory?
I don't have any issue.
All right, do we need to go out to public comment?
Yes, we should do that.
All right, anybody online?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, is there a motion to approve these 3 sites?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. So if we can get
I texted Ed.
perfect, and then Alan, I think you could step out.
Yeah.
In-
Yes. What can the rest of staff tell me the address for Councilmember Hoppa's?
For the Oak Lodge.
Yeah, this is the third site where the Elks Lodge is. The address of the Elks Lodge.
Mar Vista? 150 Mar Vista, roughly the Elks Lodge. Councilmember Hoppa has a real property interest.
Yeah.
1250 Mar Vista.
150 Mar Vista.
150 Mar Vista.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of what site that is.
This is the Elks Lodge. I'm going to try to zoom in here. Hang on.
Next to AAA, behind AAA.
Okay, yeah.
There we go. And we may want to wait for Ed.
Yeah.
Oh, let me go grab him in case he didn't get
No
that.
worries, no worries. Do we have Jeopardy music to play in the background?
We could.
We could.
There's the.
See, I have faith that we're gonna get this done in the next 35 minutes.
He didn't want to leave.
He got really comfortable in his car. He had the heat turned on, was listening to the game updates. And then we call you back. You weren't expecting us to go this fast, were you?
Have some fun if you're ruining it.
I know you weren't gonna be happy.
All right. So is it just 150 Mar Vista?
Yes, that's the only conflict. Correct.
Okay, so what we did for this last one, Ed, it was that we looked at the site and I just essentially asked if anybody on the council has an issue with this site being included in the site inventory.
Okay.
So does anybody have an issue with 150 Mar Vista being in the site inventory?
Can we ask more information about one?
You can ask as many questions as you need.
The Elks Lodge, Ed.
The Elks Lodge.
Yeah.
So it's just listing it in our report. Absolutely no commitment, and it's totally up to the property owner.
Correct.
By us doing this, is there any potential adverse impact for them? And do we put them on notice that we've included this?
I don't think there's any adverse impact. It's expanding options for them. If they would like to develop housing, then that becomes available to them. I think I mentioned in the presentation, but just for the purpose of quickly reiterating, there is existing multifamily housing basically on 3 sides of the site now. So additional housing on some or portion of the site, much of which is surface parking, wouldn't be out of context. Yes, I think depending on staff and the council, I think it would be advisable to, once we have a firm inventory, to send out a courtesy notice to all at least to the commercial property owners, to let them know that their sites have been included on the inventory. Of course, everyone in the community will get notice, that the draft housing element is on the street, and they will have, the opportunity to comment or to come to a workshop or pop-up events. So yes, I think we'll do a diligent effort to make sure that everyone is noticed.
I've got no objection.
Okay, let's take it out to the public. Anybody online?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Seconded? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, let's bring Alan back in and let's get the rest of this wrapped up.
We didn't have a car out there.
Were you guys thinking it was gonna be this easy? Or maybe the hard part isn't hit us yet? Just kidding.
think the hard part was getting kicked out and banished. And
Feel like you had some time.
and when you get a letter from a lawyer, it's like, oh no, what did I have done?
Well, see, now Alan's already gone through this, so he was ready. You were standing by. How far were you?
Right over here.
No.
Where were you?
Can they hear that online?
Probably. Oh, you came on tomorrow.
Yes. All of my dreams have come true.
Oh.
That's all I needed. And we heard the whole thing too. Thank you for that. It's still going. Is this you? Is this you? Of course. That was good. I totally thought that was Nat.
That's
Such a
totally
good
on.
song. It's a classic. Has this song ever been played at a Monterey City Council meeting?
Yes.
Because we might be making history tonight. No? Okay. All right, with that, let's go ahead and do the rest of the report. Do I need to do anything else?
Go back to the slides.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back and share the slides back to the housing opportunity sites. The rest council can vote on. So here we go. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is I'm just going to put up the slides. I've already given you the context, you know, and I think I just want to open it up for comment, and we'll go area by area, and let us know basically, you know, are these the right sites and strategies for downtown to put forward into that public review draft that'll be
Could
released.
we zoom in, please? You're doing such a great job, Nat.
Let me know if there's a specific area you'd like to focus on within the downtown.
Anybody feel free to jump in if you have a question.
So the red and the orange, you already told us about the tiers.
Yeah, the red is the most ready, and then the orange is tier 2.
Hang on, I'm just getting my eyes around all of them. There's a lot.
Why is the Figueroa site that we identified as an opportunity site, why is that not highlighted in green as a pipeline project? Or opposite of that, the one on Adams Street?
Which one? Which?
Hey, Nat, can you highlight where those sites are?
Yes, is it here, Bonifacio and Adams?
On the other side of Bonifacio, up on the upper side. Yep, right there. Right there. And then on the other side of Jack's Park where the brown hash.
Yeah,
on the
that's
corner
next to the JACL, and the other one is the harbor.
The one on Figueroa Street, I think, is because most of that area is within an area of projected sea level rise. And so we decided to take that out. The one on Adams Street, I am not. There's a parking lot there. I think we can look into that. I'm not sure. I don't know off the top of my head why it's not included.
And then I would just throw out that Nat, if you can try to follow with the cursor where I'm at on Figueroa, right next to our site there I'm not really good with directions and like my orientation. But south of that, right where right there, that's that lot there. I know that the developer there is interested in it. So I'm wondering if that can at all be included, but that also might be in that zone. So maybe not. But the lot right next to it is, so I don't know where the line is drawn there in regards to where it might be a problem.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the city's harbor building?
Yeah, so on Anthony and
the
Figueroa.
next door private sector or private health.
That's correct. Yeah,
Yeah, the Avalos.
that's correct. I know that there were.
Yeah, and it's vacant right
Yep.
now.
Is there a proposal, or was there a proposal there?
What were you saying?
The
Al?
Figueroa Street
Yeah.
was one of our city opportunity sites.
Okay.
So I think what you've seen, at least in that east downtown area, is there's beginning the shift of the development policies to sea level rise and flood zones. So where those were shown in 2003 as our key, it's a very nice area to potentially live next to Lake El Estero, next to the beach. But with the housing element law, talking about avoiding areas with environmental constraints, we pulled back the opportunity sites in that area. We can go back and look again. It's right on the edge there, how much that's going to flood through that area. So that's why we didn't focus our housing sites so much right there.
And it could be a flag by their review process. If it's showing up as in flood zone.
I would also offer that what we're doing with this sites available for housing are showing the best candidates for housing that meet the various criteria. But if this site, for example, has zoning that allows for housing, even if it's not shown as an opportunity site on the map, but the zoning is in place and the property owner is interested in developing it, there's nothing stopping it from developing it. But we're just saying, and I remember this site in particular is not fully, but mostly within the area of projected sea level rise. And for that purpose, we took it off because it would likely draw questions from HCD.
So I have two more questions and then I'll stop. We've talked about the east and west parking garages and those aren't included as well. And I'm wondering if that's the same issue, if it's like in the flood zone, but I just wonder about those. Yeah, right where on both sides of Tyler Street there.
So our east and west parking garages, we had a technical study done when the solar was going to be installed potentially on the roofs. And we thought the life expectancy of those buildings was long enough that it's sort of beyond the 8-year period. So it might be in year
Outside.
20 or year
Sure.
30 that we might be looking at redeveloping those sites. But I don't think those are ripe housing sites to be built in the next 8 years.
Okay. And then my last comment is that first one right across on East Franklin, the big red square, that's where Bank of America is at. Every time I bike by that every single day and I'm just like, gosh, this property is so underutilized. I mean, anyways, I just think that's such a great spot. I'm glad that that's included there. I'm good with all of these. Is there any concerns from the rest of the council? Is there any questions?
Well, the only thing I don't want to get into a big discussion, but the parking garage on Cali P. We did go through that process and I think we ultimately came to the point of like, it's probably too costly for somebody to dive in there. But for what we're doing tonight, it's probably good to include it because it's more land mass that would give us more numbers.
Yeah.
Even though the practical side is, we think it's probably not a very buildable site because of the construction costs, to convert that garage. But I'd say we leave it.
Okay.
It looks like the Calliope garage is,
It is. Yeah.
it is on the site here.
Yeah, it's the big revenue.
Right.
Yeah.
Could you tell us what the two green pipeline projects are? Is one of those, what's his name's property? He keeps hitting me.
Gabby?
Nader. Yeah, his one of those? The one in the middle there?
He's got a permit application for something? Wow.
That would be a really good project. Okay, I want to be able to move on. I mean, so do we have to vote them on one by one or can we just do it all at the end?
You could do it at the end because it's just provide direction.
Yeah.
So
So let's just go through. If there's issues, we'll identify it and if there's an issue, maybe we can pull a piece out and we can try to vote on it separately, but I think maybe just reviewing them all and then. Alrighty. There we go.
Yep. Fremont.
So this is North Fremont. And anybody?
So just clarification of seeing this map, Bruce Lane. It's green and green again. I can't see the ledger. Green again is
Green is
recently approved
project.
or
pipeline.
Something's in the. Yep. In the liquor store.
So the space between, isn't there, there's nothing there, so it's a vacant lot. So in our report that goes to HDC, doesn't that include land space?
The orange is the Dollar
Yeah,
Tree.
it's the orange is a Dollar Tree and the space next to it is the car wash.
The green is the Eddie's site, the liquor store is next door, and then is the Dollar Tree, which I am sure based on the amount of lot the building covers, it didn't rise up to a developable site. And then next to that is the car wash site. So the car wash is highly developable. Now, if somebody would actually want to assemble all those properties, maybe they could take all four, but the reason why the one in the middle fell out was because of the amount of floor area on the site. If you think about how big that building is. If you want to add it as a site, we could, it might
Could
just
we
not
add it
qualify.
as a site?
Mhm.
It
They may
makes
not-
sense because if it's owned by the same property owner, it's the Works property. The dollar store is the Works
The
property.
dollar, yes, the dollar.
Car wash
Tree.
is not.
Correct.
So I'm, in my thinking, it's like it's one owner site and they were talking about doing something really big in that corner in addition to the housing. So I would say it gives us a little closer to get more numbers. That lessens the burden, helps us on a buffer.
Yeah.
Helps us a nano on the numbers.
Yeah. And then across the street, we have the Monterey Lanes, we have the gas station site that's vacant on the corner, and then across the street, we have where Dr. Hart's veterinarian was and the car lot site.
I think it'd be a fun exercise to look at some of these sites and finding prioritization of having conversation with the property owners and figure out what's going on there, particularly on North Fremont, because we found the old Eddie site to be the place that was supposed to be the anchor of what the future looked like there. And that's not a good direction for us to go in if it's failing. So
Yeah, they dragged their feet too long. They missed the window.
Yeah.
Prices started going up.
Particularly the three on the east end are under common ownership and relatively large too. So that's if you're talking about targeting owners to approach and help facilitate, that would be a good one.
is it helpful that we find additional sites if we're looking at that additional 1,000? Like, how does this fit into the conversation of where we're at today?
Yeah, I think this is good direction. I think if this sort of missing tooth along Bruce Lane is under common ownership with another site, then that's a great reason to include it. I think if it's the reason it's likely not included is because it didn't check those three boxes. And I think based on the commission comments that we heard last week, we do need to go through again with a fine tooth comb, make sure that everything really does check three boxes. So maybe your direction tonight can sort of authorize us to do that sort of fine tooth comb and make sure that we do check three boxes for everything. But conversely, if there's other sites like this that when combined, with another because of common ownership would check three boxes, then let's add them.
Okay.
If that could be part of your direction.
So on this map, above where the highway is, Highway 1, I'm not sure if we have another map that's going to show us anything on Del Monte.
It's a separate map.
It's a separate map?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on North Fremont?
I have questions. So we're not going near Casa Verde because of the
airport.
Yes.
And safety zone. All right, going once, going twice. Good. All right, let's go to the next map, please.
One hand raised online.
Oh,
You can wait if you want.
yeah, let's,
Well, if we're gonna just handle them all at the end, we should do public comment altogether.
yeah, let's do that. Yeah, so we see your hand up online and we'll make sure to get to you here at the end. So make sure you keep it up there. All right, let's go to the next map, please. All righty, so we have Garden Road, Airport, Highway 68. So that we have on the left there, all Garden Road. And then on the right, we have that school site. Alex?
So, during the conversation kind of prompted by your question about the Highway 68 corridor, I agree with staff. I think that unified entry into the city should be preserved. I don't think that should be included, but I do think that the school site could be intensified. I thought that was something that was mentioned. I think that would make sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that on here? I don't see that on here. So,
It's not included.
I mean, it sounds like maybe we
Right.
could include that since it is closed. I don't know whether they have plans to reopen it anytime in the future. Yeah, I'm talking about the big red one down there. Definitely, I don't see any downside in intensifying, densifying that more. Foothill, I don't know. I don't know what the school district's plans are for that.
Yeah, I don't think we completely know yet. What I think the superintendent mentioned is we could look at an overlay district on a lot of our school sites and allow, he even suggested ministerial approval of workforce housing on those sites, which would mean no discretionary review. It would have been a no use permit. So
Yeah.
it's possible that like Foothill School could be converted to housing.
Well, for this exercise, wouldn't it make sense to include it? Because we've heard an expression tonight from the superintendent.
Yeah.
It's being,
Kim's like, I'm listening.
it's underutilized.
Yeah.
It's within the city. It's an economic opportunity. It's right for the building and doesn't have any obvious environmental pitfalls.
Yep.
So why not include it to grab the ground?
Yep, we could, I think there's,
He said he would like to collaborate however he could.
Right.
right.
And this
There's two
doesn't
ways-
commit us to anything.
There's two ways to do it. We can absolutely include it as a site, which would mean rezoning it, right? So that the base density would, or the base designation would allow for housing. Another approach would be the overlay approach that we're talking about. And that would apply not only to this site, but to all school district sites. So that would be on a separate map in the draft housing element. It would be a map of all the school district sites, and it would show where this new overlay.
And Kim, you think the overlay idea makes sense? Would be the best way to go about this?
I think it's worth further research. Let's put it that way. So I think we could identify the school sites as opportunities in the exact zoning tool that we use. If we could just have a little bit more time to research that, that would be helpful. And actually, I think we need to sit down and have conversations with the school district and about what that would mean.
Yeah, I think it's the same approach that would be for the congregational overlay, right? It would be probably a separate map, and there would be a program around establishing an overlay for that, and what, you know, based on the conversations with the religious facilities, what and understanding what they would need in terms of city support, we would build that into a program, and we'd show the congregational sites as an overlay, and there would be a program that describes how they would be facilitated. They wouldn't be shown on the sites available for housing, but they would still count towards RENA. And that would be we could take that similar approach for the school district sites, where we would show where the overlay would apply. We have a program that describes, you know, how the overlay would work, what incentives it would offer. And on that, and we have a quantification for how many units could be achieved through that strategy. And that would be added onto the RENA.
I think that would be a smart thing to do, because I was thinking in my head, I was thinking it would still be good to reach out to them and have that conversation. One, to help facilitate that experience in the process, to get their minds thinking about what that might look like for them. But even if they're not interested, I think rezoning, I mean, who knows what the congregation will look like in 2-5 years, and their interests might change. And so having it set up for them to make it easy in the zoning policies that we're going to be making, I think would be prudent. I would push back a little bit on the idea of the Olmsted site. I think that there's a way that it could be developed that still allows beautification as you're entering the city, right? If you plant trees along the corridor there that maybe help, hide the development, if it's done in the right way. And I just say that, like, here's the opportunity for us to really think big and bold in regards to what this looks like. And here's a site that helps diversify the different areas that we're looking at within the city. That's not Fort Ord, but gives us a solid site where we can develop additional housing that's closer to the city center. So I would just offer that I would be interested in looking at what that could provide us.
I think this is the kind of thing that ends up becoming a hornet's nest and you're gonna have a lot of people really upset about it.
Yeah.
That's just my feeling. So I wouldn't support it, but if that's where the votes are, that's fine.
Yeah, and I think that I think there's good places that we could put more density that does not impact the overall look of the city, whether you're coming in or out. It's just, I don't think it's wise to put housing so close to major intersections or major highways. And I think it diminishes the objective of having quality living for families when you put things so close to a major highway. Then you're talking about sound walls, and then you're talking about now we look like San Jose. And I just have heard it too much that that's not what people want. So I wouldn't support that. I'm good with a buffer.
I think there's some, there's quite a bit of construction there already though. So to Mayor's point, I mean, a lot of the construction that's already there, was there like a storage facility, I think, that's pushed back from Highway 68 that you can't really see as you're driving through because it's pushed back so far. And there's
It was commercial. It's commercial now.
there's commercial,
It's
yeah.
all commercial now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And I'm not objecting to the commercial, but I would be objecting to say, making that a priority and closing that
Right.
gap of the buffer to just say, well, let's put, 3-story housing units in there.
I guess to clarify, so two things. I'm also talking about the beautification aspect of it, right? Where there's construction there now and not necessarily readily visible. But in terms of the housing, I think also because it's pushed back, there might be opportunity there to entertain that. That's all I'm saying.
I think that it could be a little bit of a lost opportunity. I mean, I understand the concern, but I also see, I mean, this is, if we're really talking about getting the housing constructed, there could be an opportunity where a developer comes along and says, hey, this is a great site. I want to be able to do this. And let's say we agree to do it. We could have eliminated a step in the process by helping to facilitate that as a potential site. I just have concerns. Again, we're allocating numbers in other parts of the city where we know that it's unlikely for us to develop there. So, Kim, I'm sorry,
I just want to clarify for Councilmember Garcia, what we're talking about is on the opposite side of the commercial development. So we're talking, it's on the other side of Highway 68, and I just wanted to make that clear.
So if you're coming into town, it's on the left-hand side.
Yes. And that makes sense. I think the point that I was trying to make is that there's already construction there. In terms of the beautification, there's already construction there, right? And it's tucked away to the point where you can barely see it. So if something like that, let's say, could be done across the highway, I think we can still retain that beauty aspect of the entrance into the city without major impact. I don't know.
So is there any other questions, concerns in regards to this one outside of this conversation we've been having? So maybe let's put it like an asterisk here and let's come back to this one. All right, lighthouse. So I know that one of the things that was shared in the survey was that this is one of the lower prioritized areas. And so I think that I have concern with Andronico's being included on this too. I mean, I don't see how that's even going to be a viable site. So just going to throw that out there. I know that was a conversation.
I'm concerned about Andronico being part of that as well. We heard that tonight as well. What's the yellow one?
Tier 5, lowest likelihood of,
So why was Andronicos included? What's
think-
the thinking there?
It probably checked a number of boxes. I think it's, as I say, it's one of these, we're going back over with a fine tooth comb, make sure that it really does check 3 boxes. It's perfectly fine if council wants to direct that it be taken off. I would say that there are examples of, for example, Whole Foods developing with housing above it rather recently, for example, in Berkeley, in other cities.
Yeah, that
So-
worked out real well for San Francisco, didn't it?
As I say, it's your prerogative if you want to take it off, but I'm just offering that just because Andronicos is on the list doesn't mean that the grocery store would have to go in order to make room for housing. It could be a situation where housing is added, and the existing use is maintained.
Yeah.
I think it takes away from the concept of the neighborhood store.
Uh-huh.
And I think people.
is your mic on?
I'm sorry. I think it takes away from the concept of the neighborhood store, and I think a lot of people in that area have spoken out about that. Not only the ones tonight, but even some that have come up to me and said some things. So I just wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Mayor,
Other-
I get the exercise and I don't want to be overzealous and grab too much commercial space to just, try and find land mass to be able to help the numbers. And I got a C in statistics, by the way, Andrew. I'm glad you got an A.
Did you really get an A though? That's what I want to know.
Oh, he must have. You heard him talk tonight. But the opposite corner, so Carl's Jr. is on that corner as well. And that's a number 2 tier. And then across the street also at David and
First Awakening.
the First Awakenings. And then that also includes a couple commercial buildings right behind it, doesn't it? Before it gets into Pacific Grove. So I think that I wouldn't want to include that either.
So I would maybe ask a clarifying question and you kind of alluded to this earlier, Andrew. This isn't requiring anybody to develop these units. And I think part of it is we don't know what the future, I mean, I'm kind of in the middle on this one. Like I get the points, but I also understand where we're going to be looking at rezoning these, but it wouldn't change the current use either, right? In the way that we would rezone them. And if this is the kind of the point that I was making with the last map that we were looking at, if it works in the future, we removed a barrier to allow that to move forward. If something works out that actually is something that the community agrees with.
That's exactly right. It's the same with the Elk Lodge, you provide opportunities with that. And so that site is an opportunity site. And if it works for a neighborhood market, great. And if that is not bringing in the rent for them, it could become a housing site.
Or it could become both.
Or both.
Well, I mean, it's about how aggressive are we in the beginning? Or we sit back and we wait for an opportunity when the developer says, okay, I'm going to remodel the grocery store and I'd like to do this. We would probably say, yeah, that's good, but we still want a grocery store.
Mhm.
So it's about how aggressive are we in the beginning? But I'm saying I would never want to see housing where First Awakenings is. Too close to the intersection. Commercial support for the neighborhood. And if we start to take those things away, it diminishes the quality of a neighborhood. I just think certain areas are worth protection.
I mean, where we put the Montage building is a busy intersection too, and it's on the same street. I mean,
The
Montage, Carl Outson's building.
Yeah, but it was clearly a commercial building with an opportunity for upstairs.
Honestly, I'd be fine if there was something above Andronicos. I wouldn't want to get rid of it, but I'm hearing concerns. So I'd be okay removing that. I don't think I would want to remove the rest of that on David because I don't see any problem with that being redeveloped and going higher and having the commercial on the ground floor.
Go ahead, Hans.
I just want to maybe ask for some help from Andrew and maybe Kim. You, the council, are not making today land use decision in the sense that you say we want a grocery store, yes or no, or I don't want a building there because it's at a too busy intersection. So I think, and I try to say it in a way that makes the most sense right now. That's why I ask for help. But you're just identifying yet now, how do we put 3654 units somewhere into the city, and where are the opportunity sites that the market will decide where, and the developers will decide where we put the housing, and the users, the people who want to live close by, will decide what kind of configuration is. So it's not really yet the decision that in front of you to say, oh, I never want to build a building there right now. We understand that future councils will decide that. You provide opportunities here right now. So that's, I want to try to express this in the right planning way. I don't know if I got that.
I have a question. The most bottom right red square, right at the beginning of Cannery Row, that's like a relatively new development that went in there. So I'm wondering, that might be something to scrub through a little bit more. I mean, it's just, I don't know how recent that was developed. I mean, in the last 10 years for sure. And those units were all sold, I believe. So I don't know if that's actually a viable site. I just throwing that out because I walk by that all the time.
Are you talking about Cannery Row and?
Nat, can you?
Yeah, it's at the corner. It's the Monterey Design Center, I think they called it, right there.
There's a whole bunch of like condos there. I know this because we looked at the price. And I was like, oh. Okay. Are there any other questions in regards to properties? I just want to finish this one up and then I'll bring that up. Any other questions on site inventory for this one? We can come back to the Andronicos First Awakenings conversation. Any other questions on this map? All right, with that, it's 11:30. I'm going to make a motion that we go to 11:45, give ourselves a few more minutes to wrap this up. That's my motion. If anybody wants to second it, maybe.
No, I can't.
We're here, second.
Okay, all right. All those in favor?
No.
Any opposed?
No.
There's a no. Okay, so motion passes 4 yes, 1 no. Okay, so we're going to continue going on. All right, let's go to the next map. So Pacific and Moonras Cass. Is there any questions here from the council? Maybe we can zoom in real quick.
And I just want to state for the record, we've removed Councilmember Smith's conflict sites and are not
Perfect.
discussing those
No,
now.
thanks for that clarification. Anybody? Can I hear some kind of affirmation from all the council, just so I can know we can move?
I'm okay with these.
I'm okay. I'm good.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next map, please. So we got Del Monte here. If we can zoom in.
So there was a suggestion from Tom Moore about adding a couple of sites there. I'm trying to figure out exactly where
I think
those
it was
were.
Casa Verde and Del Monte, I think is what he was saying.
Yeah. Is there a reason they're not included?
I think it was because of flooding.
The flood zone. Yeah. Okay, and maybe we could just take a double look there. There's opportunities to add any of those sites. Any other questions here? Can we get kind of affirmation from all the council?
I'm okay with this.
One question on vacant property. It's across the street from the hotel on Roberts Avenue.
Yep.
Can we go a little further? It's in that right corner of the opportunity. No, go back the other.
Yep.
No, go to the right, go to the far right, top corner right.
So not Roberts,
Top
Encina,
corner right.
Encina Ave.
Top corner right.
Top corner right. Go to
Slide
the
back
right.
to the direction.
Go to the right. There you go. See that spot? Stop, freeze. Right where Del Monte is. across the street from Encina Avenue,
This is what happens when you do nice things.
across from Virgin. There's a motel there.
Yeah.
That part of it's in Seaside, right? I think part of that is in Monterey and there's a vacant lot.
Oh, right there,
For-
kind of right where your mouse
Yeah.
is. It's like that triangle
It's been
spot.
for sale there.
Yeah, that might be a good spot to look at.
Oh.
No, that's the Hampton Inn
Across the street,
across the street.
there's a vacant lot. Don't know. Yeah, right across the street from Hampton. And if it's a vacant lot, if we got 4 units there, I mean, just, we're grabbing ground here.
Okay, we got that. Anything else? Okay, next map, please.
And that's called Roberts.
You're doing a yeoman's job here, Nat, and I appreciate you. So Fort Ord, Ryan Ranch, we kind of generally got this. Is there any questions? Can we get some affirmation or questions, council?
I'm okay with this.
I'm good.
Man, what a great place it would have been for an auto museum.
Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, next map, please.
Yeah, it would be. Yep.
Okay. Okay,
And those the other 2 sites, 590 Perry Lane and the courthouse site.
okay, how,
Outside of the potential area.
so 590 Perry Lane, oh, that's right. Yes, that's a good site. And the courthouse, I think that's good too.
Yeah.
Anybody have heartburn with either of those sites?
No.
No,
Okay,
no.
we're good with those.
And Heritage Harbor, I would add that.
Are we gonna,
Yes.
are we gonna pull slides
There's
up?
another slide.
There's more, we're going there.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we're coming.
I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying to keep us moving here. You're good, Nat. You are good. All right, so we got Del Monte Shopping Center, Heritage Harbor, and La Mesa Village. Do we agree with those sites?
Well, Del Monte Shopping Center, we can't consider. 'Cause
Why not?
It's in my zone. Wasn't that my conflict area?
That's his other
Was that it? Did you look at it? Yeah.
Can we check real quick?
Previously we did, the edge of it is, I believe. There was another project we had.
Well, you
No.
guys just talk about it. I just won't express an opinion on that.
Yeah, I think you should just really quickly go out in the hall.
Yeah, we'll do a quick
vote.
vote on that and then we'll call you back in. Don't go to your car. You don't listen to any sport updates. It's funny, we're all thinking the same thing. Oh, goodness.
Do we need to make a motion?
Yeah, so can we just get a motion on the Del Monte?
I would make a motion to include it, although I kind of can, like, I wouldn't want it to go away. I think it's really important, but I heard that there were opportunities around the edge of it to develop.
Well,
So I don't,
and when we talked about it, was it our last council meeting? When we had this in front of us, you know, there's that parking garage that I spoke to, how it sits there. I've never seen it full. So anyways, I
Yeah.
think there's opportunities, but nothing, but again, I think the
we're
point
not,
that I
we're
keep
we're
hearing,
not talking about removing it.
that's right. We're not, well, and nothing
So,
here
with
is
that
talking
understood.
about
I just
replacing
want the
anything.
public to understand that too.
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay. Public comment on this one?
I think we're taking public comment at the end.
Well, just for this one, because we have to do this separate from.
We have.
So what I'll
hands
ask is for folks that are trying to speak, that have their hand raised right now, you're only speaking to the Del Monte Shopping Center site. So I'd ask if you lower your hand, if you don't plan on speaking to the specific project.
Okay,
site.
no hands raised.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. So bring Ed back in. His cigar. All right, so is there any issues with including Heritage Harbor or La Mesa?
I'm
Nope.
okay with both of those.
Okay, so we're good with those. So are we through all the maps now at this point? So let's go back to, I think it was 3 and 4. 2, 3 and 4. Yeah. So I would entertain a motion on maps 1, 2, 5 through 8, 9. I just
Could
want to
you
leave out.
public comment,
Oh.
if you're gonna do a motion.
Thank you. So my proposal is, and I'm trying to help segment this out to make this a little bit easier for ourselves. Let's do 3 and 4 separately, and let's do everything else, because it seems like we're good to go with everything else. So for public comments, we're looking at, if the council's general, can I get a general consensus on that idea? Are we good with?
Well, I would suggest if we go to, now we just hear public comment on all of it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we're gonna open it up for public comment, for any of it, all of it. Here we go.
Okay, the first hand has been raised, Tammy Jennings.
Hi, I think it's map 2, North Fremont. Thank you, Hans, for explaining that this isn't in cement or whatever, because when you guys are saying at I guess it's the north end of Fremont, where Safeway is, that's the only grocery store in our neighborhood. And if we're talking about taking that out, that's not going to be good, just like Andronico's is good for their neighborhood. But I understand now that that's not what you're saying, that these are just possible. Is that what I'm understanding? These are possible sites, but you wouldn't take out anything that's there? Like Dollar Store. We use Dollar Store a lot. I don't want to see that go away.
So we'll get the questions at the end of public comment.
Okay, bye.
Thank you for your comments. Then
Yeah, it's not on that site, is it?
the next hand raised is Diane Coward.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to comment really quick on everything. So yes, on the school site overlay, yeah, I've talked with PK that I think that's a really good low hanging fruit and potential for housing are the school sites. So we have a piece of property in the Pacific Monroe Cass area. And if you guys can figure out how to upzone that area to 55, we can put 12 units on our little lot, which hopefully will help with the numbers there. And the last thing I want to say is regarding the Del Monte Center site, and that you could take a look at Stanford Mall and Santana Row, where they've done a lot of housing around the malls. And it turns out really good. It's very vibrant in those areas. So that's it. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more hands. Okay, so bring it back to the council. And so how many maps did we have? Was it, so 1 and 2, we're skipping 3 and 4, so 5, I think it was 8. I could look too, actually.
Yes, I think it's 8 in total.
8,
Well,
and
actually
then-
not 9, including the 3.
9 and then 10, because then there's the planning commission proposed sites as well.
So I think it's because we combined Fort Ord and Ryan Ranch, that would be 7 opportunity areas. Then 1
Gotcha.
with the 3 pink sites, including Perry Lane, Elks Lodge, and then this one. which
Okay.
is 9.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the site inventory for maps 1, 2, and then 5 through 9. With the idea that staff will comb through and look through those additional sites to make sure that we have the right makeup.
So could you clarify, so that would then we're just going to handle New Monterey and the Olmsted Road kind of areas
68
separately?
quarter, yep.
Is that correct? Those are the two? Okay, then I'll second that.
Clarification on the motion, with the exception of the recusals.
Correct.
Staff figures out what we're not voting on.
Yeah.
Which is some of the maps.
Which
that
we've
are
already
included in the
voted on, so those are
Right,
excluded.
accepting
Okay.
the things we've already voted on.
Okay, got it.
Okay, anything else? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so let's go to map 3, please.
Well, it might be helpful for council to also know, Kim had mentioned earlier that the county is going through their update on their housing opportunity sites, and it was just released this week, 1,324 units is what the county's proposing along 4 housing opportunity sites at Olmsted and 68. The parcels are located roughly where the cursor is. You would go 1 parcel here, 1 here, 3rd here, and the 4th one would extend almost all the way to this location. Again, 1,324 units, and 603 would be very low income, 358 would be low income, and the rest would be moderate income and above moderate income.
And that's the work property, right?
Correct.
Who owns?
And these are county, this is part of the unincorporated.
Who owns the site? The city owns property. Who owns the property in the city that's in the city of Monterey limits? Along the 68.
Yeah, it's a combination of Tamsey, Highway 68, State. Isn't there a Tamsey right away there too?
So the developable sites, I believe the work family owns part of it, but several of them are for sale and they're owned by different property owners. The
Okay.
site behind that's being the county's looking at is predominantly owned by Saucedo Land Company, although we got notice because the city owns a parcel right at the corner of Olmsted and Highway 68.
Okay.
So there's multiple property owners in the city of Monterey portion along there.
What would it look like if we were to say to move forward with some level of including that in the site inventory?
A couple of considerations. I think the gap that we're trying to fill or the buffer we're trying to grow is for low and very low in particular and moderate, right? And so in order to be able to count in lieu of a project that's actually proposing to build units and commit to those level of affordability, we need to zone it for at least 20 dwelling units per acre. So a pretty substantial density. So including at some level, would possibly increase the number of above moderate units in the inventory, which we don't need to do because we already have a very substantial buffer for above moderate. And if the purpose of adding these units is to increase the buffer of low and very low, then this property would need to be zoned at least 20 dwelling units per acre, possibly more. And so then the question becomes, is that an appropriate location for that level of density? It'll
give us the low affordability.
Told you you got an A. I just don't think it's there's no upside and no gain for it. I don't see a substantial chess move that involves this piece of property.
Yeah, I would have to tend to agree, because there's a lot of traffic down that area too, because I go down that area every day going to work and coming back, and depending on the time of day I'm coming through there, it's already narrow. And if you add all of those, is what you're talking about in density on top of that, I just don't think it would be feasible.
All right, so is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the Garden Road map as presented.
Second.
Well, there was that element of increasing the density on the site.
With increased density in the one site down in the bottom corner.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, which corner are you talking about?
The big red blob there.
On the bottom right.
Oh, yeah, but it's increasing it. We've already got it.
But
It's already increased, it's already included, but he did mention during the discussion that it could have higher density.
Oh, okay. So increasing it to 50 units per acre or something.
It's a 50-acre site, and so it's like, yeah. So I mean, if we did 50 units per acre times 50, that's a lot of units. But Anyway, I think we need to take a look also at the topography, right?
Yeah.
And figure out what portion of that 50 acres is most feasible. But I understand the point. The point is
Yeah.
to increase the density there.
Okay.
With
And so I don't necessarily want to specify a number because I think staff will have to figure that out.
Yeah, okay. All right, so any other discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, go to 4 and we're over time already by 2 minutes. Can I get 10 more minutes? 57, can I move? Move to midnight. I move to extend. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
Yeah, before you know it, it'll be hanging.
Already over time, number 4. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make a motion to accept the map as proposed.
Wait a minute, Andronicos is on there.
I understand, but that's, I mean, again, this is knowing that we're not saying we're changing the makeup of anything at this point. It's just looking at where the opportunities are. That's what,
And I would also offer that we are going to go through a fine tooth comb, and if Andronicos doesn't tick 3 boxes, then it would come off anyway, based on your direction.
yeah,
I would make an alternate motion. We include it with accepting removing Andronicos.
And that entire parcel, right?
I wouldn't make that motion.
So the
I'll
parcel-
second your motion. I'll second your motion.
Okay.
Okay, under discussion. Andronicos is set way back and what's way up the front is Carl's Jr. property. So. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Kim is like, as long as you stop and give me something along the way.
So, and it's just because it fronts the road, Ed, is that it? It's because it fronts the road, is that your concern?
Yeah, and it's also fronting the others, our neighboring cities. So it's just like, why would we want to box ourselves in? And I know we're not deciding what we're going to do there. It's not a project, but it's just a philosophical statement. If you asked me in 5 years if a project came up, I'd say, no, I wouldn't want a project there.
I just have a question for Andrew. So Andronico is partially in PG, partially in Monterey. So have
Mostly
we,
in Monterey, though, I just point out.
right, but have we considered that? Because so the site itself is.
We don't get the whole site.
Is partially in PG. I want to say about 20% or so. And the other 70% is in Monterey. And
80, 20.
so I'm just saying we might want to look at that as well, and it may not check all the boxes then because of something. So
Right. I mean, I think what we're talking about is, and I guess the other point is commercially right now under the city's current general plan and zoning, commercially housing is permitted on commercially zoned land. So we're not changing that. Right. Right. But the part of the story has to be, look, hey, it checks 3 boxes. It is feasible. And if it does, the zoning's already in place. And so we're going to count it. That's what we're doing.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. Is there any discussion on the motion?
And the motion was to take off the entire parcel of Andronicos and Carl's Jr.
No, it was just for.
I thought you liked Carl's Jr.
About to fall out. It's getting late. It's getting late. All right.
The motion is to approve this, but not include the Andronicos.
Lot.
Yeah. And so I guess it's a question of, would you entertain an amendment? Because I believe that entire parcel that is butted up against the corner and the lighthouse district and the city of Pacific Grove, I think it's got merit to just leave it alone and have a buffer.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and call the vote here. So
Wait, I'm sorry. Ask entertaining.
I apologize. I thought he
I
clarified
mean,
already.
yeah, okay, it's late. So I would change my motion to also include exempting the Carl's Jr. part. I don't know if there's.
Okay, well, I don't accept that as a seconder, so. If we want to, I seconded it, but I don't want to,
So I would second your motion.
How does that work, though?
And then we have to take a vote on the second one first, right?
Yeah.
Well, we
A
have a
motion
substitute
was
motion.
made and he's trying to make a friendly amendment and the seconder doesn't.
I'm just going to drop my motion. Somebody else make one.
I'll make a motion to accept the map excluding the Andronico site.
Second.
All right, so I think we've had a fair enough discussion. Any other last comments before we vote? All those in favor? Aye.
No.
Any opposed? No, I heard a no. Yes, yeah, okay. You're, wait,
No, I'm saying yes.
okay.
You're saying you're okay with,
So there's a 4 yes, 1 no.
Yeah.
4 yes, 1 no. All right. I think we're done. Okay. Council comments.
are you sure you know what happened? His motion included Andronico.
No, it didn't. I made the motion and I excluded Andronicos.
You excluded Andronicos. Okay.
That's why I thought.
All right, so council comments?
None.
None? None? Okay.
I think these meetings are too long.
City manager?
None.
None. Okay.
Yeah.
How long can I take? You guys gave me to midnight. No, I'm just playing. We're gonna go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.